The proud Federation Kingdom of the East is destined to become absolute rubble, completely painted over by towering beams of apocalyptic energy. This catastrophic downfall is orchestrated by the 5 legendary bosses of this world. A single strike from their combined wrath is enough to split the sky and call down a pillar of absolute annihilation. But one guy is sitting in his study, staring at the blueprints of doom. Our guy is already sweating bullets, realizing that trying to baby-proof 5 future apocalyptic gods might have been a slightly overambitious weekend project. Just a few months ago, he was a miserable corporate wage slave working a soul-crushing 78 hours a week, possesses 0 magical talent, and is currently reading his book upside down. He decides that being functionally useless in a fantasy world has its perks. He is officially living his absolute best life, completely unbothered by the minor detail that he still has no idea where on earth he actually is. The peaceful vibe is instantly shattered when the maid casually mentions that his older brothers are returning home tomorrow, as a very specific, terrifying realization starts to dawn on him. He sinks straight to the bottom of the tub, realizing that he didn't just inherit a fancy noble title, psychedelia. This is the exact turn-based RPG he used to grind late into the night on his handheld console back when he actually had free time. It was a brutally difficult game where happiness went to die, and the plot was basically a checklist of terrible things happening to good people. Each boss represented a different flavor of absolute trauma and destruction, leaving a trail of absolute ruin in their wake. To make matters worse, his new family, the Palacio House, is a corrupt den of scumbags led by the Prostitution King and the Drug King. In the game, this family is basically a minor, warm-up subquest designed for the players to completely annihilate. It's the quest where players stroll in, beat up the corrupt nobles, gain some easy experience points, and leave the mansion in ashes. Our boy realizes he is currently inhabiting the body of Alan Palacio, the useless, throwaway extra son destined to get flattened first. Lying flat on his massive, luxurious bed, he starts desperately begging the universe to send him back to his 78-hour workweeks. He cries tears of pure frustration, wondering why other transmigrators get cheat codes and legendary swords, while he just gets a pretty face and 0 survival skills. But then, a spark of genius hits him. He might not have magic, but he has the ultimate cheat code. He knows exactly what happens over the next 10 years. His plan is to aggressively reform the future bosses. 2 months later, the plan is officially in motion, starting with the rescue of several abused kids from a horrific human testing facility. To pull this off, Alan hired Evan, a legendary knight known in the game for being one of the few characters who never betrays his boss. Evan just stares at him in complete confusion, trying to figure out if his new boss is threatening him or just having a mild muscle spasm. He aggressively stretches his cheeks in the mirror, realizing his soul might have possessed the body, but his facial muscles are still desperately lagging. Fortunately, Evan is too professional and loyal to complain about his employer's terrifying face. Evan asks if all of this dangerous, expensive scheming was really just to save a single little girl named Utia. He recalls walking into that dark, damp testing cell, surrounded by terrified children, but Utia was sitting in the center, radiating a dark, blood-red aura so intense it felt like the air itself was trying to choke him. Evan asks why they don't just bring her back to the estate, since leaving her in a remote orphanage seems like a waste of such terrifying potential. Alan looks away mysteriously, pretending this is all part of a complex, multi-dimensional chess game instead of him just being terrified of having a tiny demon in his house. He knows Utia Bludia is destined to make a blood pact with an otherworldly deity, sealing her fate as a monster. If left unchecked, she will grow up to be the Sin of Wrath, a fanged nightmare who wears the blood of her enemies like fashion accessories. But if she grows up in a cozy, peaceful orphanage with plenty of funding, she'll have absolutely no reason to go on a global murder spree. Lacking any logical explanation to give his knight, Alan decides to stall for time and construct the most generic excuse possible. He leans forward, steepling his fingers, and utters the ultimate cool guy anime line, "It's not yet time." Evan looks incredibly impressed by this empty, meaningless phrase, prompting Alan to quickly order him to send massive monthly checks to the orphanage. Before Evan departs, Alan hands him a sealed envelope instructing him to deliver this specific letter directly to little Utia. He claims it's just a warm, reassuring letter to check on her well-being after her traumatic ordeal, which sounds incredibly wholesome on the surface. Evan nods, tucks the letter away, and gallops off into the distance, completely convinced his master is a brilliant, benevolent genius. Watching from the window, Alan breaks into a cold sweat, praying that this weirdly specific gamble actually pays off. The reassuring letter actually contains the exact highly specific religious chants used by the game's high-level priests to pacify the Sin of Wrath. In the original game timeline, the church attempts to use these sacred words to suppress Utia's overwhelming power during her boss battle. but by the time the priests try to chant it, she has already fully transformed into a god of slaughter, surrounded by a red moon and rivers of blood. With her eyes glowing a manic red, her only response to their holy chants is to declare that it is far too late for salvation. The spell fails catastrophically, and she proceeds to reduce the entire holy capital to a pile of smoking ash. Back in the present, Alan stretches comfortably, confident that reciting the spell 10 years early to an innocent kid will work like an absolute charm. He admits it's a little ridiculous to try and pacify a future world-ending boss with a few lines of translated game dialogue, but hey, desperate times call for lazy measures. He strikes a dramatic pose, trying to pretend he understands the deep, complex psychology of otherworldly fanatics. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, little Utia is staring down at the letter with an empty, unreadable expression. Evan stands nearby, sweating profusely as a massive, suffocating purple pressure begins to leak out of her tiny body. She slowly looks up, her voice dead silent as she asks if this letter was truly sent by Master Alan. The temperature in the room plummets to absolute zero as her eyes flare a demonic crimson, demanding to know why her master has abandoned her here. Evan is pinned to the floor by pure, unadulterated killer instinct, his brain screaming that he is about to be turned into absolute paste by a 9-year-old. He realizes with sheer horror that this kid is already manipulating raw mana at a level only legendary masters can achieve. Desperately searching his brain for a way to survive, Evan remembers the profound, mysterious words Alan told him back at the office. He quickly yells out that Alan said, "It's not yet time," which instantly causes the terrifying death aura to vanish into thin air. Utia clutches the letter to her chest with a massive, blushing smile, realizing her brilliant master was sending her a secret prophetic message. Evan just stands there, utterly exhausted, realizing he has somehow survived by accidentally gaslighting a future god. Under the ominous glow of the crimson moon, Utia declares that she finally understands her master's grand design, cementing her transformation into a loyal fanatic. Back at the mansion, our completely clueless protagonist is tucked in bed, thoroughly proud of himself for doing absolutely nothing and surviving. He looks out at the bright, beautiful moon, feeling incredibly motivated to go out and find his next victim, adoptable child. With his conscience clear and his survival secured for another week, Alan drifts off into a deep, peaceful sleep. Little does he know, the blue primrose flowers he's been casually playing with are traditionally used in this kingdom to cover the wounds of the dead. The very next morning, Alan's peaceful search for clues is cut short when a heavy research tome falls directly onto his head. As he rubs his sore head, Evan bursts into the library to report that they have successfully located and rescued the second target. Alan immediately tosses his books aside, eagerly asking if they treated the kid with the absolute maximum level of pampering and kindness. Before Evan can answer, the massive library doors are violently kicked open by a familiar, loudmouth scumbag. It's Tonio Palacio, the second son and resident drug king, who immediately marches over to lean his heavy elbow directly onto Alan's head. He grabs Alan's hair, laughing mockingly as he demands to know why a useless illiterate is wasting time pretending to read books. Instead of fighting back like a proud fantasy hero, Alan deploys his ultimate defensive technique, the instant, flawless kowtow. Tonio lets out a loud, obnoxious laugh, thoroughly satisfied that his pathetic little brother knows his place in the family food chain. Suddenly, a razor-sharp dagger thuds deeply into the wooden bookshelf, missing Tonio's head by a fraction of an inch. The eldest son, Leo Palacio, steps out of the shadows, looking like a total edgelord as he tells them to shut up before he decides to paint the floor with their blood. While the two terrifying crime lord brothers stand eye to eye exchanging death threats, Alan slowly crawls away on all fours like a master stealth operative. In the game, this family was supposed to be a joke, but seeing these two terrifying crime bosses in person makes Alan realize just how dangerous his household actually is. These two scumbags are currently locked in a brutal, bloody war to inherit the family fortune, utilizing human trafficking and massive drug cartels to fund their conflict. When their arguments turn into literal explosions that shake the entire library, Alan decides that keeping a low profile is the smartest thing he's ever done. Clinging to his loyal knight for dear life, Alan vows to live the most pathetic, incompetent, and unthreatening life possible to avoid getting caught in their crossfire. He collapses onto the sofa in a heap of pure exhaustion, while Evan stands by, quietly realizing his boss's mental state is incredibly fragile. Alan slowly peeks over the edge of the sofa, looking like a tired puppy who just wants a nap and a cookie. Evan stares down at him, his mind completely reeling as he tries to figure out how a useless, illiterate shut-in managed to locate a highly classified, illegal underground slave market. He looks at his sighing, pathetic boss and decides that Alan must be some kind of brilliant eccentric who burns all his brain power on secrets and leaves nothing for basic social skills. He asks why Alan insisted on sending this newly rescued child to the same orphanage as the terrifying Utia, Alan looks cool and mysterious on the outside, but inside, he's screaming because this second kid is a walking tactical nuke of pure destruction. This kid was originally born in the Kalian Kingdom, the central superpower of the entire continent, but after being captured, sold into slavery, and subjected to horrific abuse, he is destined to become the second boss of the game, Deus Macalian. Driven mad by the endless cruelty, he eventually unlocks a terrifying dark power, transforming into the legendary Sin of Sloth. He then proceeds to slaughter the entire kingdom's nobility in the most horrific, painful ways his dark magic can devise. Standing atop a mountain of rubble, his silhouette became one of the most iconic, terrifying images in the entire game. This specific storyline was so brutally dark and cruel that it actually shocked a ton of players when the game first launched. Despite being called the Sin of Sloth, Deus is actually a hyper-diligent worker who believes in returning any favor or threat 1,000 times over, which is why Alan ordered him to be pampered. When Evan asks if Alan sent another complex prophetic letter to Utia regarding this new child, Alan just sips his tea. He happily confirms it, omitting the part where his brilliant prophecy was actually just a page of casual complaining about his brother using him as a footstool. At the orphanage, while the other sponsored kids are happily playing in the sunshine, little Deus stands alone in the shadows, completely unable to trust anyone. Under the cold moonlight, he looks down at his scarred, broken hands, fully expecting his new life to be just as miserable as his old one. Suddenly, Utia approaches him out of the darkness, bluntly pointing out that his soul and body are completely shattered. She stares at his scars, instantly recognizing the horrific marks left by the dark experiments of the Black Goat. Deus glares back with glowing purple eyes, stunned that a random little girl can read his dark past so easily. Utia smiles warmly, welcoming him to the orphanage and congratulating him on being chosen by the Great Moon. She unleashes a massive wave of pink and white mana, wrapping him in a warm, soothing energy that instantly heals his aching soul. Reaching out her hand like a benevolent saint, she promises him that if he stays absolutely loyal to her master, he will get all the bloody revenge his heart desires. The night sky is suddenly painted with beautiful glowing purple threads, symbolizing the birth of a terrifying new alliance. Feeling incredibly proud of her successful recruiting session, Utia decides it's finally time to draft her very first reply to her beloved master. She looks up at the moon, holding Alan's complaining letter like it's a sacred, holy relic from the heavens. Meanwhile, back in the mansion's quiet library, the peaceful atmosphere is violently shattered once again. Evan kicks the doors open, screaming in absolute panic while Alan sits there with a heavy book balanced on his head, looking completely done with life. Evan is sweating bullets, stumbling over his words as he tries to deliver some highly classified urgent family news. Alan looks up, thoroughly annoyed that his quiet study time is being interrupted yet again. But his jaw drops when Evan reveals that his arrogant older brother Tonio was found dead after a highly suspicious, accidental fall. At the massive solemn funeral, the entire estate is filled with mourners dressed in black, paying their respects to the fallen drug king. The head of the family, Count Palacio, is sitting right there, casually flirting with two beautiful women and completely ignoring his son's coffin. Alan looks on with pure, unadulterated disgust, realizing his new family is even more morally bankrupt and messed up than the game let on. He stares at Tonio's corpse, covered in blue primroses, realizing this sudden death has completely derailed the original game timeline. In the original game, Tonio was supposed to survive for several more years before Leo finally managed to corner and execute him after a brutal war. Alan glances over at Leo, who is currently standing right next to him, desperately trying and failing to hide a massive victorious smirk. Shrugging his shoulders, Alan decides that as long as the future bosses are taken care of, his brothers can murder each other as much as they want. 1 year later, the succession crisis is officially resolved, and the mansion has become surprisingly quiet and peaceful under Leo's singular rule. Alan and Evan are sitting in a fancy parlor, casually enjoying expensive tea and a mountain of colorful macarons like absolute royalty. He happily opens a new letter, thoroughly enjoying his new life as Utia's long-distance, highly respected pen pal. He reads about how the kids are all growing up healthy, playing hide-and-seek, and enjoying harmless hobbies like puppet theater. Evan points out that the orphanage is suddenly receiving a massive influx of anonymous, wealthy sponsorships from all over the kingdom. Shrugging it off as a good thing, Evan taps a document, revealing that his information guild has finally located a solid clue about their next target. Alan stuffs another macaron into his face, overjoyed that his lazy, baby-proofing campaign is running so smoothly. The evening is perfectly warm and peaceful, with the chandelier casting a beautiful, soft glow over the quiet room. But across the kingdom, in a dark, wet alleyway, a brutal slaughter is currently taking place. Two elite drug dealers are strolling through their main distribution site, boasting about how their organization has grown to several hundred members. Suddenly, they freeze in absolute horror, realizing their entire guard force is already lying dead and bloody on the cobblestones. Before they can even draw their weapons, their hands begin moving entirely on their own, forcing them to point their daggers at their own throats. The senior dealer screams out in pure terror, desperately fighting against his own muscles as his sword slowly rises toward his face. With a single synchronized movement, the entire gang is forced to violently execute themselves in the dark alleyway. A young boy's voice echoes through the bloody silence, dryly noting that he thoroughly enjoyed tonight's little puppet show. It's Deus, who is casually manipulating a web of glowing purple strings while a hooded Utia lands gracefully beside him. He slowly pulls his fingers back, snapping the invisible threads and dropping the dead thugs to the ground like discarded toys. Deus looks over his shoulder, calmly asking his partner if there is really any point in wasting their time on these minor drug dealers. Utia asks if he's feeling soft, but Deus just shrugs, noting that while these guys are pure scum who grind up humans to make drugs, he doesn't see how this relates to their ultimate revenge. Utia unleashes a massive swirling vortex of pink light, explaining that clearing out this corrupt filth is the perfect way to prepare the world for their master's return. She flashes a manic, wide-eyed smile, declaring that they can't possibly let the neighborhood look shabby when their beloved master finally arrives. Deus nods, completely understanding her terrifying logic as the wind begins to howl around them. With a deafening boom, a massive dome of pure destructive energy erupts, completely erasing the entire drug cartel from the face of the earth. The two tiny, terrifying gods float gracefully up into the starry sky, silhouetted against a beautiful full moon. They declare that everything in this world will proceed exactly according to their master's brilliant, mysterious design. Under the bright moonlit sky, they vow to become the ultimate sharpest sword for the mysterious organization they call the Blue Moon. And back on the ground, the entire district has been carved into a massive, perfect crescent moon crater, leaving our clueless protagonist with a lot of explaining to do. The world's gone to hell, demons rule everything, and one guy's still fighting to take it all back. 2 whole years have passed since our boy Alan became long-distance pen pals with his favorite little future world ender, Utia. Right on cue, Evan comes sliding across the grass like a baseball player, looking like he just ran a marathon through a swamp. Gasping for air, he gives a thumbs up and confirms that the 5th and final future boss has been safely delivered to the orphanage. Alan immediately covers his mouth in theatrical shock, pretending he's deeply moved instead of just relieved his slave labor worked. With that final delivery, all 3 of the remaining world-ending sins have been successfully rescued. To reward his heavily exploited knight, Alan decides to feed him a single macaron like a well-behaved puppy. Our guy is literally tossing pastries in the air and celebrating, bragging about how his ultimate gaming knowledge and working his knight to the actual bone solved the entire crisis. Evan is just using his master-level swordsmanship to catch falling cookies in his mouth. Alan stands tall, arms crossed, generously telling his exhausted employee that he can finally take a 5-minute break. Evan, still chewing on his colorful reward, asks if this means their stressful orphanage expansion project is finally complete. Alan calmly confirms that the rescue phase is officially over, causing Evan to instantly collapse face first onto the grass with a sigh of pure, unadulterated relief. Sitting up, Evan points out that for a guy who just saved the entire world from a 10-year doom clock, Alan looks remarkably depressed. Alan deadpans that he is absolutely thrilled, but his face is currently refusing to show any signs of human emotion. To prove his point, he literally uses his finger to physically lift the corner of his mouth into the most painful, unconvincing microsmile in history. Evan decides it's probably best to just drop the subject and ignore his master's terrifying facial muscles as Alan raises a dramatic fist to the beautiful sky. Collapsing back onto the grass, Alan basks in the glorious sunshine, convinced that his master plan is working flawlessly and nothing could possibly go wrong now. He remembers the original lore of psychedelia, where the 5 bosses were subjected to unimaginable torture and experiments in dark blood-soaked cells. In the game, every single one of those kids was thoroughly broken by their tragic pasts, making the odds of saving them all before they awakened as monsters virtually non-existent. He was genuinely terrified that he'd have to deal with 5 traumatized superpowered teenagers who already hated humanity. Evan sits up and asks how things are actually going at the orphanage, handing over the latest weekly letter from Utia. Alan lies back lazily, claiming that everything is running smoothly and according to plan. Evan notes that the kids, who originally looked like empty hollow dolls, have actually started smiling and playing like normal human beings. Alan immediately celebrates, realizing this means he won't have to waste a single cent hiring professional therapists. He stares at Utia's neat handwriting, quietly amazed that a future god of slaughter is managing a house full of super orphans this well. He assumes it's just her natural game setting of being overprotective of her home, meaning she'd absolutely hate any outside interference. Alan scratches his head, casually deciding that when she isn't murdering entire armies, Utia is actually a pretty sweet kid. Evan leans in, highly curious if there's anything particularly important written in her latest report. The letter paints a beautiful, peaceful picture of a sunny sky, claiming that the children are all growing up splendidly. She specifically reassures her beloved master that he doesn't have to worry about Deus's recovery anymore. The visual shows an absolute paradise, with Utia and Ryan holding hands in a field of flowers while the boys play tag in the background. It's the most wholesome, non-threatening scene imaginable, which is exactly why it's deeply suspicious. Alan is practically glowing with foster father pride, convinced that a good, loving environment is all it takes to stop a kid from growing giant demon wings. The wholesome vibe is instantly ruined when Evan leans in with a sharp, calculating glare, asking when Alan actually plans to go visit his adopted kids. Alan's face immediately reverts to a flat, deadpan stare as he internally screams that he has absolutely zero intention of ever meeting those terrifying monsters in person. He recalls the horrifying game flashbacks of the kids' raw, unfiltered personalities, which were already deeply unsettling long before they actually unlocked their world-ending powers. He shudders, clutching his face as he realizes that even if he saved them early, they are still highly unstable, magical, tactical nukes that could accidentally vaporize him if he says the wrong thing. He decides that pushing the meeting back by a casual 5 years is the safest and smartest option, which Evan accepts with his usual deadpan nod. Standing up, Alan conjures a tiny, pathetic spark of magic in his palm, declaring that his next priority is learning some basic self-defense skills to survive this god-awful world. He boasts about his natural magical talent while Evan casually ruins his good mood by asking if he's heard about a dangerous new group called the Blue Moon. Alan blinks in confusion while Evan explains that this mysterious organization has recently gone viral for brutally dismantling entire criminal syndicates overnight. Alan conjures a slightly larger spinning ball of light, completely unbothered as he notes that cleaning up trash is noble work, and since they weren't in the original game, they'll probably just disappear soon. Evan pulls a terrifying face, sticking his tongue out as he reveals that this heroic group has also started brutally executing high-ranking nobles who get in their way. Alan's magic instantly fizzles out as he shrinks into a tiny terrified chibi, immediately ordering Evan to move his bed into the room right next to his for maximum safety. Meanwhile, under the dark, silent night sky, the peaceful orphanage looks quiet on the outside. But down in the hidden basement, a group of shadowy figures is gathered around a single lantern, preparing their weekly activity report. Utia sits at the head of the table, her glowing red eyes narrowing as she calmly asks about their progress in the Northern Territories. Little Seolong rubs her eyes sleepily, casually yawning as she announces that she completely took care of the entire Northern problem. She sits cross-legged on a wooden crate, licking her fingers with a cute smile as she reveals she successfully collected the heads of every single slave trader in the region. Hanging upside down from a wooden beam like a playful cat, she brags that her targets never even saw her coming, and gushes about how much she loves the custom combat outfit Ryan made for her. Ryan, sitting quietly in the corner with her massive book, calmly confirms that she made sure all of the resulting bodies were buried cleanly to avoid any messy investigations. She turns her head, noting that their operations in the Southern Territories have also been successfully concluded. Down the dark stone stairs, the wild, silver-haired Radan sits with a devious smirk, listing the targets they destroyed. He reaches out a hand, his eyes glowing an icy, manic blue as he proudly announces that the illegal human experiment labs and the corrupt syndicate known as Avalon have been completely shredded without a trace. Utia's eyes flare a terrifying, bright red as she declares that everything is proceeding perfectly according to her beloved master's divine will. Standing together in the dimly lit basement, these 5 sweet, innocent orphans are revealed to be the founding members of the bloodthirsty secret syndicate, the Blue Moon. The dramatic atmosphere is cut short when Utia gravely announces that a major problem has suddenly arisen. Deus looks up, genuinely confused as to how anything could possibly go wrong under their master's perfect guidance. He steps forward, holding a recovered document and pointing out that the head of the Avalon Syndicate is actually the eldest son of the Count, Alan's older brother, Leo. Utia's face shadows over, a dark, terrifying red aura erupting around her as she hears that someone inside her master's own family is plotting against him. The boys watch in silence as the temperature in the room plummets, realizing that their leader is about to go completely nuclear. Ryan holds the recovered document, which clearly outlines Leo's detailed plan to poison his own father and eliminate his useless younger brother Alan to secure the inheritance. Enraged by the sheer audacity of someone trying to harm her precious master, Utia's magic erupts in a storm of red lightning, declaring that this treason cannot be overlooked. 2 years later, the grand bells of the Palacio estate toll mournfully as the family gathers for yet another funeral. Count Palacio lies pale and lifeless in his decorated white coffin, his corrupt reign finally brought to an end. Alan stands near the front, looking down with a bored expression, knowing his father's sudden cardiac arrest was just the inevitable result of massive lifelong drug abuse, though he's distracted by the servants whispering about the Blue Moon Syndicate again. Leo stands nearby, casually discussing the mysterious midnight ambushes that have been systematically erasing their family's underworld allies. Alan glances over, noting that the local nobility is finally starting to take this mysterious vigilante group seriously. As soon as the boring ceremony ends, Alan and Evan immediately turn around and walk away, completely unbothered by the lack of tears at the Count's passing. They stroll out into the bright sunlight, completely unaware of the cold, calculating glare Leo is burning into their backs. Back inside the dark, shadowy corridors of the mansion, a silent figure watches their departure from the curtains. In his room, Alan is aggressively throwing his clothes into a suitcase, telling a completely bewildered Evan to start packing his bags immediately. Evan is sweating, utterly shocked that his master is casually abandoning the family estate right as the succession war is about to peak. Alan calmly explains that they aren't running away forever, they are just taking a highly necessary, extremely long vacation to the quiet southern territory. Evan blinks, asking if he's referring to the remote, peaceful country village of Rodmill. Alan happily confirms it, boarding a luxurious carriage under the golden afternoon sun, eager to put as much distance between himself and his scary family as possible. Back at the main estate, the grand balconies loom empty and silent in the sunset. Leo stands on the balcony, his knuckles white as he grips the stone railing, watching his useless younger brother escape his grasp. Meanwhile, in the beautiful southern villa, a perfect golden egg is sizzling beautifully on a slice of fresh French toast. Alan is currently flipping bread with the intense focus of a Michelin star chef, completely at peace with the world. He serves a massive plate of golden toast to his knight, who is carrying fresh jars of jam, fully prepared to enjoy the absolute peak of noble luxury. And exactly 3 days later, our boy is clutching his head in absolute screaming despair back at the main estate. He stands in the grand hall, completely traumatized that his 3-day vacation was cut short because his eldest brother Leo is already lying dead in a coffin. He stares at his brother's pale corpse, noting with sheer confusion that the cause of death was a single flawless blade strike directly through the heart. Alan's brain is working overtime, desperately trying to figure out who could have possibly assassinated the terrifying underworld boss so quickly. The moment he turns around to ask a nearby guard for details, the poor man lets out a high-pitched shriek of pure terror and falls backward onto the floor. Another guard immediately drags his panicking friend away, screaming a frantic apology for making direct eye contact with Alan. Alan stands there, completely sweat-dropped and bewildered by the sudden terrifying reaction of his entire staff. Evan walks up through the crowd, the servants parting like the Red Sea to stay as far away from the duo as physically possible. Alan asks his knight if he managed to uncover any useful information about this bizarre situation. Evan leans in, his face pale and sweating as he whispers a terrifying question. "Young master, are you the one who wiped out the entire Avalon Syndicate overnight?" Alan's jaw drops, freezing in absolute horror as he realizes the entire household currently thinks he's a cold-blooded master assassin. To understand how this absolute disaster happened, we have to look back at the carriage ride to Rodmill 3 days ago. Inside the plush carriage, Evan had asked why they were moving to a tiny, boring country village instead of a bustling, exciting city. Alan had flashed a terrifyingly dark, intense expression, dramatically declaring that Rodmill was the absolute perfect final destination of his master plan. He was internally celebrating, convinced that by rescuing the 5 future bosses and sending them to a nice, cozy orphanage, he had successfully rewritten the game's tragic ending. He imagined the kids living a beautiful, peaceful life, having picnics, and growing up to be productive, non-violent members of society. Rodmill was a peaceful frontier village with absolutely zero connection to the game's main storyline, making it the perfect spot to dodge the upcoming plot. He was fully prepared to spend the next 10 years sleeping in, eating delicious food, and living the ultimate lazy life of a wealthy noble. Evan had stared at him with a highly skeptical squint, flatly announcing that he was no longer falling for his master's mysterious genius act. Alan had sweat-dropped, quickly changing the subject and realizing his sharp knight was getting a little too good at reading his lazy monologues. Meanwhile, back at the main estate, Leo had stood on the balcony, glaring down at the departing carriage and debating whether to have his useless brother poisoned. He decided that since Alan was voluntarily crawling off to die in the southern wilderness, he wasn't worth the cost of the poison. He assumed Alan was just a pathetic coward bowing out of the succession war, meaning there was absolutely no reason to waste any effort on him. Still, feeling deeply annoyed by his brother's peaceful departure, Leo turned back to his trusted right-hand man. He tapped his fingers on the railing, casually ordering his assassin to trail the carriage and keep an eye on them. He called out to his most loyal, silent shadow agent, Alman, "Follow the carriage!" The assassin, his face half hidden under a dark bandana, slowly drew his blade, calmly asking if Leo wanted his brother dead. Leo paused, thoroughly confused by his usually silent, obedient puppet suddenly asking questions. He stared at the assassin, a cold dread creeping up his spine as he realized his perfect complaints-free tool was standing in a highly aggressive stance. Before Leo could even open his mouth to scream, the assassin's blade lunged forward, stabbing him cleanly through the chest from behind. Leo coughed up a fountain of dark blood, clutching the blade in pure shock as he gasped out a desperate curse of betrayal. The assassin's cold, calm eyes stared back, quietly announcing that he had thoroughly enjoyed playing Leo's little war games for the past 2 years. Under the bright crescent moon, he pulled down his mask, revealing himself to be Hidan, a high-ranking member of the fanatical Blue Moon organization. He whispered their sacred creed, explaining that while they normally move only when their master commands, any threat against the Great Moon grants them permission to act on their own. With a blinding, horizontal flash of his blade, he then cleanly sliced Leo's throat, ending the Prostitution King's reign in a single, silent instant. Leo collapsed against the stone balcony, bleeding out onto the cold floor as Hidan dryly noted that he had been waiting 2 long years for Leo to slip up. He looked down at the dying noble, calmly announcing that with Leo's death, the entire Avalon syndicate would now be wiped from the face of the continent. He offered a final, cold glance, noting that it was a pity Leo never realized he was playing chess with a god. With a silent leap, he then vanished into the starry night sky, leaving the dead noble behind under the glowing crescent moon. The next morning, the sun rose beautifully over the peaceful, quiet streets of Rodmill. Alan woke up with a massive yawn, stretching his arms in his luxurious bed and declaring his new life to be absolute paradise. He spent his days waking up whenever he wanted, completely unbothered by alarms, schedules, or corporate bosses. He and Evan spent their afternoons stuffing their faces with delicious golden French toast, living the peak noble lifestyle. Chewing happily, Alan casually wondered if he should retire from the noble business entirely and just open a highly successful toast shop. The lazy dream is instantly shattered when Evan bursts into the dining room, dramatically waving an urgent royal telegram. Alan casually takes the paper, his mouth still full of delicious sweet bread. He looks down at the words, and his half-eaten toast literally falls out of his mouth in slow motion, landing on the plate with a wet thud. The paper requests his immediate return to inherit the estate following Leo's sudden death, bringing a brutal, premature end to his 3-day free trial of paradise. Back at the main estate, the funeral hall is dead silent as Alan stands before his brother's coffin, looking completely exhausted. He glances at his staff, who are literally trembling, clutching their chests and scurrying away like terrified mice the moment he looks in their direction. Evan leans in, his face completely pale as he asks Alan since when he had become the terrifying, cold-blooded mastermind who orchestrated the destruction of Avalon. Alan sits on a wooden bench, a dark, heavy cloud of depression hovering over his head as he realizes he has been dropped into a simulation of pure, unadulterated madness. He turns to his knight with giant, watery anime eyes, desperately begging for a logical, step-by-step explanation of how on earth he became a legendary crime lord. Evan explains that because Leo was murdered immediately after Alan left the mansion, Alan gained a flawless, unbreakable alibi while simultaneously becoming the sole heir to the entire fortune. Since the entire Avalon syndicate was also wiped out on the exact same night, there is literally no one left alive to challenge Alan's claim to the throne. Evan dramatically strips off his combat armor, revealing a fancy butler outfit and a bow tie as he cheerfully congratulates his master on becoming the supreme ruler of the county. Alan holds his head in his hands, internally screaming because he knows there is absolutely no way a random unknown group could have wiped out a major underworld syndicate in a single night. He suddenly remembers Evan's warning about the Blue Moon group, eagerly asking if they could have been the ones behind the slaughter. Evan shakes his head, explaining that the local information guild has already ruled out the Blue Moon as suspects. He notes that the Blue Moon is famous for leaving massive, glowing crescent moon craters at their battle sites, never leaving a single trace of physical bodies behind. But Avalon's base was left completely intact, filled with hundreds of bodies sliced cleanly by swords, making it look like a scene straight out of hell. Alan sighs, realizing this clean sword work is exactly why everyone thinks his master knight did it. He realizes with a chill that since the Blue Moon Group was never this powerful in the original game, there's absolutely no way they could be responsible, leaving him completely clueless as to who the real killer is. Meanwhile, back in the dark hidden basement of the orphanage, Utia stands with her arms crossed, calmly asking her team if they left any evidence behind. Rhine, glowing with a soft green magical aura, proudly confirms that their cleanup was absolutely flawless. Xiaolong immediately jumps in, eagerly spinning her dagger in the air as she begs for her turn to report. Surrounded by a crackling yellow lightning aura, she giggles maniacally, gushing about how much fun she had leaving mountains of clean, sliced bodies behind. The heavy wooden door creaks open, and he then steps into the room, announcing that the main strike force has finally returned. Deus floats down the stairs, massive, glowing purple butterfly wings expanding from his back as he calmly announces that they successfully eliminated all 486 remaining Avalon soldiers. Radon steps out of the shadows behind him, carrying his massive buster sword over his shoulder. He flashes a manic, terrifying battle grin, proudly boasting that they followed their leader's orders perfectly and sliced every single target clean in half. Utia stands in the center, her eyes glowing a deep, psychotic red as she cradles her cheek and smiles like a total maniac, declaring their work to be absolutely perfect. And just like that, the legendary Avalon Syndicate, a massive crime empire that once held the entire kingdom in a chokehold, is completely turned to dust in a matter of 5 days. Radon turns back to Utia, his manic smile fading slightly as he notes that their holy crusade isn't quite finished yet. He hands her a new sealed document explaining that he successfully recovered a list of other corrupt nobles who were secretly funding Avalon's operations. The document reveals a massive, shadowy silhouette of the powerful Altia Ducci, indicating they are deeply involved in the human trafficking market. Utia stares down at the list, her silent fury building as she realizes there are still people breathing who dare to stand in the way of her master's peaceful world. Her crimson eyes flare with an intense, suffocating pressure as she turns to her loyal syndicate, asking if they already know what needs to be done. The 3 younger Sins smile in unison, their magical auras flaring with pure, unadulterated excitement at the prospect of another holy purge. A fanatical demon child is always going to find a way to overachieve. Utia looks down with a cold, glowing red gaze, completely ignoring the fact that her master just wanted them to play nice in the sandbox. Back in the dark undercroft, the junior members of the Blue Moon Syndicate stand ready, their various colorful magical auras humming with pure, destructive energy. Radon, carrying his massive buster sword over his shoulder, flashes an absolutely unhinged battle grin, completely sold on the idea of executing their secret crusades as quietly as possible. Utia slowly closes her eyes, exhaling a quiet, frosty breath to calm her rising magical pressure before resuming her role as the Syndicate's tiny CEO. She turns her attention back to Rhine, calmly asking if the local information guilds have been thoroughly handled and silenced. Rhine, glowing with a soft green light, confirms the guilds are cooperating, while Xiaolong frantically waves her hand to show off a freshly stolen classified document. Deus casually floats a few more papers through the air with his purple threads, dryly noting that the entire underworld is currently attributing the Avalon slaughter to some legendary imaginary swordmaster. Clutching her chest with a menacing, wide-eyed smile, Utia strictly orders the team to maintain their surveillance and make sure absolutely none of this bloody news reaches her precious master. She points out that since Leo was the one who dared to plot against their master first, their unsanctioned assassination was technically a preemptive defensive strike rather than a direct command. She dramatically declares that they are merely a sword, and since a weapon isn't supposed to think for itself, they must never allow their beloved master to discover they took the initiative. Looking out the window at the glowing crescent moon, she whispers that their master knows absolutely everything in this world, meaning any slip-up on their part would be an unforgivable disappointment. The rest of the Sins stand in a unified, silent salute, thoroughly terrified and motivated by the imaginary, omniscient god they have constructed in their minds. Deus looks on with a sweat drop, silently marveling at the fact that a girl as overwhelmingly powerful as Utia can experience such intense, crippling anxiety over merely being found out by her adoptive dad. He quietly nods, tucking his purple threads away and resolving to keep their massive international crime-busting syndicate a complete and total secret. Under the starry night sky, the orphanage sits in peaceful, quiet silence, serving as the perfect cover for a group of literal world-ending vigilantes. Meanwhile, back at the main Palacio mansion, our brilliant godlike mastermind is currently face-planting onto his desk, screaming that he literally cannot handle this life anymore. Following his brother's solemn funeral, Alan has spent an entire month buried under a mountain of boring, complex family paperwork, crying tears of pure corporate-style misery. He stares at the documents with tired, bloodshot eyes, thoroughly annoyed that his brother Leo decided to get assassinated 6 years ahead of the game's actual timeline. To make matters worse, a group of terrified noble vassals suddenly knocks on his door, trembling with stacks of new financial ledgers for their scary new boss. Alan lets out a heavy, tired sigh, utterly confused as to why his staff is suddenly working at a hyper-efficient 110% capacity when they used to be lazy slackers under his father's rule. The vassals are literally shaking in their boots, interpreting Alan's tired, silent glare as the terrifying, murderous aura of a ruthless shadow mastermind who will execute them if they make a single typo. Alan just slumps in his chair, completely unaware that his reputation as a family-murdering crime lord is the only reason his estate's administrative work is running so smoothly. He casually looks over at the fireplace, wishing with all his heart that his terrifying staff would just take care of all this boring noble work themselves so he can go back to eating toast. Evan is sitting nearby, roasting snacks over the fire, quietly admitting that he is incredibly impressed by his master's sudden, rapid growth over the past few years. He points to the glowing, crackling magical circles Alan is casually spinning around his hand, amazed that a completely talentless noble managed to reach second-tier magic through pure, unassisted self-study. Evan notes that normal human prodigies require a minimum of 4 years of intense professional academy training to reach this level, which only cements his belief that Alan is a hidden genius. Alan sweat drops, internally admitting that he only practiced this hard because he was constantly terrified of getting murdered by his own adopted children. He manipulates the spinning white magic with precise, delicate control, though he secretly complains that this level of parlor trick magic is completely useless against actual high-level bosses. He stares down at his glowing hand, thoroughly depressed by the realization that his grand magical self-defense campaign is functionally a complete and total bust. He recalls his initial naive excitement when he first transmigrated, thinking he could easily master some cool fantasy spells while his orphans solved all the major world-ending threats in the background. Narrator. But as his survival concerns became more pressing, Alan came to realize a highly tragic, unchangeable fantasy truth. In this world, a person's magical capacity is determined entirely by the size of their mana hole from the moment of their birth, acting as an unchangeable ceiling on their potential. And unfortunately for our boy, his natural mana hole is so catastrophically small that no amount of intense, grueling training can ever make him a high-level mage. Evan casually waves a fancy blue envelope, interrupting his master's existential crisis to announce that a formal noble dance invitation has finally arrived for the new count. Alan looks up with a tired, unbothered glance, thoroughly unexcited by the prospect of wasting his precious energy at a boring noble social gathering. He imagines the bright, glittering chandeliers of a grand ballroom filled with wealthy, snobbish nobles drinking wine and engaging in endless, superficial gossip. A few days later, Alan actually shows up to the party, looking incredibly sharp in a tailored, gold-trimmed noble military suit and a long black cape, while Evan trails close behind him. He lets out a quiet sigh, his face already completely frozen into a tired, deadpan stare before he even takes his first step into the ballroom. He remembers that this specific Southern networking ball is a prime opportunity for newly crowned nobles to build powerful, wealthy political connections. He decides that since he is officially the new count, he should at least try to utilize his modern corporate social skills to make a few useful friends who can help secure his peaceful retirement. But the absolute second he steps onto the main floor, the surrounding crowd of wealthy nobles literally gasps, scatters, and runs away like they just saw a wild bear enter the room. Alan politely raises his hand to greet a nearby gentleman, who instantly lets out a terrified shriek and clutches his chest in pure heart-stopping panic. Within seconds, the entire crowd has formed a perfect empty circle around Alan, refusing to stand anywhere within 10 feet of the feared mastermind of the East. Evan holds back a laugh, coughing into his hand as he tells his dejected master not to take the complete and total social rejection too personally. Alan flatly notes that he fully expected this level of dramatic isolation, adjusting his cuffs before deciding to head over to the buffet table to at least get some free drinks. He stands tall, striking a proud, noble pose against the family crest, internally dryly noting that his family's reputation has officially degenerated from a simple gang into a legendary criminal organization. Still, he refuses to give up, determined to utilize his secretly practiced corporate networking techniques to win over at least one wealthy ally tonight. Spotting a young noblewoman standing nearby, he smoothly picks up a glass of red wine, fully prepared to deploy his ultimate, foolproof, client-pleasing strategy. He approaches her with a gentle swirl of his glass, offering a polished, polite observation on the unique, delightful aroma of the vintage wine. To seal the deal, Alan decides to flash his most reassuring, gentle smile, which in reality looks like a manic, bloodthirsty serial killer threatening to execute her entire family over a minor inconvenience. The poor noblewoman turns completely pale, her glass glass shaking violently in her hand as she stares into the pitch-black eyes of the legendary Palacio monster. Screaming in pure, unadulterated terror, she frantically promises to have her father prepare and deliver 10 crates of the limited edition wine to his estate tomorrow, fleeing the scene at Mach speed. Alan stands there completely frozen, a cold sweat running down his cheek as the surrounding nobles begin whispering that the brutal new count is openly extorting the female guests for rare alcohol. Evan quietly walks up, placing a comforting hand on his master's shoulder while Alan desperately tries to deny reality by suggesting the lady was just uniquely shy. A short while later, Evan casually reviews their growing pile of noble tributes under the grand glittering chandelier of the reception hall. He reads off a massive, impressive list of gifts, including fine horses, citrus teas, and rare metals, while Alan stands in the corner, thoroughly dejected by his failed social campaign. He leans against the wall, realizing that trying to make casual friends is a bit of a struggle when everyone in the kingdom is convinced you brutally murdered your own brothers for their inheritance. He watches the happy, whispering crowds from a distance, dryly noting that so far his grand networking plan has succeeded only in turning him into a social biohazard. Giving up on humanity entirely, Alan slumps his shoulders and tells his knight he's heading out to the balcony to get some fresh, non-judgmental air. As he walks away, a beautiful red-haired woman holding a wine glass watches his departure with a cold, highly calculating gaze. Out on the quiet, moonlit balcony, Alan leans over the stone railing, staring up at the beautiful, starry purple sky. He lets out a heavy, dramatic sigh, quietly wondering how on earth his simple, lazy, noble retirement plan managed to go so spectacularly wrong so quickly. Suddenly, a soft, polite female voice interrupts his thoughts from the shadows, politely asking if they might have a brief word in private. Alan blinks, turning his head in genuine shock as he realizes that someone in this ballroom actually has the courage to approach him voluntarily. He stares at the doorway, fully expecting another high-ranking assassin or a terrified noble offering him a pile of gold to spare their life. But instead, a beautiful brown-haired girl in a lavish green dress steps onto the balcony, introducing herself as Loria, the third daughter of the Altia ducal house. Alan's face immediately reverts to his signature deadpan stare, internally screaming as he recognizes the name of one of the most corrupt families in the entire kingdom. In the original walkthrough of Psychedelia, the Altia family was famously known as the Black Sheep of the North, operating as one of the 3 major villain factions. He sweat drops, dryly realizing that the only people who ever talk to him first are either completely unhinged criminals or future final bosses. But as he studies her face, Alan realizes with a sudden chill that he has absolutely no memory of this girl appearing in any of the game's main quests. Before he can search his brain for clues, Loria grabs her dress, staring up at him with watery, desperate green eyes as she begs the feared Count Palacio to lend her his legendary strength. She leans in, her voice trembling with absolute certainty as she whispers that if he refuses to help her, she is destined to be brutally assassinated in the very near future. When you are trying to survive in a dark fantasy game, the absolute last thing you should ever do is accept a side quest from a tragic noble girl who is slated to die in the prologue. Loria stands under the cold night sky, her hands trembling as she looks up at Alan like he's her absolute last hope. She quickly explains her situation, revealing that while she previously enjoyed her father's protection as his favored illegitimate daughter, the Duke of Altia has suddenly fallen terminally ill. With their father on his deathbed, her cruel older sisters are currently mobilizing their forces to have Loria quietly eliminated to secure their share of the inheritance. Hearing this, Alan finally remembers why she didn't appear in the game. She was already a cold, buried corpse long before the main story even started. Loria begs for his legendary Shadow Master intervention, but before she can even finish her sentence, Alan hits her with an immediate, cold-blooded refusal. Loria is stunned, quickly offering him half of the Altia ducal house's massive northern territory, but Alan just turns around and walks away, completely unbothered by her desperate financial bribes. He internally notes that while her situation is incredibly pitiful, he is far too busy keeping himself alive to invite any unnecessary drama into his life, especially since he doesn't actually possess any of the terrifying magical powers the rumors attribute to him. Left behind on the cold, empty balcony, Loria lowers her head in silent, heartbreaking despair, realizing her desperate gamble has failed. Back inside the quiet corridor, Alan lets out a massive, exhausted sigh, rubbing his neck as he tries to shake off the lingering guilt of abandoning a doomed extra. Pausing by the door, he glances back one last time, offering her a vague, empty corporate platitude by suggesting that something good will happen to her if she stays positive. He walks back into the ballroom, quietly hoping she finds a strong, heroic ally, completely unaware that a pair of glowing red eyes is currently watching the entire interaction from the shadows of the ceiling. High up in the dark rafters, Rane and Yutia are crouched like silent gargoyles, reviewing Loria's profile and noting that she is the only innocent Altia who has no connection to the corrupt human trafficking market. Yutia calmly orders Rine to focus their efforts on cutting off the local information flow, ensuring their upcoming bloody crusade against the Altia family never reaches their master's ears. Down on the ballroom floor, Alan looks up with a bored, lazy expression, completely clueless that his tiny, fanatical orphans are currently planning a regional genocide directly above his head. Walking through the empty, silent hall, Alan wonders if he has some kind of invisible social barrier around him, right before a sultry, elegant voice greets him from behind. He immediately brightens up, his chibi inner self celebrating the fact that a normal noble is finally offering him a friendly, non-violent greeting. But the absolute second he turns around and sees her vibrant red hair and devious smile, his face instantly drops back into a cold sweat of pure disappointment. He dryly notes that anyone who has the courage to approach him voluntarily in a crowded room is guaranteed to be a high-ranking, incredibly dangerous criminal. He politely bows, greeting her as Lady Zenonia, while she giggles behind her fan, thoroughly amused that the feared Count Palacio already knows her name. Alan coolly notes that she is quite famous, keeping his eyes focused as he tries to calculate just how dangerous this new interaction actually is. He recalls the game walkthrough, which clearly outlined the three great villainous houses of the Asteria Kingdom, House Altia in the north, and his own House Palacio in the east. And representing the final pillar of this unholy trinity in the west are the highly refined corporate-style degenerates of the Zenonia family. Standing before him is Kalia, the brilliant, ruthless eldest daughter of Count Zenonia, backed by a massive, shadowy serpent motif. Unlike his own family, who behave like a chaotic street gang, the Zenonias operate like a highly polished corporate mafia, making Kalia 100 times more dangerous than his late brothers. Alan bows politely, offering a generic compliment about her legendary beauty, while internally screaming that he needs to escape her grasp before she drags him into a massive corporate conspiracy. Kalia leans in close, her eyes flashing a dangerous crimson as she suggestively invites him to join her in a more private room to discuss their family's mutual underworld interests. Alan's face is a masterclass in polite, icy rejection, claiming that there are far too many prying eyes watching them tonight, while his inner self is literally begging her to just let him go home and eat toast. Kalia offers a knowing, victorious smirk, thoroughly convinced that Alan is just playing a highly sophisticated, cold-blooded political game of hard to get. She slowly backs away, purring that she highly looks forward to their next, more intimate meeting, leaving a thoroughly exhausted Alan standing alone in the hallway. He turns his head, utterly bewildered by the bizarre, threatening flirtation and wishing he could just go back to his 3-day paradise trial. Meanwhile, back in the dark rafters, Ryan and Yutia are quietly observing the hall, noting that a suspicious new observer has started trailing their master. They spot a dark, cloaked spy perched in a nearby tree, intently watching Alan's movements through the window with a highly hostile gaze. Since they have no direct orders from their master to execute him yet, they decide to quietly shadow the spy and prepare to eliminate him the absolute second he becomes a nuisance. A few days later, under a beautiful, clear blue sky, Alan and Evan are standing at the entrance of a massive, overgrown stone canyon. Evan looks around with a sweat drop, noting that despite the bright daylight, the inside of the canyon is strangely dark and filled with a thick, suffocating mist. Alan, however, is practically vibrating with excitement, realizing he has finally located his real objective. He marches forward into the mossy stone entrance, confident that his gaming walkthrough knowledge has led him to the ultimate game-changing treasure. In truth, the entire reason Alan fabricated his southern vacation was to locate a highly classified secret dungeon known as the Labyrinth of Whispers. According to his memory, any player who successfully solves the riddles in the dungeon's 8 chambers is rewarded with an incredibly powerful top-tier magical artifact. Standing before a massive stone door glowing with brilliant blue runes, Alan is practically drooling at the prospect of some easy, low-level level-up grinding. He quietly notes that while he used to get sick of grinding this dungeon on his console, seeing the majestic glowing ruins in real life is a completely different, highly thrilling experience. Evan looks up at the towering, hand-carved stone walls in absolute awe, asking how on earth his young master managed to locate a legendary, forgotten ruin that doesn't appear on any modern maps. Alan flashes a mysterious, cheeky grin, casually brushing it off as his mysterious ways, which only prompts Evan to groan and beg him to stop making that creepy face. The moment they step through the threshold, a massive, red, gargoyle-like monster lets out a high-pitched, deafening shriek from the ceiling. A swarm of demonic red-eyed bats descends from the darkness, their claws scraping against the ancient stone walls as the first puzzle chamber officially initiates. Evan looks up at the massive descending stone ceiling, dryly noting that they are going to be turned into flat pancakes if Alan gets a single riddle wrong. Alan remains completely calm, his deadpan expression unchanging as a massive, bloody explosion of bat paste splatters against the wall behind them. He slowly raises a glowing magical quill, his face bathed in a soft dramatic light as he begins drafting the answers to the ancient runes. Evan watches him, his mind completely reeling as he tries to find a single thread of logic connecting his master's random chaotic actions over the past 4 years. He's paid off random debts, freed random slaves, saved random orphans, and is now casually speedrunning a death-trap dungeon. Alan casually gestures to the massive rumbling stone door, cheerfully announcing that he successfully solved the riddle and cleared the chamber. Evan just sighs, shaking his head as he realizes that following his weird eccentric master always seems to result in them surviving impossible situations. Alan, however, is internally sweating bullets, his face pale as he tries not to puke after nearly spraining his neck to avoid looking at the gruesome monster remains. After hours of grueling puzzles, they finally step into the grand treasury room, bathed in a brilliant golden light and filled with mountains of sparkling gold coins. Standing before a stone altar shaped like a black, starry hand, Alan points to a simple, unadorned black ring, ignoring the massive piles of glittering gold. Evan is practically crying, clutching several gold bars to his chest as his master flatly orders him to leave the treasure behind to avoid attracting any dangerous high-level attention. Alan slides the cold black ring onto his finger, a victorious smile finally breaking across his face as he confirms he has obtained the legendary artifact Constraint. He cheerfully assures a skeptical Evan that the way back will be completely safe and free of any dangerous monsters. He skips ahead, practically radiating happy, casual, easy vibes, while Evan trails behind with a deeply exhausted, sweat-dropped expression. But the absolute second they step back into the canyon, the massive piles of stone suddenly rumble, glowing with a bright blue light as they transform into a wall of giant rock golems. Evan immediately draws his sword, a cold sweat running down his neck as he desperately searches for a way to buy enough time for his useless master to escape. But to his absolute shock, Alan slowly steps in front of him, his hand glowing with a soft light as he calmly announces that he will handle this fight himself. The massive rock golems raise their giant stone spears, their eyes glowing with pure, unyielding killer instinct as they prepare to crush the intruders. Evan screams in panic, reminding his master that his pathetic, second-tier magic won't even scratch the armor of a high-level stone guardian. Alan remains completely unbothered, slowly raising his hand to his face as he dryly whispers the initiation command, Constraint, commence. The black ring on his finger suddenly erupts in a blinding, dark purple vortex of raw, unadulterated magical power, completely halting the golems in their tracks. The sky above them suddenly splits open, revealing a cosmic starry void as a booming, primordial voice demands to know the 2 constraints he wishes to enact. Alan looks up with a cool, calm expression, noting that this specific game segment was much easier when it was just a simple text-based selection window. A massive, shadowy face of an ancient cosmic deity looms over the starry sky, radiating a pressure so intense it makes the earth itself tremble. Alan stands tall, his cape billowing in the cosmic wind as he prepares to bind his soul to the legendary high-risk artifact. He explains that Constraint is a unique, absorption-type artifact that grants the user overwhelming, godlike magical power in exchange for imposing permanent, strict limitations on their spellcasting. The giant cosmic mouth opens in the sky, a single terrifying word echoing through the canyon, speak. For his first constraint, Alan raises his hands, intertwining his fingers into a complex, ancient shape, as he declares that all his spellcasting shall strictly require the hand seals of Babylonia. The ancient entity asks what he wishes to gain from this limitation, and as Alan answers that he seeks the power to twist the laws of the world, the deity rumbles its approval, granted. Alan stands in a pool of brilliant white light, his hands held firmly in the sacred hand seal as the magical contract binds to his soul. The cosmic voice booms through the void once more, demanding his second and final limitation, Hake a second. Alan raises his hands to his mouth, forming a second, highly intricate hand seal as he prepares to deliver his final vow. He declares that in all his spellcasting, only the sacred ancient words of Babylonia may be used to chant his spells. He mimics the exact hand seal icon from the game walkthrough perfectly, holding his breath as he waits to see if his modern memory actually holds up in real life. The giant, cosmic face looms closer, studying the tiny mortal with a silent, heavy gaze that feels like a mountain crushing his chest. Alan's sweat drops, internally panicking that he might have gotten a single finger position wrong and accidentally nullified the entire contract. He remembers that in the game, choosing both hand seals and sacred words as your constraints granted the player the absolute maximum magical attack multiplier, meaning this risky gamble has to work. Finally, a single glowing word of pure light appears in the cosmic void, sealing the contract, accepted. The deity rumbles its gratitude to the human who carries on the will of the forgotten great god, leaving a thoroughly confused Alan wondering what on earth carrying on his will is supposed to mean. The black ring suddenly dissolves, absorbing directly into his hand as a massive, sparkling circle of white mana begins to flow smoothly through his veins. Back in the physical world, the massive stone golems slam their giant spears down, their eyes glowing a furious blood red as they charge. Evan screams in pure, unadulterated terror, his blade raised as he prepares to make a desperate final stand to protect his master. He lunges forward, desperately warning Alan that his pathetic second-tier magic won't even scratch the paint on these ancient guardians. Alan slowly opens his eyes, his pupils glowing with a cold, bright silver light that holds absolutely zero fear. He slowly raises his hand, brilliant, crackling arcs of blue lightning dancing across his skin as the massive influx of raw mana begins to gather in his palm. He recalls how his pathetic, natural mana capacity used to limit his lightning magic to a faint, sad little spark no matter how much he practiced. But now, as the giant stone golems loom over him, Alan decides it is the absolute perfect time to test the limits of his newly acquired, high-tier magical power. He intertwines his fingers into the complex, ancient hand seal, a brilliant spinning sphere of highly compressed blue lightning erupting in his hands. He stares forward with an icy, confident gaze, fully prepared to unleash the terrifying, godlike power of his new magical contract and the heavy price it demands. The world is full of terrible ideas, but testing a brand new, high-risk magical contract against a giant stone golem has to be near the top of the list. Alan stands before the massive guardian, a sphere of violent blue lightning crackling in his hand. To bypass his uselessly small mana reserves, he bound his soul to the legendary artifact Constraint, and now it is time to see if the terrifying price was actually worth it. Alan begins his first chant, his voice echoing through the damp cave as the raw lightning begins to twist and warp around his fingers. He stacks his second word of power, forcing the electricity to rebound and multiply in intensity, filling the cavern with a deafening hum. The light becomes blinding as a pillar of pure, radiant energy shoots straight toward the ceiling, turning the dark labyrinth into a makeshift sun. With the third word, the magical pressure shifts, condensing the chaotic bolts into a focused, hyper-destructive blue light. Evan stands in the background, probably questioning his life choices, as a massive sphere of concentrated lightning looms over the stone golems. Alan executes the final, intricate Babylonian hand seals, focusing the entire storm into a single linear trajectory. His eyes flare with cold determination as he unleashes the spell, the air pressure dropping instantly as the energy prepares to detonate. A massive column of lightning arcs forward with a deafening roar, tearing through the stone ground and turning the air to ozone. Evan's jaw hits the floor, his single visible eye widening in pure, unadulterated shock at the scale of the destruction. The lightning tears through the lead golem, the raw voltage turning solid rock into white-hot slag in a matter of seconds. The electrical currents branch out, completely vaporizing the remaining guardians until there is nothing left but smoking debris. The dust slowly settles over the ruined chamber, leaving Alan and Evan standing amidst the rubble of what used to be a high-level boss room. One giant stone hand attempts to raise its weapon for a final desperate strike, refusing to accept that it just got thoroughly outclassed. But the remaining magical currents curse through its stone body, shattering the joint and sending the heavy lance crashing to the ground. The last sparks of the lightning storm flicker and fade against the dark walls, leaving a tense, heavy silence in their wake. The stone guardians have been reduced to highly expensive gravel, and the chamber is finally quiet. Evan slowly approaches his master, sweating profusely as he mutters about how absolutely unbelievable that display of power was. He asks Alan if he had been hiding this level of world-ending strength all along, because honestly, that would explain a lot. Evan points out that in his 15 years of surviving as a hardened mercenary, he has never seen basic second-tier magic do, well, that. Alan just gives him a flat, deadpan look and confirms that yes, that was indeed just a second-tier spell. Inwardly, however, Alan is panicking because even he didn't expect the magic to be this ridiculously overpowered compared to the original game. He recalls that in the turn-based system of psychedelia, a player could only enhance their attack power by a meager 10% per turn using sigils. But in this real world, stacking 4 distinct incantations and sigils over 5 continuous turns turned a basic chain lightning spell into a localized apocalypse. By compounding the Thunderblades together, they formed a massive, large-scale magic circle that the game's code could only dream of. It turns out that in exchange for the annoying restriction of hand seals and spoken chants, the cosmic deity of constraint actually gave him god-tier damage multipliers. Even so, Alan feels like using this much force on a mid-level dungeon was a bit of an overkill, but hey, at least they survived. Evan slides down onto a rock, sighing in relief and complaining that keeping up with his master's dramatic battles is exhausting. He looks up at the massive, cracked dome of the cavern, wondering what kind of lunatic designed such a terrifying labyrinth. Alan stares into the distance, suddenly remembering that the Whispering Labyrinth actually had a much more famous secondary name in the game community. In the online player forums and guidebooks, the seasoned veterans always referred to this place as the Labyrinth of Palon. When Alan casually mentions that the dungeon was built by a legendary figure named Palon, Evan stares at him in complete disbelief, wondering how his master knows ancient historical secrets. Alan awkwardly changes the subject, lifting the exhausted mercenary up and declaring that it is finally time to head back east. Evan is deeply moved, praising his master for being so incredibly diligent and hardworking, which is hilarious because Alan's primary motivation is to go home and take a 3-day nap. As they walk, Alan analyzes his magic, noting that unlike the game where only raw numbers changed, each physical sigil here visibly altered the shape of the lightning. He wonders if his natural mana control is simply so exceptional that he can perceive and manipulate these subtle, high-level changes. Either way, he decides he will run more tests once his mana recovers, satisfied that everything worked out perfectly in the end. But as the two depart into the night, a silent, hooded figure watches them from the high cliffs above, her glowing green eyes cutting through the darkness. The figure leaps down with supernatural grace, descending into the deep fissure of the labyrinth without making a single sound. It is Rhine, the logistical genius of the Blue Moon, her light footsteps echoing softly as she enters the ruined chamber. She approaches a massive glowing stone tablet carved with the ancient blue glowing script of the forgotten Alanef Empire. She pulls back her hood, her expressionless face illuminated by the magical runes as she begins to translate the text. The ancient tablet reads, "To protect a beloved friend who would be left all alone, the legendary swordmaster Palaun stood his ground." Rhine lets out a soft sigh, gently touching the glowing blue runes with her fingertips as she feels the weight of history. The tablet describes how the Radiant Emperor, the Great Palaun, single-handedly repelled the terrifying invasion of the Black Ones and defeated the heart-devouring beast, Alakolaka. Rhine knows all of this ancient lore because she was born with the grand mission of protecting the lost knowledge within the ancient library. She connects the dots in her mind, realizing that the Great Moon Alan himself must have once called this legendary Palaun a worthy friend. She recalls that the historical records of the Bloody Queen Eudia were vastly different from reality, proving that history is written by the victors, not the truth. She stands in awe, convinced that Alan is an ancient, immortal entity who walked alongside the heroes of legend. She remembers the bizarre, ancient incantation Alan chanted during his battle, noting that it doesn't exist in any of her library's records, leaving her deeply mystified by his true identity. Standing alone in the quiet, glowing cavern, she feels a profound sense of reverence for her master's unfathomable depths. She clasps her hands together, blushing slightly as she admits she feels ashamed for merely following orders when her master operates on such a cosmic scale. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes interrupts her thoughts, and she turns her cold, analytical gaze toward the shadows. Another hooded Blue Moon agent drops down from the trees, reporting with a dark expression that the spy they were tracking has perished. The agent explains that the spy's neck suddenly twisted twice in midair, a clear sign of a highly advanced magical execution trigger. Rhine's eyes darken. Realizing this means their enemies are using extreme security measures, and she decides to report this to Utia for proper handling. The two shadow agents vanish into the night sky, leaving the quiet forest under the watchful gaze of the full moon. Meanwhile, far to the west, inside the lavishly decorated estate of Count Zenonia, a very different kind of player is planning her next move. Kalia Zenonia sips her tea, a highly dangerous smirk playing on her lips as she realizes the rumors about Alan Palacio were actually true. She recalls meeting Alan at the ball, remembering how his cold, unfeeling gaze felt like staring directly into the terrifying depths of the abyss. She finds it highly amusing that a recluse like Alan, who rarely socializes, was able to identify her as the famous mastermind of her family. She walks over to her father, who is quietly sitting at his desk, and asks him dryly if he doesn't find the whole situation incredibly strange. Her father, Count Zenonia, writes silently, looking like a tired office worker who has completely given up on life. Kalia circles behind him, her elegant, low-cut gown flowing as a dark, magical aura begins to envelop her. She leans over her father's shoulder, her eyes glowing with absolute dominance as she exerts her control over him. She smiles wickedly, noting that no one in the high society would ever suspect that she is the one truly running the house while her father acts as a puppet. She wonders how on earth Alan Palacio managed to find this out, especially since the spy she tried to plant on him was detected and eliminated almost instantly. Suddenly, a panicked guard bursts into the hallway, breathlessly calling out to Lady Kalia. Kalia turns to him with an irritated look, demanding to know what could possibly be urgent enough to interrupt her tea time. The guard frantically tells her to come to her private chamber immediately, where they have discovered a horrifying sight. Inside the room, her personal assassin lies slumped against the door, his face completely blackened by a lethal magical curse. The guard notes that because the magical silence seal didn't activate, the spy must have been killed before he could reveal a single secret. Kalia's smile returns, wider and more unhinged this time, as she realizes Alan deliberately placed the dead body in her personal chambers as a silent, terrifying warning. Meanwhile, the terrifying, cold-blooded Shadow Lord in question is currently back home, lazily scratching his ear while Evan sleeps soundly on his couch. Peak mastermind behavior. Under the cold winter sky, a lavish carriage rolls into the massive, heavily fortified territory of the Altea ducal house. Inside, Loria Altea sits in absolute silence, her eyes shadowed with a mix of dread, despair, and a strange, desperate hope. She remembers Alan's dark silhouette and his cold eyes, realizing he is a true noble of the underworld who operates on a level of ruthlessness her late father could only dream of. She tells herself that Alan was her absolute last lifeline, but she knew a man of his caliber would never agree to a deal that didn't benefit him. She recalls how she was stripped of all her wealth and power by her cruel, ambitious siblings Tamalian, Marianne, Phylin, and Kig, leaving her with absolutely nothing. Up until now, she had barely managed to survive by clinging to her father's fading mercy, but with his death, her time had officially run out. The carriage door swings open and a panicked maid screams Loria's name, running toward her with a face pale as death. The maid gasps, frantically delivering the unbelievable news that Lady Phylin and Lord Kig have suddenly took their own lives. Loria is completely stunned, her mind racing as she realizes that people who would easily murder their own family would never willingly commit suicide. Before she can process the news, a blood-curdling scream echoes from the deep corridors of the mansion, shattering the quiet night. The servants shrink back in sheer terror as they peer into the main hall, their eyes wide with horror at the scene before them. Lord Tamalian and Lady Marianne stand locked in a final, lethal embrace, both of them impaled through the chest by sharp, elegant swords. Meanwhile, far away from the carnage, a white bird flies across a beautiful golden sunset, carrying a set of highly anticipated letters. In the dark hideout of the Blue Moon, the orphans stand in silence as a high-level directive from their beloved master is personally delivered. Seolong practically vibrates with excitement, waving her letter in the air while Deus watches her with a rare, soft smile on his face. Ryan and Utia hold their letters close to their chests, their eyes shining with a deep, fanatical gratitude for their master's guidance. A cute chibi insert shows Seolong trying to play with a quiet book-loving Ryan, noting that giving her a rare book is the absolute best way to win her over. Back at the Altea mansion, Loria peers through the crack of a door, her eyes wide with shock as she discovers a hidden clues left behind by the killers. A silver-haired shadow slips over the rooftops under the full moon, moving with the terrifying speed of a seasoned predator. It is Radon, a cold, predatory grin on his face as he whispers that the targets have been successfully eliminated. With a single, massive swing of his buster sword, he unleashes a localized gale that clears his escape path, leaving no physical evidence behind. Loria stands amidst the panicked servants, staring at the empty, blood-spattered hallway in absolute silence. She pulls out the small protective note Alan gave her at the ball, which reads, "Good fortune will come to you," and she suddenly understands everything. She realizes Alan is the true shadow behind the Count's house, a terrifying entity who hid his claws until the perfect moment to strike. Her body trembles with a mix of awe and terror as she realizes his seemingly polite card was actually a direct prophecy of her siblings' massacre. Just like that, without lifting a single finger herself, Loria became the sole, undisputed heir of the Altea Duchy overnight. She wonders what kind of ridiculous, world-ending demon she has accidentally made a deal with, but she knows there is absolutely no turning back now. She walks down the long, empty corridor, fully aware of what happens to those who dare to betray or disappoint the Shadow Master. Her green eyes harden with cold resolve as she decides she will walk the bloody path she chose, no matter where it leads. 2 months later, back at the Palacio estate, a neat messenger stands before Alan, politely presenting a luxurious wooden box. Evan pops up behind him, his single eye sparkling as he identifies the contents as a bottle of Cernak's wine, a legendary vintage that costs several thousand gold coins. Alan opens the elegant card attached to the bottle, finding a polite message of respect signed by none other than Loria Altia. Alan asks the messenger in disbelief if this incredibly expensive gift is truly meant for him, and the messenger confirms the Duke personally prepared it. Alan's brain completely short-circuits as he tries to connect the helpless girl he rejected at the ball to the current ruler of the North. The scene shifts to Loria Altia, who is currently sitting at the Duke's grand desk, writing official decrees with a calm, commanding posture. She lets out a tired sigh and stretches, reflecting on how the past 2 months have flown by like a chaotic, fast-paced storm. Following her father's sudden death from illness, she smoothly held the succession ceremony and claimed the title of Duke. She notes that although her siblings' sudden violent deaths were incredibly suspicious, she managed to avoid all political backlash. This was entirely thanks to the perfect alibi called the ball that Alan provided, which shielded her from any potential investigation. She shivers slightly, realizing that Alan didn't just save her life, he took absolute advantage of her tragic situation to advance his own goals. Outwardly, he had declined her desperate plea with cold indifference, but behind the scenes, his shadow organization handled everything flawlessly. She wonders in awe just how many steps ahead this terrifying man is planning, noting that she didn't even inform him of her father's death to avoid burdening him. She convinces herself that Alan reached out to her because his grand, mysterious plan absolutely required the political power of Altia. Even though she has successfully unified all the underground factions under Altia, she knows she still can't compare to the massive concealed power Alan holds. She assumes this means her noble benefactor wants something else from her, staring at the snow-covered roses outside her window. She visualizes Alan as a legendary underworld tycoon who rose to the absolute top purely through unmatched business acumen and political ruthlessness. She concludes that the only thing Alan lacked was the ancient high society renown of Altia, and she is more than willing to be his perfect chess piece. Standing beneath the massive portraits of her ancestors, she looks incredibly small but completely determined to fulfill her role. She tells herself that for now, she must focus on her duties and prove her worth to her mysterious savior. She looks up at the portrait of her father, expecting her noble benefactor Alan to contact her with a new, world-changing directive very soon. She smiles softly, genuinely hoping that the incredibly rare and expensive wine she sent was enough to please his highly refined taste. Back in the office, the messenger bows politely and takes his leave, leaving the two men alone with the legendary bottle. Alan's sweat drops, completely bewildered by how the once threatened Loria is now a duke, while Evan watches him with deep suspicion, wondering what his master is plotting now. A few months later, winter officially settles over the massive Palacio estate, marking exactly 5 years before the game's main story is scheduled to begin. Alan stands by the grand window, looking elegant but deeply exhausted by the cold weather and his endless noble paperwork. Evan runs into the hallway, casually calling him young master before correcting himself and asking if he should start using the official title of count. Alan sighs, thinking to himself that becoming a high-ranking count was never part of his sweet, lazy life plan, but he has to make the best of it. Still, he admits that once he got used to the administrative work, the massive perks and work-life balance of a wealthy count aren't half bad. Evan hands him a fresh letter from Utia. As they walk toward the study, Alan asks if they have found any solid leads on the mysterious assassins who killed his corrupt older brother Leo. Evan reports that the Information Guild is currently investigating thoroughly, but he sits down and asks Alan dryly what his true goal in this is. Alan looks away, thinking that the small differences from the game are probably the butterfly effects caused by his own actions, and he just wants to be prepared. Evan chuckles, teasing him that his response sounded incredibly noble and count-like, which Alan awkwardly accepts just to end the conversation. Alan sits back and opens the letter from Utia, smiling gently as he wonders what cute, normal updates his lovely orphans have sent him this month. The letter describes their sweet hobbies, like Deus practicing puppet plays, Xiaolong playing energetic outdoor games with her friends, and Ryan quietly reading her books. Utia writes that Radon has developed a wonderful taste for gardening, helping the staff water the beautiful flowers in the orphanage backyard. Reading these monthly letters has become a warm, comforting routine for Alan, making him smile like a proud, doting father who raised his kids perfectly. He looks up from the letter, suddenly curious, and asks Evan how old the 5 kids are now. Evan looks at him seriously, pointing out that they are quickly reaching the age to officially step into the high society, and some have already left the orphanage. He notes that most of the children Alan personally rescued from those horrific underworld facilities are currently around that exact age group. A cute illustration shows the orphans bowing deeply in traditional clothes, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to their beloved sponsor for raising them so well. Evan asks if Alan kept them close on purpose because they were sickly, but Alan replies that there's no need anymore since they've grown up so healthy. Alan thinks to himself that since he raised them with absolute kindness, there is no way they will ever awaken as the world-destroying sins from the game. They'll do just fine. The comic panels instantly contrast his naive, happy thoughts with terrifying, epic illustrations of the sins in their full boss glory, starting with Utia, the embodiment of terrifying faith. Next is Deus, the master of the sword and puppets, followed by Ryan's talent for cold, calculated research and Seolang's hyperlethal combat prowess. And finally, Radon, the towering frontline brawler with unmatched talent for absolute leadership, looking ready to conquer the entire kingdom. Completely oblivious to the fact that he has raised a literal army of world-ending superbosses, Alan excitedly throws paper in the air, planning to secure them prestigious high society jobs. He decides he might as well write them a final letter and send them highly personalized gifts, confident that his sweet, innocent kids will absolutely love them. The beautiful, snow-covered Palacio estate stands quiet under the warm winter sunset, completely unaware of the absolute chaos its master is about to unleash. Alan stretches his arms up, triumphantly declaring that he is finally done with his letters, while Evan snorts and takes a deep breath on the couch. Evan cheerfully takes his leave, joking that if things go well with these gifts later, he might actually get a nice bonus out of it, leaving a very confused Alan behind. When you are the leader of a fanatical shadow syndicate, receiving a personal letter from your self-proclaimed deity is basically Christmas. The 5 future world-destroying sins stand in their secret base, staring at the newly arrived individual letters from their master. Seolang is already celebrating like she won the lottery, while Renee and Utia look at their sealed envelopes with a level of reverence usually reserved for holy relics. Utia holds her letter close, her deep crimson eyes glowing as she suggests they should review their master's previous letters first to fully comprehend his high-level designs. Deus and the others are stunned to realize they are finally allowed to read the sacred texts, as Utia previously guarded them like a dragon hoarding gold. She explains that since Alan sent individual letters this time, it is officially time for the inner circle to see his grand design. The letter reads, "How have you been lately? It seems you have many talented friends. If you need anything, just let me know." Truly a terrifyingly complex blueprint for world domination. Deus, Radon, and Seolang stare at the paper with blank expressions, with Deus dryly pointing out that this looks suspiciously like ordinary polite small talk. Utia gives them a pitying look, explaining that their master is far too brilliant to write his classified plans out in plain text, meaning he obviously disguised his directives from the very beginning. She pulls out his very first letter, which reads, "Utia, how are you doing? I'm doing fine. My second brother used me as a chair today. Haha, funny, right?" The kids look at the page in awe as Utia explains that this was actually a highly sophisticated assassination directive, where Alan subtly designated his corrupt brother as an elimination target and officially entrusted the Blue Moon to her care. Deus's eyes widen as he realizes the sheer genius of using mundane sibling complaints to completely bypass the kingdom's security networks and prevent information leaks. He asks if it wouldn't be safer to just use secure magic communicators, but Utia shuts down his logical inquiry with a cold, fanatical gaze, reminding him that a weapon does not question the hands of the wielder. Her glowing red eyes lock onto him, sending a very clear message: if their master wants to use carrier pigeons and friendly small talk, they will decode it and execute his will without hesitation. Deus breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that Utia's level of steadfast, terrifying trust is bordering on absolute madness, but arguing with her is a one-way ticket to a very shallow grave. He quickly backs down, allowing Seolang to happily cheer that it is finally time to open their new individual orders. The secret basement falls quiet as the 5 orphans break the wax seals on their letters, each preparing to receive their life-defining missions. Seolang's face falls as she reads that her destination is Caliburn, the harsh militaristic nation of knights, and she immediately starts complaining about how much she absolutely hates hot, dry deserts. Radon, on the other hand, is thrilled to learn he is heading to Raxus, the chaotic entertainment city, while Ryan is quietly assigned to Larthania, the mysterious maze city. Utia smiles softly as she reads her own destination, the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, already planning how to weave her master's influence into the very fabric of the church. Deus notes that his letter instructs him to become an official knight in Caliburn, promising that their financial patronage will continue and even providing the exact coordinates of hidden gifts waiting for them at their destinations. Before they depart, Utia turns to them with a stone-cold expression, giving them a final absolute rule: they must never, under any circumstances, mention the name of the blue moon unless their master speaks it first. Under the bright morning sun, the orphans take a final look at the quiet orphanage that served as their sanctuary, ready to step out and conquer the world in their savior's name. They walk down the grand path in a single file line, their dark capes fluttering as they leave their childhood behind and head toward their respective destinies. 3 months pass in the blink of an eye, and Alan's desk is currently covered in a massive mountain of research papers, ancient texts, and empty teacups. Alan lets out a deep, exhausted sigh, tossing his pen down as he complains that none of these dusty library books contain any useful information on how his Babylonian hand signs actually alter his magic. He rubs his temples, casually asking Evan how the investigation into the mysterious assassins who brutally executed his older brother Leo is currently going. Evan holds up a massive stack of documents, admitting that the highly renowned Information Guild has found absolutely nothing, leaving him deeply puzzled. Alan scratches his neck in deep thought, realizing that the butterfly effect from saving the 5 future sins has completely spun out of his control. He thinks about Loria Altea, who was supposed to be a tragic footnote in the prologue, but is now expanding her terrifying political and underworld influence as the sole Duke of the North. He suddenly gestures to Evan to stop the investigation entirely, realizing that when it comes to high-level underworld conspiracies, ignorance is absolute bliss. He reasons that if the Information Guild can't find these assassins, it means they are dealing with a group so powerful that digging into their business will only get him and his family killed. In the game's original lore, secret vigilante organizations generally don't attack random nobles unless those nobles actively try to interfere with their operations, so the safest option is to play dumb and stay far away. Evan nods in agreement, packing up his notes and promising to officially call off the investigation so they can focus on much safer noble business. Evan then mentions a highly intriguing piece of news he recently received. It seems that Deus has recently been appointed as an official knight in the Kingdom of Caliburn. Alan smiles, genuinely happy that his sweet, quiet orphan is doing so well in life. 3 months later, however, Evan returns with an update that completely shatters that peaceful illusion. While sitting on a bench eating grilled meat skewers, Evan casually drops the bombshell that the teenager Deus didn't just join a knight order, he literally created his own personal order from scratch. Alan almost chokes on his food, his eyes bulging as he realizes that to command an entire order in Caliburn, Deus must have already reached the expert level of swordsmanship. Evan confirms his suspicions, adding that the military high command is whispering that the world is about to witness the birth of a legendary 5th Master Knight in less than 10 years. Alan can only blink in stunned silence, realizing that his attempt to raise a normal, quiet kid has instead produced a terrifying military prodigy who is currently shaking the foundations of the continent. 6 months later, the seasons shift once more, and a majestic, snow-dusted manor stands tall under the winter sky, marking a full year since the children left the orphanage. Alan is slowly getting used to his daily administrative duties as Count, practicing a small spark of magic at his desk to pass the time. Evan walks into the study, his expression deadpan as he delivers the latest, highly casual update. It seems Deus has officially been granted the title of a Sword of Caliburn. Alan's magic instantly fizzles out in a puff of smoke, his eyes wide with sheer disbelief as he stammers that only a legendary swordmaster can hold the title of a Master Knight. Evan asks if there is really that much of a difference, prompting Alan to explain the strict hierarchy of swordsmanship. A regular sword user must train for decades to become an expert, and only a chosen few can ever hope to reach the peak. In the lore of psychedelia, a swordmaster is a superhuman who has surpassed the limits of the aura blade and unlocked a unique, reality-bending ability called derivation. He asks Evan if he is telling him that Deus has actually become a full-fledged swordmaster at such a ridiculously young age. Evan clarifies that Deus hasn't actually created his derivation yet, but the King of Caliburn was so incredibly desperate for high-level military power that he granted him the title anyway. He explains that Deus recently won a formal duel against the kingdom's renowned fourth sword, proving his raw combat power is already at the level of a master. Alan rubs his chin, recalling that Caliburn has been locked in a brutal, exhausting war against the northern barbarians for over a decade, meaning they are desperate enough to throw titles at any prodigy who can swing a sword. Still, the sheer speed of Deus's growth is absurd. For a regular human, simply realizing mana and moving it around takes 15 years, and developing a derivation takes several decades. He recalls that Reinhardt, the legendary first sword of Caliburn, was hailed as the youngest Master Knight in history when he achieved the rank at age 32. Reinhardt was a temporary party member in the game's third main episode, a cocky genius who had been wielding a massive buster sword since he was 5 years old. Even with Reinhardt's god-tier talent, it took him over 20 years of constant, brutal warfare to reach the peak of swordsmanship. And yet, a teenager who had absolutely no formal knowledge of swordsmanship a few years ago has just casually bypassed all historical records. Alan's eyes narrow as a brilliant, highly self-serving idea forms in his mind, wondering if this means he can leech off of Deus's massive military influence much sooner than he expected. But he quickly dismisses the thought, looking down at his desk with a sigh of disappointment as he realizes a major flaw in his plan. He complains to Evan that despite Deus's massive success, he hasn't received a single letter from the boy, only getting regular updates from Utia. The letters from Utia are highly detailed, containing constant updates on how the other orphans are doing, proving that the kids are still in close contact with each other. Alan looks slightly hurt, thinking to himself that even though they've never seen his face, they could at least send a quick thank you note for all the luxurious food, clothing, and personalized gifts he sponsored. He suddenly slaps his cheeks with both hands, reminding himself that he should be more than thankful that his sweet kids haven't destroyed the kingdom yet. As long as they are growing up healthy and staying far away from their game-destined villain paths, he is perfectly happy to remain their silent, comfortable sponsor. The scene shifts to the majestic, towering spires of Caliburn's capital city, glowing under a beautiful pink and purple sunset. Inside the grand, heavily guarded mansion where the illustrious solar eclipse knights reside, a group of highly disciplined soldiers are practicing their drills in the courtyard. Inside the lavish commander's office, a young man stands by the massive stained glass window, looking out over his troops with a calm, commanding posture. It is Deus Macalian, looking incredibly sleek and imposing in his dark, high-collared knight armor, letting out a soft sigh as he reflects on his journey. He looks down at the courtyard, spotting a familiar young girl with long, purple hair walking toward the entrance. The girl looks up and spots him, waving her hand with a bright, joyful smile as she calls out to her brother. Deus's cold, military expression instantly melts into a soft, genuinely happy smile as he waves back, his heart swelling with warmth. He clears his throat, turning away from the window as he admits to himself that even after a full year, thinking back to his past still makes him feel deeply embarrassed. He recalls the tragic day his home was destroyed by the terrifying black things, remembering how he lost absolutely everything in a matter of seconds. He remembers his younger sister being ripped away from him by the dark tentacles, leaving him entirely powerless to save her. He was left with nothing but uncontrollable rage, hatred, and a burning desire for revenge against the monsters that ruined his life. He spent years locked in a cold, dark dungeon, starving and broken, waiting for his turn to be executed or sold as a slave. When the Great Moon first saved his life, Deus didn't care about swearing allegiance to some mysterious noble, he only cared about the promise of revenge. He threw himself into the most dangerous suicidal missions for the Blue Moon, completely disregarding his own safety as long as he could slaughter his enemies. He spent years building the foundation to fight against the darkness, until one day he received his very first personal, direct order from his savior. The letter was short and direct, instructing him to head to a small remote hotel in southern Caliburn to claim a special gift. Deus recalls walking into the quiet inn, his heart heavy and his expression indifferent, wondering what kind of weapon or artifact his master had left for him. But as he opened the door, his purple eyes widened in absolute paralyzing shock as he saw a young girl sweeping the floor. The sun shone brightly through the window, illuminating the face of the young girl who turned to look at him with wide, tear-filled eyes. Deus's sword clattered to the floor, his entire body trembling as his mind struggled to comprehend the impossible sight before him. The gift from the Great Moon wasn't a weapon of destruction, but a miracle of salvation. He sprinted forward, dropping to his knees and wrapping his arms around his little sister, sobbing uncontrollably as he held the family he thought he had lost forever. In the quiet warmth of the small inn, Deus holds his sister tightly, his tears flowing freely as he refuses to let go of the family he believed was dead. He pulls back slightly, his voice trembling as he calls her name, Siley, and desperately asks what happened to her after they were separated. Siley smiles through her tears, gently wiping her brother's wet face with her soft hands, reassuring him that she is finally safe. The two sit down at a small table, the sunlight pouring over them as Siley prepares a warm cup of tea for her long-lost brother. Her expression darkens slightly as she begins to recount her harrowing journey after those dark monsters dragged her away from him. She explains that she was thrown into a massive, terrifying underground cage filled with countless other children, forced to wait in the dark for her turn. When it finally became her turn to be dragged to the altar and slaughtered in a dark, magical ritual, she had completely given up on survival. A massive explosion of pure, radiant white magic suddenly tore through the dark ritual chamber, shattering the chains and sending her captors flying. A brilliant, warm light enveloped the room, completely dispersing the dark shadows and clearing a path of escape. Siley was pulled out of the collapsing chamber by a gentle hand, escaping into the forest while the facility burned behind her. Years later, when she was on the verge of being captured and sold by a brutal group of slave merchants, her luck finally ran out once more. But before the slave traders could touch her, a series of brilliant, lightning-fast sword strikes cut through the darkness. A tall, imposing warrior with a black eye patch descended from the trees like a guardian angel, moving with absolute cold precision. It was Evan, his cape fluttering as he easily dispatched her attackers and stood protectively in front of her, sheathing his blade. Siley explains that after saving her, Evan brought her to a safe sanctuary and regularly delivered rare, expensive medicine from a mysterious noble sponsor. She pulls out a beautifully detailed, gold-trimmed card signed by Alon Palacio, which reads, "I will keep sending the medicine and support. You are safe under the name of Palacio. Don't worry about your sibling, either." She holds the card close to her chest, her eyes shining with deep gratitude as she tells Deus how incredibly thankful she is to their noble sponsor. Deus stares at the signature in absolute paralyzing shock, his mind racing as he processes the name written on the card. He thinks to himself in pure disbelief, "How did the Great Moon even know about my sister? I never told a single soul about my family, and Utia only knew that I was a survivor." He looks up at the moonlit sky, a profound, terrifying realization washing over him. Alan Palacio doesn't just watch over them, he possesses absolute, omniscient knowledge of the entire world. His purple eyes widen as his breath catches, realizing that every single event in his life has been perfectly anticipated and guided by his master's hand. Every single question in his mind suddenly fits together like a perfect, flawless puzzle, and his doubts completely vanish. He recalls Utia's constant, high-level anxiety about displeasing their master, remembering how she always muttered that a weapon must never think for itself. He realizes that his own desire for simple, bloody revenge was incredibly foolish and short-sighted compared to his master's cosmic designs. He remembers Alan's casual parting words, "Good things will happen," realizing it wasn't a friendly greeting, but a literal divine prophecy of his sister's return. He looks down at his sister, his heart swelling, as he realizes that even though he acted on his own and risked his life, his master chose to reward his loyalty with absolute mercy. A grand, glowing silhouette of Alan looms in his mind, and Deus officially swears his entire soul, sword, and life to the Great Moon. Siley happily serves him a plate of warm bread and soup, her bright smile a constant reminder of the miracle his master performed. For Deus, who had chewed on nothing but bitter hatred and bloody thoughts of revenge for years, the survival of his sister is a gift beyond any physical measure. He looks at his sister's happy face, thinking that anyone who has experienced his master's absolute grace would instantly understand why the Blue Moon worships him. He realizes Utia wasn't just being a blind fanatic, nor was she trusting him blindly, she simply understood his master's true divine nature long before anyone else. He vows that he must repay this debt at all costs, declaring that his ultimate mission is to become the absolute pinnacle of Caliburn's military power. He will climb to the rank of Master Knight and build the ultimate elite knight order filled with the best swordsmen on the continent, all to serve as his master's personal vanguard. Back in the present day, a high-ranking knight approaches Deus in his candle-lit office, bowing politely as he announces that the troops are ready. Deus walks down to the grand courtyard where hundreds of elite solar eclipse knights stand in perfect silent formation under the crescent moon. The soldiers look up at their young captain with absolute, unwavering loyalty, ready to march into the very gates of hell on his command. Deus firmly grasps the hilt of his sword, the dark blade glowing with a sharp purple magical energy as he prepares to lead them. He raises his blade high, declaring that he does not care what hardships, wars, or trials may come his way. Under the freezing wind, the solar eclipse knights march out in a massive, imposing column, heading north to annihilate the barbarian hordes. Meanwhile, back at the Palacio estate, the legendary underworld Shadow King is currently laying flat on his back on the grass, looking like a discarded laundry bag. He stretches lazily, enjoying the peaceful quiet and thinking that now that his 5 kids have grown up and left, his life is finally perfect. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind sweeps through the courtyard, sending his carefully organized stack of research papers flying into the air. Alan leaps up in a panic, flailing his arms wildly as he scrambles to catch the loose sheets before they blow over the mansion wall. He looks down at a captured page, deeply regretting his past decision to write all of his highly classified magical research notes in elegant, completely illegible cursive. After returning from the Whispering Labyrinth, Alan has spent every single day researching the hidden mechanics of his newly acquired phrases. He reviews his neat notes. Refraction strengthens the natural imperfection within a completed spell, allowing its elemental range to spread exponentially. He recalls how his chain lightning spell completely filled the massive cave, realizing the phrase altered the very nature of the electrical currents. He notes that the phrase blue light serves as a massive amplifier for parallel magical paths, specifically reinforcing electrical and lightning magic, while line of diffraction grants absolute penetration, turning a standard elemental attack into a lethal armor-piercing critical strike. However, the artifact has strict rules. If he uses mismatched phrases, repeats the same phrase twice, or attempts to stack more than 4, the entire spell will fail instantly. He scratches his head with his pen, complaining that because of his microscopic mana hole, he can only cast 1 spell per day, which is why it took him 2 full months of slow, painful research to figure this much out. Furthermore, in this era, the high-level hand signs and phrases of Babylonia have been completely forgotten, leaving him with absolutely no guidebooks or libraries to consult. But despite the tedious work, Alan admits he actually found himself having a bit of fun, even though he originally learned magic purely to protect his own skin. He raises his hands, a sharp spark of blue lightning crackling around his fingertips as he prepares to test the results of his hard work. He begins the complex hand seals, focusing his mana to eliminate the focal point of the sphere and trigger an imbalance in the electrical currents. A chaotic, wild sphere of white lightning forms before him, crackling loudly as the raw energy begins to search for a direction. He speaks his first chanted phrase, fixation, instantly stabilizing the chaotic sphere and locking the raw energy in place. Next, he chants compression, forcing the wild lightning to condense into a hyper-dense, vibrating core. He follows with breakdown, shattering the condensed core and forcing the electrical currents to branch out in a beautiful, wild pattern. The raw energy begins to fester and take shape, transforming from a simple projectile into a living, crackling storm. Finally, he executes the last hand sign and chants Fleeting Bloom, unleashing the complete spell with absolute focus. A massive, blinding column of brilliant blue-green lightning erupts from his hands, shooting straight into the sky with a deafening roar. The raw energy twists and warps, turning the peaceful garden into a white-hot storm of pure elemental force. A massive glowing tree of solid lightning stands tall in the center of the courtyard, crackling loudly as it illuminates the entire estate. Alan stares at his creation in absolute awe, realizing that the chronological order of his phrases matters immensely, as changing the sequence completely ruins the spell. He analyzes the magic, noting that when he tried to use breakdown before compression in his previous test, the entire spell simply fizzled out in a pathetic puff of smoke. Suddenly, a trembling, horrified voice gasps from behind him, stammering that this is absolutely impossible. Alan slowly turns around, his jaw dropping as he sees Kalia Zenonia and an elderly scholar standing at the entrance of his courtyard. The elderly scholar is clutching his chest, his eyes wide with sheer, unadulterated terror as he screams that they have just witnessed a legendary origin magic. The old mage's face is completely pale as he frantically explains to a stunned Kalia that casting origin magic is a feat only achieved by a legendary 7th circle mage. Alan stands there with a completely blank expression, his brain short-circuiting as he internally screams, "Origin magic? Me? A 7th circle mage? I literally just learned how to do this yesterday." Meanwhile, a hilarious chibi flashback shows Deus kneeling before the crying, cartoonish king of Caliburn, who is begging him to stay, while Deus calmly thinks to himself that his entire strength belongs solely to his beloved master Alan. Halia's brow is slick with cold sweat as she sits in silence, her mind racing to comprehend the sheer scale of the power she just witnessed. She brought 2 clear motives to the Palacio estate today. First, to confirm if Alan held a leverage card that could utterly ruin the Zenonia crime family, and second, to use her high-ranking mage to sense the true depth of the shadow organization protecting the new count. But what they actually discovered was something so absurdly terrifying that her normally arrogant advisor is currently shivering like a wet puppy. This shivering old man is Biancal, a renowned 5th-rank mage who was famously expelled from the Mage Tower for performing highly unethical, inhumane experiments. Biancal is a ruthless monster capable of wiping out entire military battalions with a flick of his wrist, and yet he is currently staring at the floor in absolute horror. Kalia swallows hard, wondering if the spell Alan casually threw in the courtyard was indeed a legendary world-bending origin magic. The door swings open, and Alan walks back into the reception room looking entirely relaxed in his clean coat as he asks them dryly what business brings them to his quiet estate. Inwardly, however, our boy is sweating buckets, trying to maintain his signature cold mastermind gaze while praying they didn't see his magical research notes. Kalia quickly stands and bows, politely apologizing for their sudden, unannounced intrusion and any discourtesy they may have caused. She claims they simply got lost while wandering the beautiful estate, a terrible excuse that Alan politely agrees to overlook. Alan sits down, leaning forward with a dark, intense look as he decides to set the record straight once and for all. What he cast in the garden was absolutely not origin magic. He looked Bianca directly in the eyes, stating in a flat, deadpan voice that if they absolutely must assign his little parlor trick a rank, it would be a meager second-rank spell. He points out that the lightning tree had no actual tactical function, serving neither for offense nor defense, meaning it is completely useless in a real battle. He leans in closer, his voice dropping to a chilly whisper as he tells them that because his magic is so pathetic, it would be highly beneficial for everyone if they kept this embarrassing incident to themselves. The raw, concentrated aura of constraint leaks from his body, and Bianca instantly nods in a panic, stammering using formal honorifics that he must have simply misseen the spell. Kalia is stunned to see her terrifying, arrogant mage completely broken by a single sentence, while Alan lets out a silent sigh of relief, glad his bluff actually worked. He closes his eyes, asking them to cut the pleasantries and state the real underlying reason for their sudden visit. Kalia, stammering slightly, tries to play it cool by claiming they were merely in the neighborhood and wanted to pay their formal respects to the new count. Alan gives her a flat, unimpressed look, declaring that since he has a massive pile of boring noble paperwork to complete, he cannot spare any more time for idle gossip. Kalia quickly bows and prepares to take her leave, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, suffocating pressure radiating from the young lord. But as she turns to walk away, Alan casually mutters that if she is truly seeking a powerful, like-minded conversational partner in the underworld, she should pay a visit to Duke Altea. He gives her a cold, knowing smirk, whispering that he has a very strong feeling the two underworld queens would get along exceptionally well. Kalia's breath catches, her hand clutching her chest as she curtsies, and agrees that visiting the newly crowned Duke Altea might indeed be a brilliant idea. Outside the mansion, her luxury carriage rolls away, leaving Alan standing on the balcony with Evan, rubbing his tired eyes. Evan asks why a ruined Western family like the Zenanias would come all this way, but Alan just groans, complaining that high society politics is a giant, endless pain in the neck. He thinks to himself in terror that if the rumor spreads that he can cast origin magic, every power-hungry lunatic in this dark fantasy kingdom will come to kidnap or execute him. He turns to Evan, firmly commanding him to never, under any circumstances, allow Kalia Zenonia to enter his estate alone again. Meanwhile, inside the departing carriage, Kalia sits in absolute silence as the horses trot down the cobblestone road. She looks across at her advisor, asking him in a quiet, trembling voice if Count Palacio's magic was truly just a basic second-rank trick like he claimed. Bianco slowly shakes his head, his face pale and his voice cracking, as he admits that no, it definitely wasn't an origin magic. He explains that a standard origin magic is a highly advanced technique where a supreme archmage paints their own unique laws onto the immutable canvas of nature. But when he activated his high-level observation eye to peer into Alan's magic circle, he saw something infinitely more horrifying. Alan's spell didn't paint new laws on the canvas, it was literally tearing the canvas of absolute natural principles apart. Alan was casually twisting, warping, and collapsing the absolute laws of physics themselves, forcing raw lightning to remain fixed in place like a solid, glowing tree. To break the fundamental laws of mana and still successfully manifest a complete, stable spell is a miracle so absurd it completely defies all human reason. Bianco clutches his head, his eyes bloodshot, as he remembers the suffocating dark pressure lurking behind that brilliant blue light. He whispers in pure, unadulterated terror that the magic Alan used is unmistakably the forgotten, forbidden power of an ancient, great god. Kalia's jaw drops, her heart pounding against her ribs as she processes her advisor's frantic, high-level analysis. Bianca screams that thinking any further about the Count's true identity is highly dangerous, begging her to stop her investigation immediately. He points out that he has spent his entire life researching ancient, lost civilizations, and he is absolutely certain of one thing. Anyone who attempts to oppose or make an enemy of Count Palacio will be completely erased from the face of the earth. Kalia lets out a breathless, slightly unhinged laugh, her eyes shining with a mix of fear and manic excitement as she looks out the window. She realizes that trying to discern Alan's grand intentions is completely pointless, as she has already been swept up in his tide. In her mind, she visualizes Alan as a titanic, shadowy god of chess, casually tossing dice to determine the fates of entire nations while the underworld players dance on his board. She smiles wickedly, completely accepting her new reality. She has officially become one of his chosen pawns, and her next move is to form an alliance with Duke Altea. 5 months later, marking exactly 2 years since the orphans left the estate, the beautiful Palacio Manor stands quiet under the clear summer sky. Evan walks into the study with a stack of fresh reports, calling out to his master who is currently lounging at his desk. Alan perks up, eagerly asking if there is any new information or letters regarding the sweet, innocent kids he sponsored. Evan delivers a massive, highly unexpected update. It has officially been confirmed that the Zenonia County and the Altia Ducal House have formed a powerful shadow alliance. Alan's pen drops, his face turning pale as he internally screams, "What? The two absolute pillars of the criminal underworld have united? Is the kingdom about to fall to ruin?" He remembers his casual advice to Kalia to visit Dugaltia, utterly horrified that she actually took his polite suggestion as a mastermind command to form a criminal super-alliance. He quickly grabs a piece of paper, frantically writing a highly apologetic polite letter to Kalia. "Dear Kalia, if I seemed cold or blunt that day, I am incredibly sorry," but he quickly crumbles it up, realizing that a powerful count sending a desperate apology letter through the mercenary guild will only make him look incredibly weak and suspicious. He sighs, tossing the paper away, and decided to focus on his kids instead, wondering how Seolong and Radan are currently doing at their destinations. He recalls that in Yudia's latest letter, those two hyperactive kids completely vanished into thin air the moment they reached their designated locations, leaving him slightly worried. He hopes Seolong hasn't gotten herself killed, thinking about the golden gauntlet artifact he left for her as a personal gift. In the game's original lore, that artifact, the essence of the Golden Mane Tribe, increases critical hit chance by 20% and allows a beastkin to transcend and ascend into a legendary Baba Yaga. He also told her about a hidden stash of treasure she could use for funds, confident that with her immense raw talent she should be able to make a very comfortable living. The scene shifts to the vast star-filled night sky over a harsh windswept desert landscape. This is the brutal militaristic desert nation of Colony, where strength is the only law and the weak are ground into the sand. Deep inside a dark, rocky canyon, the entrance of a hidden ancient cave glows with a faint, warm light. A young beast girl walks down the damp corridor, her long blonde tail swaying behind her as she lets out a tired sigh. It is Seolong, wearing simple gladiatorial clothes and bandages, throwing her arms up in a cheer as she declares her grueling 5-month-long trial is finally over. She holds up her right arm, which is now encased in a massive, glowing golden gauntlet claw that radiates a sharp divine magical energy. She giggles mischievously, thanking her beloved Great Moon for the incredible gift, and admitting she initially thought the artifact was just a useless, shiny souvenir. She looks down at the golden claw, her eyes flaring with gold light as she realizes the ancient folklore her mother told her as a child was actually real. She remembers the story of the Golden Mane Tribe, the legendary ancestors of the Longan beastkin who ruled as the kings of all beastkin across the continent. She recalls the warmth of her mother's hand on her head, remembering how her family was brutally slaughtered by a terrifying dark entity. The Golden Gauntlet is the physical manifestation of that tribe's lost essence, granting its chosen wielder unmatched physical power and divine authority. Seolong recalls discovering the gauntlet sealed inside a stone pedestal, exactly where Alan's letter directed her. To claim the inheritance, she had to face a series of brutal, life-threatening trials within her own mind, fighting against the echoes of her ancestors. But she persevered, her raw determination and pride driving her to break the seal and merge her soul with the golden essence. She stands tall, a massive swirling column of golden fire erupting around her as her hair turns platinum blonde and her power skyrockets to a superhuman level. She remembers the dark days when she was locked in a cold, metallic cage, waiting to die as a tragic human test subject. She remembers the gentle, warm light of the great moon that shattered her cage and saved her from that living hell. Her master didn't just save her life, he gave her the power, funds, and means to take absolute bloody revenge on the black dragon that murdered her parents. She lets out a powerful, bone-chilling roar that shakes the very cavern, declaring that she must repay his immense grace with absolute victory. She smiles a dark, bloodthirsty grin, realizing her master's gift wasn't meant for her to become some ordinary gladiator in a desert arena. Her eyes burn with golden light as she focuses her intent on her true grand mission. She will climb to the absolute top of the gladiatorial ranks, conquer the desert nation of Colony, and gather the scattered beastkin of the Golden Mane Tribe to restore their ancient glory. With her newly unified beastkin army serving as her master's ultimate vanguard, she will march north and slay the Black Dragon. She walks out of the cave, looking up at the bright crescent moon shining over the vast desert dunes. She vows that her entire life, her legendary tribe, and every drop of blood she spills in the arena will be offered solely to her savior. She turns to the desert capital, a dangerous smirk on her face as she whispers that her grand conquest has officially begun. The legendary Golden Mane tribe, the greatest kings of all beastkin, are officially rising from the ashes of history under the banner of the blue moon. Back in the cozy warmth of his study, Alan is quietly reading his books, completely unaware that his sweet blonde beast girl has just unlocked the power of a minor god. Evan walks into the room, casually polishing his sword as he reports that the Information Guild has finally gathered some fresh details on the children. He notes that Xiao Long is currently performing exceptionally well in the gladiatorial arenas of Colony, earning the legendary high-ranking alias Golden Flash. Alan scratches his cheek, thinking to himself that the name Golden Flash sounds incredibly familiar, but he is just glad his energetic daughter is earning a safe, comfortable living. He asks about Radon, and Evan replies that the spiky-haired boy is currently working undercover in the entertainment city of Raxus, though they are still verifying the details. Suddenly, Alan gives Evan a flat, deadpan look, asking him dryly why on earth he is still here when he should be preparing for their next massive journey. Evan is completely stunned, his jaw dropping as Alan casually drops the bombshell that they are heading to the legendary Blue Magic Tower near Labyrinth City. Evan frantically points out that Labyrinth City is located at the southern edge of the continent, meaning a carriage ride there will take at least a full, exhausting month. But Alan is entirely determined, sighing as he thinks to himself that spending a month in a bumpy carriage sounds like literal torture, but he needs to claim the high-level mana expansion artifact hidden there. Laying on the sofa, Alan closes his eyes, thinking that Labyrinth City brings back a lot of good memories from his gaming days. In the game Psychedelia, Larthania was the signature level-grinding zone, a massive underground dungeon with endless floors of dangerous monsters and rare loot. In the online player forums, seasoned veterans always joked that the developers were absolute lunatics, as no player had ever reached the actual bottom floor of the labyrinth. Still, the place was a goldmine, constantly spitting out powerful magical relics, artifacts, and ancient spellbooks to anyone brave enough to grind. Because of this constant stream of ancient loot, the profession of official magic appraiser became the most prestigious, highly paid job in Larthania. Alan remembers that Ryan was sent to Larthania to become an appraiser, but he suddenly breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if the appraisal tool artifact he left her was too cheap compared to the other kids. He resolves to send her extra funds and support once they arrive, wanting to make sure his quiet, book-loving daughter is living comfortably. The scene shifts to the bustling, lantern-lit streets of Larthania, the grand labyrinth city ruled by explorers, mercenaries, and wealth. Tucked away in a quiet, cozy corner of the southern district, a beautiful, high-end antique shop stands glowing under the evening light. The shop is named Merd, which is literally crap in French, a hilarious touch, and it has quietly gained massive fame among high-ranking A-rank explorers and wealthy nobles. Inside, the wealthy lord of Larthania is currently standing at the counter, eagerly waiting as a masked green-haired girl examines his rare magical artifact. The green-haired girl is Reen, wearing a beautiful maid dress and a sleek masquerade mask, quietly holding up a glowing orange lantern relic. She calmly explains that the lamp is a rare, mana-imprinted relic that can maintain a powerful flame for over an hour with only a single spark of mana. The Lord is absolutely thrilled by her flawless appraisal, thanking her profusely and leaving a heavy bag of gold coins on the counter. Ryan bows politely, sheathing her mask as the bell on the door rings, leaving her alone in the quiet, antique-filled shop. She pulls back her mask, her expressionless green eyes turning toward the window as she lets out a soft, tired sigh. She walks to the back room, her eyes locking onto a massive golden mechanical eye artifact floating in the center of a magical circle. This is her personal, highly classified artifact, the Eye of the Stalker, which serves as the source of her unparalleled appraisal abilities. Ryan recalls that when Alan's letter first instructed her to head to Larthania and become an appraiser, she was deeply confused. She couldn't understand how sitting behind a wooden counter appraising dirty relics had anything to do with their grand mission of purifying the world's darkness. But the moment she discovered the hidden Eye of the Stalker at the designated coordinates, she instantly understood her master's genius. The Eye of the Stalker wasn't just a simple magnifying glass, it was a legendary, sealed divine relic of the Forgotten Era. Ryan is a descendant of the ancient library, and she realizes that the magical structure of this eye doesn't exist in any of her clan's historical records. The artifact has a unique, terrifying mechanic. To fully unlock its ultimate reality-seeing power, Ryan must feed it 500 high-tier magical sacrifices. By running the most famous, exclusive appraisal shop in Larthania, Ryan has a constant, endless stream of A-rank explorers bringing rare relics directly to her desk. She can easily identify which relics are perfect for sacrifice, absorbing their essence to feed the eye while keeping the clients completely in the dark. She is currently at 247 out of 500 sacrifices, her eyes shining with dark fanatical excitement as she watches the mechanical pupil spin. She smiles a chilling, serene smile, whispering that her master's foresight is truly terrifying, as he perfectly set up her career, wealth, and power in a single, simple letter. Every piece of gold she earns, every relic she appraises, and every sacrifice she feeds the eye is dedicated entirely to the will of the Great Moon. 3 weeks later, a luxury carriage rolls up to the entrance of the Blue Magic Tower, a breathtaking, towering spire of blue stone and glowing magical runes. Alan and Evan walk into the grand lobby, only to be met by a cold, arrogant young girl holding a massive book and ancient wooden scrolls. This is Fenia Krazin, a sixth-circle genius mage who currently serves as the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower. Fenia is incredibly busy and deeply annoyed, giving the two visitors a dismissive glare as she tells them to quickly state their business and leave. Alan's eyes narrow as he recognizes her from the game's main storyline, a legendary magical prodigy who is destined to reach the 8th circle and become the youngest Tower Master in history. However, because the game's story hasn't officially started yet, she is still just an arrogant, overworked Vice Master who hates dealing with noble visitors. The Blue Magic Tower holds a massive, independent political status equal to the high nobility because they monopolize the production of essential magical goods across the continent. Fenia's eyes glow with a faint blue magical circle as she activates her mana-sensing ability to analyze the weak count standing before her. She sneers inwardly, detecting that Alan has a ridiculously small mana hole and a pathetic energy-sensing ability barely reaching the 2nd circle. Alan ignores her rude behavior, calmly announcing that he has traveled all this way to discuss a very serious matter regarding their time gate anomaly. He declares in a calm, confident voice that he has the power to completely eliminate the time gate for them. Fenia's hand freezes on her book, her eyes wide with shock before her expression turns into one of pure insulted rage. In this world, the time gate is a terrifying, highly unstable crack in space that connects to a mysterious, high-level subspace. It frequently appears in areas where heavy magic is used, creating spatial anomalies and spitting out dangerous high-level monsters that cause massive military damage. Fenia glares at Alan, mockingly asking him how a pathetic 2nd circle noble with a useless mana capacity thinks he can solve a space-time anomaly that has baffled the tower's archmages for years. She waves her hand dismissively, telling him to stop making a fool of himself and leave their tower immediately. She assumes Alan is just another incompetent noble who got lucky inheriting his sibling's estate and wants to use a fake magical cure to scam the tower out of their ancient treasures. She slams her hand on the desk, shouting angrily that thousands of mages visit the tower every day, and she has absolutely no time to waste on pathetic scammers. Alan remains entirely calm, sighing as he thinks to himself that playing the incompetent noble card always makes negotiations so much more difficult. He knows Fenia is surprisingly well informed on outside news, having heard the rumor that Alan only became Count by pure luck after his siblings mysteriously died. To force her hand, Alan takes a step forward, a sharp, cold look entering his eyes as he makes an insane, high-stakes gamble. He declares that if he fails to completely eliminate the time gate, he will officially surrender his entire estate, wealth, and properties to the Blue Magic Tower. Evan's eye practically pops out of his head, internally screaming that his master has officially lost his mind, while Fenia's arrogant expression instantly freezes. Alan challenges her, pointing out that since he is risking his entire life's fortune, it is a highly lucrative, zero-risk offer for the tower to simply let him try. Fenia stares at him, her blue eyes narrowing as she tries to find any sign of hesitation on his face, but Alan's gaze is steady and cold as steel. She finally lets out a sharp sneer, agreeing to his terms and warning him that the moment he fails, she will personally seize every single coin in his vault. She leads them down to the deep basement, unlocking a massive, heavily fortified stone door covered in glowing containment seals. Fenia stands back with her arms crossed, watching Alan walk into the dark chamber with a look of pure, condescending pity. She thinks to himself that Alan is a complete fool. In 3 months, the time gate will naturally spit out its high-level relic and disappear on its own anyway. But because the spatial pressure has been causing absolute chaos in the tower for over 2 years, letting this idiot noble bankrupt himself trying to fix it is a massive win for her. She watches Alan approach the center of the room, noting with a smug smirk that he didn't even bring a standard magical staff or wand. She expects him to start chanting some basic, useless defensive spell and fail miserably within a matter of seconds. But Alan simply stands before the cracking, glowing fissure in space, slowly raising his right hand and preparing his Babylonian hand seals. Fenia's smug smile instantly vanishes as she recognizes his hand posture. Using bare hands as a direct medium instead of a staff? That is a primal lost method described only in ancient fairy tales. She opens her mouth to scream at him to stop, assuming he is about to trigger a massive spatial explosion that will collapse the entire basement. But before she can take a step, a sudden heavy silence drops over the chamber, and the air pressure plummets to absolute zero. Phinea's eyes widen in horror as she realizes she cannot move a single muscle, her body frozen in place by an invisible, suffocating weight. Her mana-sensing eye spins frantically, screaming a red warning as she realizes that everything in the room, the air, the light, and even time itself has completely stopped moving. Behind Alan, the dark shadows begin to twist and warp, forming a massive towering vertical slit in the fabric of reality. A massive blood-red cosmic eye opens slowly within the shadow, glowing with an unholy ancient light as it locks its gaze onto the spatial anomaly. Phinia stands frozen in the doorway, tears of absolute primitive terror streaming down her face as she realizes they aren't dealing with a lucky noble, but a literal, world-bending god of death. The world's gone to hell, demons rule everything, and one guy's still fighting to take it all back. The ancient, cracked pillars of the Blue Magic Tower tremble violently as the overwhelming presence of a cosmic horror fills the chamber. Phinea's heart hammers against her ribs as she realizes the literal flow of time itself has grinded to a complete halt, forcing her survival instincts to kick in as her observation eye activates. Blue magical circles rotate frantically over her pupil, desperate to analyze the terrifying energy radiating from the tired-looking noble in front of her. But instead of standard mana coordinates, all she sees is a massive blood-red eye staring back at her from the infinite void. The sky above tears open into a crimson sea of absolute static, leaving Fenya feeling entirely helpless as she stares into the abyss. Her advanced magic tries to calculate the entity's magical origin, searching for some logical explanation to keep her sane. The gears of time shatter into pieces, sending a clear, terrifying warning directly into her mind. This is something that simply should not exist in their universe. Whispers echo in her skull, telling her to cut off her thoughts immediately, because realizing the truth of this ancient power is a direct ticket to absolute ruin. Out of the bleeding sky, a giant glowing red hand reaches down, threatening to crush her very soul if she dares to make a single wrong move. Paralyzed by primal fear, Phinia can only lean back as the weight of an ancient god presses down on her chest. The cosmic entity issues an absolute demand, and with sweat dripping down her face, she desperately nods, promising she understands. With her submission secured, the massive, terrifying red eye slowly closes, retreating back into the dark fabric of subspace. Phinia gasps for air, her body trembling uncontrollably as the suffocating pressure finally begins to lift. The massive blue magic circles of the tower's defense system finally reboot, scattering the remaining crimson mist into harmless sparks. Alan stands with his back turned, looking like a cool shadow lord who just conquered the universe, completely unaware that Phinia is behind him having a literal existential crisis. He calmly turns around and tells her the gate is officially closed, causing the poor girl to jump back in pure terror. Alan inspects his new black bracelet, quietly celebrating that he got the rare loot he wanted without having to do any actual physical labor. He figures he'll need to use the tower's facilities again in the future, so he decides to throw out a standard, polite, noble bluff to keep things friendly. But Phinia looks so thoroughly traumatized that she immediately covers her mouth and swears she'll never tell a soul, leaving Alan completely confused about whether his friendly chat actually just failed. He tries to tell her she's taking things way too seriously, but she practically screams in panic, desperately trying to prove she can keep a secret. Surrounded by floating question marks, our guy just stands there, totally baffled by why this proud magical genius is suddenly acting like a wet cat. Alan walks out and tells Evan it's time to head home, but before they can escape, the doors fly open as Phinia runs out to stop them. Trembling, but determined to stay on his good side, she presents a luxury case containing 5 glowing blue mana recovery potions. Alan picks up a bottle, realizing this is a top-grade handcrafted potion made personally by the Vice Tower Master herself. Phinia nervously asks if it's to his liking, while Alan silently recalls looking up the market price and nearly choking on how insanely expensive they are. She starts muttering in panic, reassuring him that she will take this secret to her grave. Her eyes literally swirl with anxiety as she frantically suggests making a bloodbound mana oath, leaving Alan wondering why on earth she thinks a simple door-closing job requires a blood pact. He sweat drops, realizing that whatever she's currently thinking, she has catastrophically misunderstood his entire existence. Before he can stop her, the spell activates, wrapping both of them in massive, glowing blue chains of absolute magic. Phinia gives a manic, terrified smile through the chains to show she's a reliable partner, while Alan just floats there, accepting his new reality as a locked-in god. She enthusiastically waves him goodbye with a dazed, frantic grin, confirming to Alan that she has absolutely no intention of clearing up this misunderstanding. As their carriage rolls away from the tower, Evan examines the black metal bracelet, commenting that the legendary treasure looks surprisingly primitive. Alan shrugs, adjusting his collar while explaining that as long as it gets the job done, he doesn't care about the fashion statement. He smiles warmly at the seal of the Unholy One, knowing this handy little artifact is designed to absorb and store ambient mana from the atmosphere. The bracelet flashes with brilliant blue light, proving its storage capacity is more than enough to fill his otherwise microscopic mana hole. But then the reality hits him, and he slumps in existential dread, realizing his own human body has less mana capacity than a basic piece of jewelry. He quickly copes by reminding himself his goal is a lazy retirement, not fighting. Alan nods to himself to validate his laziness, while Evan just stares at him with a deadpan expression that says he's not buying the innocent act for a second. Gazing out the window, Alan wonders what Fenya could have possibly gotten wrong about him, flashing back to her bowing so low her hair was practically sweeping the floor. He remembers telling her he's just a basic second circle wizard, and she just gave him a sarcastic thumbs up, saying he looks exactly like one. He wonders if she was subtly roasting him. He recalls Kalia and her advisor having the exact same terrified reaction, and Fenia's forced, sweaty smile flashes in his mind, giving him a bad feeling about his future. But he shrugs it off, figuring he'll never have to see any of these crazy tower mages again anyway. It is, of course, the classic fatal mistake of every anime protagonist. The carriage rolls peacefully through a sunny forest, the gentle breeze making the entire world seem quiet and safe. Meanwhile, far to the north, we zoom in on the massive, imposing palace of Duke Altia. Gloria Altia sits elegantly in her parlor, sipping tea and welcoming her guest with a soft, polite smile. Kalia Zenonia, looking stunning in her crimson gown, raises her teacup with a predatory grin, returning the pleasantries. Kalia notes how nice it is that they don't have to bicker over status, marveling once again at Count Palacio's incredible divine foresight. She recalls Alan's cold, lifeless eyes and his casual advice to visit the north, fully convinced he planned this entire sisterly bonding session months in advance. Flashback to the two girls taking a quiet stroll through the palace gardens under the pale moonlight. During their chat, they both realize they are completely outmatched by Alan's sheer political genius, sending a cold shiver down their spines. They agreed that this alliance wasn't their choice. It was a strategic command handed down by the supreme mastermind of House Palacio. Since trying to fight for power beneath the absolute number one is completely pointless, the houses of Zenonia and Altia decided to become best friends instead. Back in the present, Loria asks why Kalia visited so early, and Kalia explains that Alan sent her a letter, using her travel schedule as a perfect excuse to coordinate. Loria's face goes pale as she stares at the envelope, wondering what kind of terrifying, blood-soaked conspiracy is hidden inside. She reads the letter, which casually mentions that some local nobles have been grumbling, and that there aren't many aristocrats who suit Alan's tastes. Kalia gestures with her hands, pointing out that while it looks like a standard, polite apology letter on the surface, Gloria's eyes narrow in deep thought, absolutely convinced that there is a hidden, dark mandate buried beneath the casual noble greeting. Kalia gives a sharp, sweaty smile, completely ready to dive headfirst into whatever complex political assassination scheme Alan has cooked up. They begin mapping out the political landscape, analyzing the names of the nobles Alan chatted with at the recent ball. Noting that Alan dislikes both the royalist faction and the noble faction, they share a look of dawning terror. Yes, because murdering the entire political hierarchy is clearly the only logical conclusion here. Taking a deep breath, Loria suggests they draw a conclusion based on common sense, and Kalia completely agrees. A dark silhouette of Alan looms over them as they conclude his true meaning. He wants them to systematically purge the old aristocracy and build a brand new regime from the ashes. Loria looks up at the ceiling in awe, finally realizing why Alan helped her become duke. He needed her authority to serve as the spearhead of his grand revolution. Kalia smiles confidently, noting that with the backing of the Western Syndicate, their total takeover of the kingdom is practically guaranteed. From a high angle, the sun shines into the quiet room as the two girls sit back, completely ready to launch a massive coup d'etat all because of a polite apology letter. Meanwhile, back at the Blue Magic Tower, an old, sharp voice echoes through the archives, questioning if the Count really resembles the Time Gate. Selene Micardo, the legendary 8th Circle Tower Master, stands over Fenia as she lies face down on her desk, demanding she explain the situation in complete detail. Fenia can only let out a teary, pouting sigh, unable to say anything useful because the absolute mana oath will literally melt her brain if she tries. While his fanatical followers are planning a national revolution and an 8th Circle archmage is investigating his godlike status, our boy is currently choking to death on a sweet potato. Evan calmly hands him a water skin, while Alan drinks and silently cries, wishing he could just go home to his warm bed and never look at magic again. The two sit quietly on a rock, framed by the beautiful, warm colors of the setting sun. Far away, the massive bells of a grand cathedral ring out into the night sky of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. We catch a glimpse of silver hair and a breathtaking, incredibly dangerous smile. Utia Bludia stands in her white nun outfit, looking absolutely stunning, though her glowing red eyes suggest she is not planning anything remotely holy. A quick tip from the Possessor explains that the inside eye of a high-ranking mage is a rare talent unlocked at the 6th Circle, unless you're a genius who was just born with it. The beautiful morning sun shines brightly over the blue magic tower as a cheerful voice echoes through the halls. Salame Micardo, the legendary 8th Circle Tower Master, is finally back from his trip. He peeks into Fenia's office, noting the Time Gates anomaly has completely vanished, but he finds his star disciple slumped over her desk, radiating a massive aura of pure dark depression. Salame sweat drops, realizing something is seriously wrong because she isn't even yelling at him to knock before entering like she usually does. He recalls her usual sky-high arrogance, remembering how she used to make rookie mages cry on a daily basis just for breathing her air. He had assumed she would only learn modesty once she reached the legendary 7th Circle and realized how vast the magical universe truly is. He laughs nervously, asking if the workload was too heavy while he was away, but Fenia just clutches her head in silent, traumatized agony. She gives him a teary, pathetic look, her pride completely shattered into microscopic dust. Salame inspects the top-grade mana potions on the shelf, confirming that Count Palacio really did close the volatile spatial tear. Sitting down, he asks if she really can't share any of the details because of a magical oath, and Fenia just nods her head in absolute defeat. With dead, exhausted eyes, she tells him there's honestly nothing she can say, looking like a person who has stared directly into the eyes of a cosmic elder god. Salame pats her head, laughing that some incomprehensible origin magic was finally enough to teach her some humility. She is so thoroughly petrified that she doesn't even try to swat his hand away. Looking out the window, Salame smirks, finding Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom to be an incredibly fascinating puzzle. 1 month later, a massive explosion rocks the training grounds, sending a giant cloud of dust and debris flying into the sky. Alan stands in the middle of the dust cloud, extending his hand with glowing purple magic as he continues his earnest research into Babylonian phrases. Chibi Allen takes notes on the strict rules of phrase casting, reminding himself that mismatching terms or repeating phrases will literally cause his spell to explode in his face. He scratches his head, wondering if the physical location of the spell affects the output, while Evan walks up behind him. Evan remarks that Alan's magic seems to grow exponentially stronger every single time he watches him train. He notes that while Alan claims it's only 2nd Circle magic, the destructive power is on an entirely different dimension compared to a few months ago. They look down at a massive deep crater in the grass. Evan dryly points out that a standard gravity spell isn't supposed to create a mini crater capable of crushing an entire battalion to death. Chibi Allen stands there with a blank stare, starting to wonder if his magic actually is getting stronger and it's not just a weird illusion. A quick diagram explains magic proficiency, day 1 of molding clay, day 2 of shaping, and day 3 of finishing a perfect statue. Proficiency increases precision, while phrases act as trigger words to alter attributes. Another chibi slide shows Alan in a comfortable hoodie flipping a light switch, demonstrating how magic triggers instantly like turning on a lamp. Chibi Allen in a white lab coat points to a chaotic line graph, explaining that he discovered firepower only increases gradually as he fine-tunes the optimal arrangement of phrases. Back to reality, Alan stretches, convincing himself he's probably just in better physical shape lately. Evan hands him a letter, noting that Utia's monthly update has just arrived. Alan happily takes the letter, heading back inside since he's already used up his measly 3 daily spellcasts anyway. Walking through the corridors, Alan flips through his notebook, still searching for a logical reason behind his sudden burst of magical power. He wonders if it's some kind of reward for a curse. He recalls the concept of curse magic from the game, where sacrificing oneself can grant a weird compensatory reward, but he shrugs it off since there are no Eastern curse mages nearby. He wonders if he is somehow receiving faith or worship from some random cult. But a sign pops up reading Count of a Small Ignored Kingdom, and Chibi Allen immediately dismisses the idea as completely ridiculous. Sighing, he decides to just forget about it and enjoy his lunch, confident that nothing bad could possibly happen from having extra magic. Evan follows behind, carrying a basket of fresh bread. Cut to the gorgeous night sky over the holy kingdom of Rosario, where the citizens worship Sharonia, the goddess of the moon and peace. Inside the East Prayer House, a paladin clad in silver plate armor walks past a grand statue of the goddess, approaching a solitary nun. Sir Lok bows his head, politely greeting her as sister. Utia turns around, the moonlight catching her silver hair as she gives a sweet, beautiful smile and asks if he's been well. Lok notes that she is just a low-ranking nun, lacking any holy sashes or high-ranking church honors. Yet he feels compelled to bow deeply, reporting that they successfully saved 8 children and 25 lives from a raid on a nearby village. He tells her the victory is entirely thanks to her guidance, but Utia just humbly smiles, saying he was the one who executed the good deeds. Lok looks at her with absolute fanatical devotion, thanking her for teaching an ignorant fool like him. He recalls his past. For 20 years, he lived in absolute despair because he could never feel the divine power of the goddess, leaving him ready to give up. He was sitting alone in the dark training yard, staring at his sword in misery, when Udia first approached him. Standing beneath a brilliant crescent moon, Udia's eyes glowed a subtle crimson red as she suggested he try having faith in the moon instead. Lok was confused, repeating her words with a sweat drop. She gave him a predatory, terrifyingly beautiful smile, telling him he would understand the moment he actually tried it. Desperate enough to try anything, Lok agreed to her bizarre request. A spectacular panel shows Lok swinging his sword, enveloped in a blinding, magnificent aura of pure golden light. He prayed to the moon and miraculously unlocked his divine powers. He felt incredibly happy, but also suffered deep guilt, fearing he had fallen to heretical temptation by praying to the moon instead of goddess Sharonia. But since the power felt exactly the same, and even the official church relics shone brightly in his hands, he accepted it as divine proof. Flashback to Lok asking Utia why she told him to believe in the moon specifically. Utia gave a gorgeous, angelic smile, explaining that while abstract faith in an invisible deity takes a long time to manifest, it's always easier to get power from something that actually exists. Her eyes glowed with a terrifying crimson light as she whispered the word, the moon. She raised her hand toward the massive, brilliant moon outside the window, promising it would always be with him. Lok was completely sold, concluding that since the goddess is represented by the moon, Udia's logic was flawless. Close-up of Lok's intense, brainwashed expression, fully convinced this is the ultimate way for doubtful humans to find true certainty. He bowed deeply, thanking her from the absolute bottom of his heart. Back in the present, Utia tells him that if he truly wishes to show his gratitude, she smiles warmly, her silver hair flowing as she holds up her rosary and asks if they should pray together. Lok salutes happily, while Utia notes that he arrived just in time because a massive crowd has already gathered inside. The giant doors of the cathedral swing open, revealing dozens of nuns and paladins packed into the pews waiting for her sermon. Her white boots click softly against the stone floor as she walks down the grand aisle. A high-angle view reveals the stunning, massive cathedral, with pink and blue stained glass windows bathing the altar in ethereal light. Utia's elegant hand reaches out to her music stand, ready to begin the service. She strikes a dramatic, gorgeous pose, raising her hand to the light as she calls out to the crowd to begin their prayers. Outside, a massive, brilliant full moon shines directly above the cathedral spires. Clasping her hands, Utia looks absolutely drunk on fanatical devotion, her cheeks flushed as she whispers, "To the great moon." A final chibi tip from the possessor shows Evan happily pulling mail from a cute mailbox, explaining how noble invitations are delivered. The warm sunlight pours through the massive window of the Palacio study, casting a peaceful glow over an office that's about to be hit with a wave of absolute parenting disappointment. Alan sits alone at his massive desk, holding Utia's latest monthly update with a heavy sigh. He skims through the elegant parchment, noting that it's once again filled with nothing but mundane life updates and standard sweet letters. He faceplants onto his desk, trying to appreciate the fact that his adopted kids are healthy and doing well, even if his actual dream of a quiet retirement is constantly threatened. Our boy clutches his face in quiet misery, realizing that out of the 5 future world-destroying monsters he raised, only Utia actually bothers to write to him. He stares into space with dead, sleep-deprived eyes, trying to convince himself that it makes perfect sense because the other kids have never actually seen his face. He taps his desk, telling himself that as long as they don't grow up to destroy the human race, his job is successfully done and there's absolutely no reason to feel emotionally hurt. Chibi Allen sits cross-legged in his own mental garden, chanting mantras for absolute inner peace while trying to ignore the painful void of fatherly neglect. He sits up with a bittersweet smile, realizing that despite her busy undercover work as a holy nun, Utia is the only reliable kid in his entire family. He cries tears of silent pride, realizing that after raising 5 orphan prodigies, only the eldest silver-haired boss actually appreciates his hard work. Before he can drown in his own tears, Evan suddenly walks through the door, startling Alan so badly that his peaceful office persona immediately shatters. Evan ignores his master's mini heart attack and pulls out a secret document explaining that the Information Guild has finally brought back some concrete updates on the kids' activities. He mentions they've successfully deciphered the latest reports on Radon, causing Alan to perk up with intense curiosity. Alan eagerly demands every single detail from start to finish, flashing back to a meme he once saw of a smiling old pirate, hoping Radon didn't do anything that ridiculous. Sitting down on the luxury sofa, Evan notes that out of all the kids, Seolang and Deus are currently making the absolute most noise on the continent. He reveals that Seolang has already secured 32 consecutive victories in the gladiatorial arenas, rapidly climbing the ranks to challenge the legendary Baba Yaga. Alan raises a finger in shock, pointing out that 32 wins in a row is an incredibly absurd streak even for a high-level beastkin. He remembers the lore of the game, recalling that the Lion King, a famously broken companion character, held the record with 41 consecutive arena wins. Sweat drips down his chin as he realizes the desert colony's military strength relies entirely on these gladiators, and his sweet little fox girl is already on the verge of conquering the entire system. Evan continues the report, casually mentioning that Deus's elite knight order has reportedly tracked down and executed Kurga of the Snowfield. A majestic image of Deus standing in the snow with his knight banner flashes through Alan's mind, making him look like an absolute titan of war. Alan stares in pure disbelief, knowing that in the game's actual storyline, the barbarian chiefs were high-level monsters that required a massive raid party and a battle against their literal god to defeat. He sighs in relief, glad he doesn't have to deal with those scary northern barbarians, but he's stunned to learn that Deus is now being compared to Reinhardt, the first sword of the kingdom. Chibi Alan relaxes, listening to Evan report that Rein is currently operating her shop Murd and applying high-tier black imprints to boost ancient artifacts. Our guy is glad they are thriving, but then remembers the most important point. Alan's face goes completely serious, the comedic atmosphere immediately evaporating from the room. He leans forward, interlocking his fingers as he asks the burning question, did his sweet water-dwelling boy Radon really become a bloodthirsty pirate? Evan's sweat drops, asking if Alan has heard of the 7 archipelagos off the coast of Raxus, a lawless sea where the strongest, most terrifying pirate captains dwell. He reveals that Radon has somehow become the captain ruling the largest archipelago, causing Alan to completely lose his mind and slip off his chair in absolute despair. Alan clutches his head and cries, having a classic parent-teacher association breakdown because he sponsored this kid for years just to help him live a peaceful life, only for him to become a literal maritime criminal. We flash back to a beautiful shot of the deep blue ocean, where a young Radon is diving gracefully through the crystal clear water. Knowing Radon was a member of the rare sea god race with incredible sensing abilities, Alan had gently recommended Treasure Hunter as a promising, safe career choice, even giving him a special sensing artifact. Back in the office, Chibi Evan claps enthusiastically, celebrating that the kid has become a major big shot, while Alan just sits on the floor looking completely dead inside. Alan's expression hardens as he wonders how a kid like Radon could have possibly defeated the captain of the first archipelago. He knows the captains are all genetically modified superhumans who dominate naval combat with absolute terrifying authority. He remembers spending countless hours playing the Treasure Hunter minigame just to pull top-tier gear, and wonders if Radon really managed to execute a coup through the sheer power of broken items. He covers his face, realizing that his peaceful career counseling has somehow resulted in the creation of a legendary pirate warlord. Evan tries to comfort his master as Alan literally starts turning into stone, completely devastated that his fatherly guidance has gone so spectacularly wrong. The scene shifts to the stunning shores of Raxus, the great maritime city of the Korkia Duchy. Beneath the tropical palm trees lie the 7 paradises of pirates, a lawless haven of wealth and violence. We look down at the massive, sun-drenched docks of the first archipelago, the largest and most prosperous stronghold among them. A broken, shattered cutlass lies on the wooden floorboards, representing the fall of the legendary Red Slayer Alcraid, who once ruled this ocean with the blessing of the Heavenly King. Suddenly, a heavy leather boot slams onto the railing with absolute, supreme confidence. Radon stands tall against the sunset, his long, spiky silver hair blowing in the wind as he smirks down at his new domain, looking like an absolute god of the sea. His sharp, icy blue eyes narrow as he looks down at a piece of parchment, his smug expression softening into deep contemplation. Sitting down on the edge of the stone balcony, he scratches his neck, admitting that he still can't wrap his head around the letters he's received. He stares at the title The Great Moon, wondering what kind of omnipotent entity is actually orchestrating their lives from the shadows. Gazing into the burning sunset, Radon recalls that at first, he simply thought of Alan as a kind, grateful uncle who helped them survive. He remembers the dark basement where he would have died as a tragic biological experiment before Yudia rescued him and taught him to serve the Shadow Master. He pulls out Alan's old letter, staring at the elegant handwriting under the full moon, still struggling to understand the hidden meaning. Lying back on the roof, he questions why a powerful Shadow Lord would specifically order him to become a simple, peaceful treasure hunter. His expression darkens with intense hatred, recalling that he originally felt deep repulsion toward the idea of a peaceful job because his heart was filled with a burning desire for bloody revenge. We flash back to his childhood on a beautiful, crystal blue island where his rare tribe lived in absolute peace. The peaceful scene is suddenly shattered as panic erupts, with young children running for their lives as the sanctuary is breached. Giant, dark shadow hands reach down from the sky, mercilessly dragging his screaming kin into the dark depths of the ocean. Young Radon and his parents barely manage to escape to the mainland, only for ruthless, bloodthirsty human hunters to corner them in the dark forest and execute his exhausted parents right in front of him. A brutal cut splits through the darkness as the leader of the hunters slaughters his family, leaving young Raiden screaming in absolute, helpless agony. Covered in the blood of his family, the terrified boy was shackled in heavy steel chains and sold off as a common slave to the highest bidder. Back in the present, Radon stands on the grassy cliff overlooking the ocean, remembering how he believed a treasure hunter career had absolutely nothing to do with his promised revenge. He sighed, deciding that for the time being, he would simply pretend to follow the Great Moon's peaceful orders to show his gratitude. Suddenly, loud explosions and brilliant fireworks illuminate the dark night sky, drawing his attention to a massive pirate ship anchored in the bay. His eyes glow with a sharp, terrifying blue light as he spots the wanted posters of the pirate captains pinned to the wooden boards. On the deck of the festive ship, the crew is celebrating wildly, drinking expensive wine and laughing under the colorful lanterns. The scarred pirate captain puffs on his cigar, loudly boasting that only the chosen captains can receive the Heavenly King's blessing through sacred sacrifice. A chill runs down Radon's spine as his eyes narrow into slits of pure, unadulterated fury, recognizing the captains as the very hunters who slaughtered his family. He remembers the ancient lore of his people, knowing that the power of the sea god Clyard can only be harvested through a horrific, forbidden ritual using the body parts of his slaughtered race. An image of the majestic, blue-armored sea god Clyard flashes, representing the pure divine energy these pirate scumbags stole. He remembers the hunters kneeling in a dark circle, performing the blood ritual with the remains of his parents to claim their stolen superhuman strength. Under the bright flashes of the celebratory fireworks, the pirates continue to drink and laugh, completely unaware that their executioner is watching them from the cliffs. Radon's face is cast in deep shadow, his glowing blue eyes burning with a murderous intent that could freeze the ocean itself. He realizes those disgusting hunters intentionally split up his parents' remains among the 7 captains to distribute the stolen divine power. Staring down at the festive ship, Radon's expression morphs into a wild, terrifying grin as his thirst for absolute vengeance finally finds its target. Brilliant fireworks continue to paint the night sky in vibrant colors, completely oblivious to the fact that a massive storm of bloody revenge is brewing on the cliffs above. Standing beneath the glowing blue waves of raw mana, Radon is left utterly speechless, his mind racing with a single burning question: how on earth did the Great Moon know? He whispers to himself in awe, recalling that he never shared his tragic backstory or the identity of his parents' killers with a single living soul. Staring out at the sparkling ocean, he realizes that the Great Moon didn't just give him a random career choice, he specifically laid out this entire path to guide him toward his destiny. He clutches his fists so tightly his knuckles turn white, forcing himself to suppress his burning rage because he knows he can't rush in blindly. He watches the pirate captains celebrate, knowing they are superhumans who wield the stolen divine power of the sea god. Under the bright flash of the fireworks, the pirates pour more wine, completely unaware that their stolen power has just been marked for termination. Radon's eyes narrow as he realizes that if the Great Moon planned all of this, then there must be a profound, hidden purpose behind the strange gift he received. He pulls out the golden pendant Alan sent him, watching it glow with a brilliant celestial light against the dark night sky. Holding the pendant high against the full moon, he realizes the Shadow Lord has systematically arranged every single variable to lay the perfect foundation for his revenge. Enveloped in a brilliant, glowing blue silhouette, Radon clutches the relic to his chest, his heart filling with an absolute, unshakable trust in his master. His face contorts into an intense, determined expression, his glowing eye locking onto the targets below as he prepares to execute his master's grand plan. The scene shifts to the next morning, with the bright blue ocean waves crashing gently against the sandy shores. The tropical sun shines warmly over a quiet, isolated island surrounded by reefs. Suddenly, a lone figure sprints across the grassy cliffside with incredible speed. With a massive leap, Raiden launches himself off the towering cliff, diving headfirst into the deep blue sea. He plunges deep into the crystal clear water, a golden pendant on his neck guiding him like a compass through the deep ocean currents. He opens his eyes, activating the legendary Amrita's goggles gifted by Alan, which illuminate his vision with high-tech magical coordinate circles. A bright blue beacon flashes through the coral reefs, pointing him directly toward ancient hidden treasure chests buried deep within the ocean floor. He swims down and opens the chest, finding it filled with massive gold rings, rare jewels, and broken ancient artifacts from a forgotten era. The sun begins to set over the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the peaceful beach. Radon walks out of the water, wearing the heavy, glowing gold bracelets he recovered, realizing that his simple words of gratitude to the great moon were completely inadequate. Standing proudly on the shore with a locked chest in hand, he acknowledges that his master has kept his silent promise in the most spectacular way possible. He looks back at the pirate ships, realizing Alan didn't just bring his enemies directly to him, he systematically granted him the exact ancient power-ups needed to obliterate them. Covered in a swirling vortex of water mana, Raiden lets out a wild, ecstatic laugh as he finally deciphers the true intention behind his master's letters. He smiles wickedly, sweat and seawater dripping down his face as he realizes the brilliant, cold-blooded plan. He runs his fingers through his silver hair, declaring that Alan's true intention is for him to systematically execute the captains and seize absolute control of the 7 archipelagos. He remembers the phantom image of Utia standing on the balcony, reminding him that everything they do is to prepare for the great day of their master's ascension. Staring into the starry sky, he notes that Alan's seemingly casual letters have gradually transformed into a brilliant beacon of absolute trust. His glowing blue eye burns with a fanatical, terrifying devotion as he vows to engrave his master's grand design deep into his soul, promising to conquer the oceans for the great moon. A massive, majestic full moon rises over the deep blue sea, shining down on Alan's newly acquired naval division. Radon stands alone on the empty beach, holding his chest of ancient relics, looking like a pirate king who is about to paint the ocean red. 3 months later, autumn has officially arrived, turning the lush green forest into a vibrant sea of red and orange leaves. A luxury black carriage drawn by 2 white horses rolls down the scenic path, carrying the local nobility to the grand Asteria social gathering. Inside the carriage, Alan sits in absolute misery, complaining to Evan that he seriously hates being forced to attend these annoying mandatory noble events. Evan looks out the window, noting that the carriages from the Krailed and Edorn noble families have successfully joined their convoy as planned. Alan just grunts, looking completely uninterested in making new friends or playing political games. He sighs in annoyance, criticizing the stupid noble culture of traveling in massive groups just to avoid low-level highway bandits. Later that evening, inside a bustling wooden tavern, Alan stands quietly with a large wooden mug of beer, looking completely exhausted. Behind him, a couple of arrogant, wealthy nobles begin loudly gossiping, mocking him for only bringing a single bodyguard and asking if his treasury is empty. The 2 petty nobles laugh hysterically, pulling ridiculous faces as they spit venom. Alan just ignores them, wishing they would at least have the decency to talk behind his back instead of right next to his ear. He remembers the history of his family, recalling that the old Palacio Count built his massive fortune by dominating and extorting the vast eastern underworld. Chibi Alan happily rolls around on a comfortable bed, explaining that since he's satisfied with his quiet life, he completely washed his hands of the dangerous criminal underworld to avoid getting stabbed. A wild, drooling wolf growls in the dark, representing the dangerous bottom feeders waiting to pounce. Because Alan abandoned the criminal empire, the local syndicates are targeting his territory, and rumors have spread that Alan is just a lucky brat who inherited a title by pure luck. Alan stares with a cold, deadpan expression, fully aware that his terrifying reputation as a shadow mastermind has officially been downgraded to lucky idiot. The 2 annoying nobles mock him directly to his face, making sarcastic hand gestures and offering to lend him pocket money if he's struggling. Alan is stunned by how incredibly petty these grown men are. He narrows his eyes, realizing these idiots are officially crossing the line with their public insults. His eyes widen slightly as he suddenly recognizes their faces. A chibi diagram shows a crowned Alan carrying 2 green figures representing the Krailed and Edorn families who used to be treated like complete pushovers by the old brutal Palacio Count. Now, those 2 are screaming in mock outrage, venting decades of bottled-up resentment on Alan, who stands there arms crossed, pointing out that he wasn't even the one who bullied them in the first place. He ignores them like basic internet trolls, turning to Evan, who has just walked up carrying a bowl of freshly roasted corn. The 2 trolls literally fall over themselves in the background, screaming for attention, while Alan completely tunes them out to ask where Evan got the snacks. Close-up of the delicious golden roasted corn shining with a buttery sweet glaze. The two sit together, happily chomping on their corn and agreeing that root vegetables are the absolute best on a chilly evening. Meanwhile, the trolls are literally breakdancing and rapping in the background trying to trigger a reaction. Alan's sweat drops as they continue to scream, noting that their synchronized yelling is starting to sound like a low-budget SoundCloud diss rap. Chomping on the delicious corn, Alan notes that it's incredibly tasty, though Evan dryly adds that it would have been even better with some real butter. The scene shifts to the freezing, snow-covered mountains of the far north, a cursed land swallowed by eternal winter and savage barbarians. Dozens of frozen bodies lie scattered in the deep snow, representing a massive, bloody battle that has just concluded. Kurga of the Snowfields, one of the 8 great barbarian chiefs, clutches his bleeding chest with a look of pure, unadulterated rage. For the barbarians, dying in honorable, glorious combat is the ultimate ticket to heaven. But this defeat was caused by a cowardly surprise trap orchestrated by the deceptive Caliber Knights, who proposed a fair duel only to ambush him with poison and arrows. Kurga coughs up a massive splat of dark blood, his body trembling as the lethal poison slowly stops his heart. He collapses onto his knees, his vision fading as he curses the dishonorable knights who stole his glorious death. He lies face down in the freezing snow, gasping for his final breaths as the howling blizzard begins to bury him. Broken swords and scattered shields lie in the quiet snow, surrounded by a faint, ominous purple magical thread representing Deus's puppet magic. Kurga lets out a final, agonizing cry, stating that he cannot close his eyes in peace after being taken down by such a shameful, cowardly trick. Suddenly, a massive, dark void opens in the sky, and a bleeding red eye peers down at the dying chieftain. A deep, echoing voice resonates through the blizzard, commanding the fallen warrior to call upon his god's great name. Giant, magical blue snowflakes descend from the dark sky, swirling around his dying body in a majestic, terrifying vortex. With his final ounce of strength, Kurga opens his mouth, a brilliant blue light shining from his throat as he prepares to summon his deity. The howling wind tears through the mountains as the chieftain prepares to make the ultimate sacrifice. His fingers twitch against the frozen ground, channeling the last of his life force into the summoning ritual. With a surge of raw, terrifying energy, Kurga slams his hand into the snow, standing up one final time. He screams into the empty sky, calling upon the honorable name of his great god, Ultultus. From a high angle, his voice echoes through the massive, frozen valley, pleading for his god to witness his final moments. Out of the shadows emerges a massive, glowing blue entity with long, flowing hair and sharp, pointed ears. Ultultus opens his mouth, revealing sharp fangs and a terrifying, bloodthirsty grin as he accepts the sacrifice, promising to grant the chief's heart's desire and paint the northern front in blood. The path to high society is paved with golden leaves, political backstabbing, and a convoy of snobby nobles who have no idea they are traveling with a walking nuclear weapon. Even as the carriages roll through the beautiful autumn forest, the petty mockery from the other noble houses never seems to stop. Alan simply closes his eyes and ignores the insults, reminding himself that not feeding the local internet trolls is basic survival etiquette. As night falls over the forest, the convoy leaders call for a halt to set up camp under the starry sky. While Alan and Evan peacefully roast fish by the campfire, the petty nobles Kraeld and Edorn grumble in the shadows, absolutely furious that their brilliant insults are being completely ignored. They consult a magical scanner artifact, confirming that Alan only brought a single guard, which naturally makes him the perfect target for a little underworld extortion. Sneaking into the dark woods, the two schemers decide to execute their plan to take over the local black market immediately. They smile wickedly, visualizing the astronomical wealth and power they'll seize once they squeeze the apparently weak Palacio family out of the territory. They laugh together about teaching the young count a lesson he won't survive, right before a terrifying growl echoes from the dark foliage behind them. The two instantly freeze, a cold sweat breaking out on their necks as they slowly turn around. A blood-curdling scream rips through the quiet camp as a guard spots a massive silhouette leaping from the shadows. Red, glowing eyes illuminate the dark tree line as a horde of monstrous beasts surrounds the terrified nobles. The convoy's mercenary mage quickly steps forward, firing a bright magical flare into the night sky to secure their field of vision. The light reveals a terrifying sight, massive mutated creatures carrying jagged iron cleavers, their shoulders encrusted with glowing purple crystals. One of the guards sighs in relief, assuming these are just basic, low-level forest goblins they can easily slice through. But standard biology goes completely out the window when the sheer volume of the mutated horde begins to overwhelm their entire defense line. The veteran soldiers look on in absolute horror as their vanguard is instantly crushed by the initial impact. A massive blue-skinned foot steps over a fallen soldier, proving these beasts possess physical strength far beyond any normal goblin variant. The defensive line collapses in pure panic, with soldiers screaming that they have never seen mutated monsters of this caliber in the kingdom. The creatures are literally twice the size of average humans, their muscles bulging with highly concentrated, unstable magical energy. Alan watches the chaos from the back, realizing these beasts are heavily infused with raw mana, which means their physical capabilities are on an entirely different level. Suddenly, a massive shockwave splits the ground as a mutated giant launches itself toward the center of the camp. The beasts leap through the air with terrifying agility, their red eyes locking onto the squishy nobles cowering behind the carriages. From a high angle, we see the defense completely crumbling as the crystal-infused goblins rain down like a solid wall of muscle. But before the iron cleavers can slice the nobles into mincemeat, a massive, jagged stone wall erupts from the earth, blocking the attack. The goblins crash violently into the solid barrier, their forward momentum grinding to a violent, bloody halt. The monsters let out a frustrated screech, trying to find a way around the sudden obstacle. Above the battlefield, a giant dome of translucent purple mana manifests, sealing the entire area in an airtight magical arena. Baron Almond's mercenary mage looks up in pure shock, recognizing the spell as a simultaneous cast of a third-tier rock wall and a second-tier shield. In the center of the dome, Alan quietly begins his Babylonian hand seals, whispering the trigger phrase for physical enhancement. He raises his hand, initiating a massive gravity compression spell that causes the surrounding atmosphere to swirl into a violent, localized vortex. The gravity well exerts absolute pressure, instantly pinning the screaming goblins to the cracked stone floor. A massive sphere of condensed gravity hovers above the camp, crackling with dark purple lightning as it absorbs the surrounding air. The terrified guards can only watch in silence as Alan casually steps forward, his cape flowing majestically in the magical wind. He stands before the pinned monster horde, looking like a cruel deity who is about to erase their entire existence from the map. With a sharp fist squeeze, Alan triggers the vacuum subphrase, activating the gems on his new bracelet. He chants the final sacred phrase, commanding the elements to return to the primordial void. The bracelet flashes with brilliant multicolored light as it releases the entire stored mana supply in a single devastating burst. The gravity sphere implodes with a deafening boom, pulling the mutated goblins into a central point of absolute pressure. The extreme gravitational force crushes the monsters instantly, reducing the elite vanguard to a fine, dark mist. As the dust settles, Alan lowers his hand, leaving a silent battlefield covered in the remains of the mutated horde. From the bushes, Krailed and Edorn look on with eyes wide and jaws slack, their brains completely short-circuiting at the display of raw power. Alan turns his head, coldly telling the surviving guards to stop spacing out and prepare to mop up the remaining stragglers. The remaining normal goblins let out a collective screech of panic, realizing they are no longer the apex predators of this forest. Inspired by their master's display, the guards draw their swords and charge into the disoriented beasts with renewed vigor. Alan casually extends his hand, throwing out low-level support magic to keep the front line intact without having to move an inch. Erupting stone pillars launch the remaining goblins into the air, turning the battlefield into a literal shooting gallery. Evan moves like a blur of steel, his sword cutting through multiple mutated beasts in a single, elegant sweep. The guards easily dismantle the rest of the horde, their weapons slicing through the demoralized goblins with absolute ease. The morning sun rises over the quiet forest, illuminating a vast field of rubble and defeated monsters. Peeking out from behind a tree, the petty nobles realize the danger has officially passed, though their knees are still trembling uncontrollably. The soldiers pant heavily, resting on their weapons while sharing victorious, proud smiles, but their gazes quickly shift to the central figure, their expressions turning into a mixture of profound awe and intense fear. Alan stands silhouetted against the bright morning sky, looking like a terrifying, cold-blooded sorcerer king who just saved their lives on a whim. Meanwhile, on the inside, our boy is screaming in absolute sweaty panic, realizing he almost got sent straight to an early grave because he underestimated the monster level. A chibi infographic reveals that while his fancy bracelet increased his daily cast to 4, he ran completely out of mana mid-battle, leaving him as a defenseless, ordinary human. Evan asks if he's injured, and Alan casually says he's fine, while internally crying that losing his self-defense magic in the middle of a forest is his absolute worst nightmare. He inspects the glowing purple amethysts left behind by the mutated goblins, recognizing the ominous signs of a divine descent. He remembers the lore of the game, knowing that monsters only mutate like this when an outer god attempts to breach the boundaries of reality. Walking back to the carriage with Evan, Alan's face is cast in deep shadow as his anxiety levels spike. He knows these fringe outer gods are highly dangerous entities that should only manifest after his 5 adopted kids awaken as the sins and destroy the world's laws. He stares at the purple crystal, realizing that some unknown variable is forcing the apocalypse to accelerate ahead of schedule. The vision of the grand, burning cathedral flashes in his mind, confirming that the descent of these cosmic horrors is imminent. He clutches his head in stress, wondering what on earth went wrong with the timeline since the kids haven't even gone evil yet. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart as the autumn wind blows through the colorful trees. He decides he needs to scrape together every scrap of political and magical information the moment they arrive at the gathering. His eyes narrow into a cold, determined glare, realizing that if he doesn't fix this anomaly, his dream of a lazy retirement is going to be permanently cancelled. Behind him, Krailed and Edorn look like they are about to vomit from pure anxiety, absolutely terrified of the cruel mastermind they foolishly tried to extort. The next day, the majestic towers of the Rotegra ducal house appear on the horizon, shining brilliantly under the midday sun. Alan steps out of the luxury carriage, clutching his stomach and groaning from a severe case of carriage motion sickness. As the noble guests gather at the grand cathedral entrance, the curtain rises on the most stressful social event of the season. Leaning heavily on a worried Evan, Alan lets out a pathetic sigh, wishing he could just crawl back into his carriage, go home, and sleep for a week. Welcome to the Rotegra Grand Social Gathering, a place where everything is covered in literal gold leaf to ensure the wealthy guests never forget how rich they are compared to you. Alan and Evan stand by the buffet table, inspecting the tacky gold-painted decor and casually debating if they can steal a piece without anyone noticing. The sound of obnoxious laughter echoes through the hall as the local aristocrats line up to kiss the Duke's ring. Duke Rotegre happily welcomes his guests, bragging about his highly competent administration and his beautiful daughters. Alan decides to keep his distance to avoid any unnecessary social interaction, but before he can make a clean escape, a nervous voice calls out to him. Chibi Alan freezes, his face going completely blank as a cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. He turns around to find Krailed and Edorn wearing manic, sweaty grins, rubbing their hands together like textbook cartoon villains trying to sell a sketchy used car. They enthusiastically present a massive, luxury-wrapped ham and a chest overflowing with gold coins, offering it as support for his territory. Alan crosses his arms, staring at them with absolute cold-eyed confusion, wondering what kind of brain damage these two suffered overnight. His silent, deadpan stare is interpreted as a dark, murderous glare, causing the two trolls to instantly huddle together in sheer terror, screaming in their minds that this is an emergency. We flash back to 24 hours ago, right after the intense battle against the mutated goblins in the forest. The two petty nobles were clutching their heads in pure, unadulterated trauma, their worlds completely shattered by the magic they witnessed. They frantically agreed that the spell Alan cast was definitely not a normal noble trick. They sprinted across the battlefield, literally dragging Baron Almon's mercenary mage away from her unit to interrogate her. The third circle mage stood there holding her wand, looking completely confused by their sudden, frantic behavior. They desperately asked if the gravity spell Alan used was just a basic, low-level second circle trick. The mage stared at them like they were idiots, explaining that the scale and compression of that gravity easily surpassed her own third circle limits, making it at least a high-level fourth circle spell. The news hit them like a physical blow. They realized the rumors of Alan inheriting the title by pure luck were a massive lie, and that he was hiding a level of strength that required absolutely no escorts. A terrifying red-eyed image of Alan looms in their minds, representing the cold, cruel, and manipulative true nature of House Palacio. Believing they were marked for a slow, painful death, they quickly concluded that bribing him with astronomical wealth was their only path to survival. Back in the present, the two grown men drop to their knees and bow so low their foreheads hit the marble floor, screaming apologies for their previous arrogance. From a low angle, they tearfully beg for mercy, while Alan just stands there with a completely sweat-dropped deadpan expression. Evan quietly steps up behind Alan, raising a fist and asking if he should just execute them in the alley to save time. Alan's sweat drops, telling him that making a public scene will only make his life more exhausting. He sighs, deciding to just let them be as scared as they want. His silent, brooding posture is naturally interpreted as the absolute, terrifying mercy of a cold-blooded lord. The two trolls hold hands and cry tears of pure relief, believing they have narrowly escaped being fed to the wolves. Alan ignores the crying men to focus on the truly important things in life, a majestic plate of freshly baked egg tarts sitting on the buffet table. After sending Evan to gather intelligence, Alan wanders the hall, looking for a quiet corner to enjoy his snacks in peace. He takes a bite of his egg tart, noticing two high-ranking nobles whisper-chatting near the columns. Activating his mana-enhanced hearing, Alan closes his eyes to eavesdrop, hoping to catch some useful local gossip. He overhears them discussing the shocking new alliance between Duke Altea and Count Zenonia, two massive powers that historically hated each other. Alan continues chewing, thinking that a standard political alliance between two greedy syndicates is completely normal and nothing to worry about. He smugly tells himself that those two masterminds are way too arrogant to actually work together, so their little partnership will probably collapse in a week anyway. Chibi Allen celebrates the deliciousness of the egg tart, while the nobles continue whispering that there is a secret, terrifying figurehead running the entire Grand Alliance. One noble strokes his chin, asking who could possibly possess the authority to make those two massive crime families submit to a single banner. The second noble leans in, whispering the name of the supreme leader, the Palacio. Alan happily swallows his tart, completely oblivious to his own doom. A bolt of mental lightning strikes Alan's brain as he freezes mid-chew, his eyes widening in pure horror. He listens in absolute paralyzed disbelief as the noble confirms the identity of their new Shadow King. The name Count Palacio echoes in his mind, and his delicious egg tart slips from his hand, splatting comically onto the marble floor. Surrounded by massive question marks, Alan stands alone in the center of the hall, his soul literally leaving his body as he realizes his lazy life is officially over. His face contorts into a silent scream of pure existential panic, questioning what kind of absolute nonsense those two girls have been cooking up behind his back. He recalls meeting Loria once and Kalia twice, and he is 100% certain that the current Western Syndicate has never actually had a single proper meeting with him. He clutches his throbbing head, trying to convince himself that it's all just baseless, stupid high society rumors that will eventually blow over. Suddenly, a flamboyant purple-haired noble clad in a bright red coat approaches him, radiating a massive aura of sparkling, unearned confidence. The man introduces himself as Carmen Camelon, the third son of a foreign duke, offering a condescending smile. Chibi Allen just crouches in exhaustion, wishing people would stop talking to him. Carmine smirks, loudly mocking Alan for inheriting his title through sheer luck and asking for his secret with a predatory grin. Alan internally sighs, wondering why foreign twisted donuts can talk. Before Alan can even open his mouth to apologize and run away, a deep, thunderous voice booms from behind, demanding to know what Carmine just said. Duke Rotegre, Marquis Mardanio, and Count Palin step out of the crowd, their faces dark with absolute protective fury as they glare down at the foreign playboy. Carmine instantly loses his smug grin, his body shaking as he stammers that it was just a joke, realizing he has accidentally offended the three most powerful men in the kingdom. A dramatic rose-filled panel introduces Carmine Camelon, a self-proclaimed gorgeous and romantic guy who believes he is the gift to women. He had traveled from a distant country specifically to marry Duke Rotegre's youngest daughter, presenting her with imported tarts to sweep her off her feet. He smirked to himself, fully convinced his flawless face and charm were completely irresistible, but then he made the fatal mistake of whispering to his fiancée that her sister was overweight and her mother had a giant nose, completely destroying his gentleman facade. He tried to salvage the situation by complimenting her instead, flashing a sweaty, desperate smile. The daughter of Rotegre simply threw her handkerchief in his face, loudly calling off the marriage and running away in tears. Left behind in a puff of smoke, Carmine threw a massive tantrum, stomping his feet like a spoiled toddler because his brilliant wedding plan was cancelled. He stood in the corner of the social hall, radiating a massive aura of pure, salty bitterness. He spotted Alan eating egg tarts alone, identifying him as the immature, connectionless Count Palacio. Smiling like a classic bully, Carmine decided Alan was the perfect weak target to vent his frustration on. Which brings us back to the present, where the three central pillars of the Asteria kingdom are currently towering over him like giant gargoyles. A chibi bubble shows the three powerful nobles turning into aggressive penguins to peck the foreign noble to death. Alan stands there, completely baffled by this bizarre development. Despite his complete lack of interest in politics, Alan recognizes these three men as the literal central axis of the Asteria kingdom, representing the nobility, the royalists, and the moderates. Duke Rotegre points a finger, coldly accusing Duke Camelon of looking down on their entire kingdom by disrespecting one of their counts. Chibi Carmine frantically waves his hands in panic. Count Palin steps up with a polite but terrifying smile, asking if Carmine has a valid reason for addressing an Asterian noble so disrespectfully. Marquis Mardanio corners him, his massive armored hand gripping Carmine's shoulder as he demands an immediate apology for his condescending attitude. Alan's sweat drops, wondering how incredibly unlikable Carmine must be for these three legendary elites to team up and protect him like this. He watches the scene, flashing back to a traumatic memory from his past life of military officers screaming at a crying recruit. Carmine bursts into tears, crying and screaming apologies as he frantically flees the hall in absolute disgrace. The three heavyweights immediately turn to Alan, warmly asking if he's all right. Alan's sweat drops, admitting to himself that their sudden friendliness is actually terrifying. Looking at their eager faces, Alan realizes with a sinking heart that the rumors of him being the supreme mastermind must be absolutely true in their minds. He sweat drops, realizing that if Loria and Kalia have already brought these three political giants under his banner, things are going to get incredibly bothersome. He decides he needs to let them know it's all a misunderstanding. But before he can speak, Duke Rotegre politely raises his hands, apologizing for not having a proper meeting sooner because Alan must be busy orchestrating the kingdom's future. Marquis Mardanio strokes his mustache, mentioning he heard Alan has been researching high-level magic lately. He presents a legendary magic artifact designed to store massive amounts of mana, while Count Palin eagerly offers his own luxury gift to show his allegiance. A system notification pops up as Chibi Alan greedily accepts the bribes, completely failing to resist the temptation of rare mana items. Congratulations, you are now officially the leader of a rebel faction. Later that night, the moonlight shines peacefully over Duke Rotegre's private annex. Inside the candlelit room, Marquis Mardanio sits across from a shadowy figure, asking how the meeting went. Mardanio smiles confidently, reporting that Alan graciously accepted their magical gifts. An overlay explains that in high society politics, presenting high-tier artifacts to the head of a faction is a formal vow of absolute submission. From the shadows, a woman wearing an elegant black hat and a veil smiles beautifully. The Marquise laughs, thanking Duchess Loria Altea for coordinating this flawless introduction. Loria raises her hand, formally welcoming Marquise Mardanio to their grand coalition. Her eyes glow with a sharp fanatical green light beneath her veil as she declares that they now officially share the same sacred purpose under the Great Moon. A final tip from the possessor explains that Duke Rotegre owns multiple luxury mansions, and yes, they are entirely populated by his massive collection of concubines. Under the dim light of a high society lounge, Kalia Zenonia smiles beneath her lace veil, fully convinced she is assisting a ruthless god. She is absolutely thrilled that they both share the exact same goal of completely upending the kingdom's political structure. Sitting across from her is a wealthy noble ally who considers it an absolute honor to serve their shadow master. He confirms that the rest of the faction leaders accepted their secret terms without a single moment of hesitation. Behind the scenes, the chessboard of the kingdom is spinning completely out of control. The nobles believe Duke Altea's rare, calculated movements are part of a massive divine blueprint drawn up by Alan himself. Sweat drops down the noble's face as he notes how rumors of Alan's supreme intelligence are spreading like wildfire. He is convinced that this is a once-in-a-lifetime political wave, and he is determined to ride it to the very top. Behind her lace fan, Kalia lets out a dark, satisfied chuckle as the candlelight flickers in the lavish room. The pieces are set, and the quiet revolution is finally about to begin. Her sharp green eyes gleam with absolute anticipation under her veil. She is ready to start moving their forces in earnest, completely unaware that her terrifying leader is currently eating snacks and trying to take a nap. Meanwhile, at the Grand Estate, the lavish imperial banquet has finally dragged into its fourth consecutive day. High society guests are milling about the Golden Ballroom, completely oblivious to the fact that a cosmic crisis is brewing right under their powdered noses. Alan stands awkwardly in the corner of the room, cradling yet another priceless magic artifact box that was just shoved into his hands. He is deeply depressed because the local nobles keep throwing legendary treasures at him, all because they are terrified of his non-existent death squad. His face twists into his signature, accidental, villainous smirk as he stares down at his loot. He decides he is just going to accept the free bribes and immediately plan a swift, quiet exit before anyone asks him to do actual work. Suddenly, a heavy hand grips his shoulder from behind, causing our all-powerful Shadow Master to let out a highly undignified, wide-eyed hiccup of pure panic. Fortunately, it is just his loyal bodyguard, Evan. Alan immediately attempts to salvage his dignity by pretending he was just lost in deep, highly complex tactical thoughts. Once they retreat to a secure private room, Alan's lazy demeanor completely evaporates when Evan delivers some genuinely terrifying news. An outer god has officially descended in the northern territories of the continent. Evan sits opposite him, explaining that the militaristic nation of Caliban is in an absolute uproar. Ancient scholars are speculating that the mysterious purple crystals popping up across the land are directly linked to these cosmic horrors. Staring out the window, Alan realizes his peaceful, work-free retirement is in serious jeopardy. He determines they need to head straight to Caliban immediately, but they have to make a very important stop along the way. Evan is completely blindsided by this sudden decision to head straight into a war zone and questions why they are going north. Alan merely tells him he will explain the details during the carriage ride. Leaving the grand estate behind, Alan orders his staff to prepare their transport immediately, eager to escape the suffocating noble politics. The moment Evan steps out of the room, Alan faceplants onto the velvet couch, letting out a heavy, soul-crushing sigh. He really truly hoped his life would not devolve into fighting literal cosmic deities, but reality is rarely kind. The dark reality of this RPG world looms heavily over him. The outer gods are calamitous, reality-warping entities, and nobody can ever predict when or where their terrifying divine descent will occur. Normal monsters mutated by these purple crystals become unstoppable, mountain-level threats overnight. Alan knew he had to move fast, but he never expected the main campaign to accelerate this quickly. He covers his face in absolute despair, remembering the hundreds of brutal, bad-ending screens he witnessed back when he played this game as a stressed salaryman. Sitting alone in the dim room, he knows exactly how this story ends if he does nothing. The Allied kingdoms will shatter into complete ruin, and the entire continent will burn to ash. Everyone will die fighting endless, foolish wars in a wasteland contaminated by otherworldly terrors, and his dream of a lazy, noble retirement will be vaporized in a single instant. Fortunately, Alan has a plan. When an outer god first descends, it enters a vulnerable, inactive cocoon phase for several months to stabilize its energy, meaning they have a brief window to strike before it wakes up as an unstoppable deity. He grabs a feather pen and begins writing a highly detailed directive, sealing it with royal purple wax. He knows this is a massive gamble, but it is the only way to secure a living shield. Staring out at the sparkling night sky, Alan wonders what kind of toys and bribes a standard, kind-hearted anime protagonist would actually like these days. 1 week later, at a towering northern fortress, an armored scout runs up to Deus McCallion, handing him a highly confidential sealed letter. Deus stares at the parchment, his sharp eyes widening in absolute shock as he recognizes the handwriting of his beloved master. He immediately looks up at his vice commander, his face hardening into an expression of pure, unyielding resolve. Under the dramatic sunset sky, Deus commands his second-in-command to delay their entire northern military schedule by 2 full weeks. His master has spoken, and nothing on Earth is more important than Alan's commands. Meanwhile, Alan and Evan arrive at Patron, a quaint, picturesque village located north of the Ashkelon Kingdom. Alan is pleasantly surprised by how incredibly easy it was to track down their target. Standing in the middle of the town square is a bubbly, blue-haired kid covered in literal, sparkly, golden main character energy. It is Elebon, the official, playable protagonist of the actual roguelike RPG Psychedelia. Alan is completely dumbfounded by how much the kid stands out from the dreary background. He stares at the boy's incredibly beautiful, delicate facial features, internally questioning if this kid is actually a boy, because his character design is frankly unfair. Elebon notices them and strikes an energetic pose, loudly introducing himself with a giant, friendly smile. He is just thrilled to meet some new travelers. Alan stares down at him with a deadpan expression, thinking about how this sweet, energetic kid is destined to become an absolute powerhouse who kills gods for a living. In the original game lore, Elebon is the ultimate hero who rises from poverty to become a legendary savior. Alan politely compliments his bright personality, though he internally feels incredibly weird standing face-to-face with a video game character he used to control with a keyboard. Without saying another word, Alan reaches out and drops a massive, incredibly heavy sack of solid gold coins straight into the bewildered kid's hands. He then snaps his fingers, and Evan dramatically whips open a high-end leather briefcase filled with glowing, top-tier magical potions and rare artifacts. Evan then begins dumping a literal mountain of beautifully wrapped, expensive gift boxes straight onto the dirt road. Alan is essentially running a corporate sponsorship program for an orphan. Elebon's eyes turn into literal dizzy spirals of absolute shock as he stares at the fortune piled up in front of his feet. The confused kid asks why on earth a random wealthy noble is showering him with treasures. Alan calmly explains that this is a highly strategic, long-term investment. He steps forward, firmly grabbing Elebon by his shoulders and getting uncomfortably close to his face. He desperately tells him to grow up as fast as possible so he can fight the terrifying cosmic deities on his behalf. With his absolute masterpiece of financial bribery complete, Alan turns around and walks away in slow motion, completely convinced he has just secured his ultimate survival. Suddenly, Alan pauses and looks back over his shoulder, realized he forgot a crucial detail. He dramatically announces his name is Count Palacio, ensuring the kid knows exactly who is funding his adventure. Elebon runs a few steps after them, waving his arms as the two mysterious gentlemen prepare to board their luxury carriage. The young protagonist smiles brightly, waving high in the air and promising with all his heart that he will never ever forget the name of his generous savior. Peering through the carriage window, Alan watches the sparkling kid wave goodbye. He begins to wonder if Elaban was always this incredibly upbeat in the original storyline. As they roll down the road, Alan rests his chin on his hand. Evan sits across from him, asking if it was truly all right to leave without even having a proper conversation with the boy. Alan dismisses the concern, noting that the kid is sharp enough to get the message. He internally rejoices in his clever pay-to-win strategy, having essentially set the game's main character on auto-leveling. Evan looks out the window, noting that even though the kid was wearing basic peasant clothes, his natural mana flow was incredibly thick, swirling, and highly unnatural. He describes how the boy was practically radiating a dense aura of raw magical energy, indicating he was already carrying high-tier artifacts beneath his shirt. Alan's face instantly drops. In the original game settings, Elaban was supposed to be a completely ordinary, average kid before he started his grand adventure. He realizes this is yet another massive chaotic butterfly effect that deviates wildly from the game's original timeline, especially since it involves the main protagonist. He quickly shakes it off, shrugging his shoulders in a carefree manner. At the end of the day, as long as he gets to live a quiet, work-free life, the stronger his meat shield is, the better. He reassures himself by remembering that Elaban is one of the very few genuinely kind-hearted, heroic individuals in this entire wretched dark fantasy world, so there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Then, Alan's eyes suddenly freeze in absolute horror as his own words echo in his mind. Wait, kind-hearted? He slowly turns to his bodyguard, his voice trembling slightly as he asks Evan about the current status of Deus. A terrifying vision of Deus covered in an evil, glowing purple aura flashes in his mind. Alan is suddenly petrified by the realization that his sweet adoptive orphan is currently a literal, high-level serial killer. As the carriage travels through a beautiful autumn forest, a sweating chibi Alan nervously asks Evan if he thinks the terrifying knights will even let him visit his son without executing him on the spot. Back inside the carriage, Evan is holding a gold eyelash curler, looking completely deadpan as he asks why on earth Alan spent his life savings buying a box of random, useless, noble trinkets. Alan sighs, explaining they are crucial bribes to ensure his sweet son doesn't murder him. 10 days later, the massive glistening spires of Kirdam, the capital city of Caliban, rise majestically against a bright, clear blue sky. Outside the towering northern gates, a massive line of carriages, merchants, and travelers are waiting patiently under the watchful eyes of heavily armored guards. Inside their carriage, Evan is yawning from exhaustion, while Alan is slumped over in his seat, looking completely drained. Fantasy world commuting is apparently just as soul-crushing as a modern 9-to-5. Alan stares down at a dark crimson pendant in his hand, reminding himself that this grueling journey is all to prepare for the upcoming war against the outer gods. He looks over at the stacks of glowing, golden treasure chests packed into their carriage. He nervously wonders if Deus will actually like these expensive bribes, feeling like an anxious father trying to buy his estranged son's love. Outside, the line is finally moving. The coachman calls out to the guards, noting that it is almost their turn for inspection. Evan steps out of the carriage, telling Alan he will be right back after completing the standard identity verification. Alan merely waves him off, eager to get this over with. Alan leans back against the velvet cushions, letting out a relaxed sigh, relieved that the border control process seems to be moving incredibly quickly. Suddenly, Evan sticks his head back inside the carriage, his expression tense as he announces that a slight issue has arisen. Outside the massive iron gates, a squad of heavily armed knights has surrounded their luxury carriage, ordering the coachman to immediately pull to the side. Alan steps down from the carriage, his dark cape fluttering behind him as an incredibly smug, brown-haired knight in polished silver armor struts forward to meet him. The knight rests his hand on his sword, loudly introducing himself as Viran, the direct disciple of Master Knight Fiola, the famous fourth sword of the kingdom. This guy clearly spends way too much time styling his hair. Viran flashes a predatory, incredibly arrogant grin, fully expecting the minor noble to tremble at the mention of his master's prestigious name. Alan merely stares at him with absolute deadpan exhaustion. He has zero idea who Fiola is, and he is deeply annoyed that this silver-plated clown is delaying his nap. Viran steps closer, explaining that a wealthy friend of his back in the Asteria kingdom sent word that he was deeply indebted to Count Palacio. A light bulb instantly goes off in Alan's head as a vision of Carmine, the narcissistic playboy surrounded by sparkly roses, flashes in his mind. We see a flashback of Carmine looking completely unhinged, screaming into a magic communication orb and ordering Viran to cripple the pathetic count the moment he arrives in Caliban. Carmine strikes a dramatic villainous pose, telling Viran that if he wants to improve his swordsmanship, he needs to test his blade against high-level opponents. Back in the present, Viran smugly draws his sword, claiming he needs to put on a good show to repay his wealthy friend's favor. Alan lets out a tired sigh while Evan slowly draws his steel blade. Alan is incredibly irritated that Carmine's terminal stupidity is apparently highly contagious. Viran smugly points his sword at them, casually offering to show some mercy if they hand over every single valuable item hidden inside their carriage. Alan stares calmly at the sharp blade pointed directly at his chest, his eyes narrowing into a cold, lifeless glare. Viran flashes a wicked, confident smile, completely convinced Alan is just a weak, friendless noble with absolutely zero political influence in this foreign land. Alan's face darkens with pure, unadulterated rage as he realizes he has to deal with yet another brainless idiot. Birds of a feather truly do flock together. Alan's hand begins to crackle with dense, white-hot magical energy as he prepares to unleash a Babylonian gravity spell right in the middle of the public road. Viran charges forward with a maniacal grin, raising his sword for a lethal strike. The arrogant knight leaps through the air, confident that even if things go slightly wrong, his powerful master will easily smooth over any legal trouble. But before his sword can even descend, a massive, dark purple hand clad in spiky armor violently grabs Viran by the throat, completely stopping his momentum in a single, bone-shattering instant. Viran lets out a pathetic choke as his sword slips from his grip, clattering loudly onto the dusty ground. The smug knight gasps for air, his eyes wide with pure terror as his windpipe is slowly crushed. The dust clears to reveal Deus Macalian standing there in his towering dark purple spiky armor, looking like an absolute demon of wrath. Alan and Evan just stand there, completely dumbfounded by his sudden entrance. Deus tightens his grip, his purple eyes glowing with a terrifying, murderous intent that sends a chill down everyone's spine. Alan stares blankly at the massive, terrifying warrior standing in front of him, trying to reconcile this demon with the sweet kid he raised in his orphanage. Deus looks down at the choking knight, his voice dripping with pure icy rage as he asks how a pathetic weakling like him dares to lay a hand on his beloved benefactor. A wide shot shows Viran dangling helplessly in the air, like a rag doll. The surrounding guards are suddenly realizing they do not get paid nearly enough to fight a master knight. The manhwa basically gives us a graphic overlay reminding us of Viran's monumental stupidity. With a brutal, earth-shattering crash, Deus slams Viran straight into the dirt road, leaving him screaming in agony. Deus immediately brings his heavy armored boot down onto Viran's chest with a sickening crunch. The graphic text reminds us that this is the legendary knight who casually defeated the war god Kurga in a duel. He grabs Viran by his styled brown hair, violently pulling his head back with absolute zero mercy. Viran desperately screams out Deus's name, begging for mercy. Deus merely stares down at him, completely unbothered, and mockingly offers him a closer look at his benefactor. An extreme close-up of Deus's face shows the absolute cold-blooded intensity radiating off him. This kid is officially a terrifying monster. Deus slowly turns his glowing purple gaze toward the surrounding guards, calmly warning them that if even a single one of them moves, their deaths will be highly creative. Without waiting for a response, Deus winds up and delivers a massive, armor-shattering punch straight to Viran's face. Viran is sent flying through the air, spitting out blood and teeth as his expensive silver armor shatters into pieces. Alan stands there with wide eyes, internally screaming in pure panic. He is starting to realize that the present-day Deus is significantly more unhinged than he remembered. Deus dashes forward again, telling Viran he should be incredibly grateful that they are in a public zone where military rules prevent him from committing actual murder. With a brutal roundhouse kick, Deus launches Viran straight into a massive oak tree, completely snapping the trunk in half. The tree did absolutely nothing to deserve this. Deus then descends upon the broken knight, unleashing a relentless, rapid-fire flurry of purple-infused punches that turns Viran's smug face into actual abstract art. Alan watches the absolute massacre, sweat dripping down his face as he weakly mutters that the kid is striking quite well. Deus stands proudly in a sparkling shoujo-style background, his armor gleaming as he proudly calls Alan his ultimate benefactor. Alan is instantly moved to tears, completely touched that his adopted son actually cares about him. In a hilarious chibi fantasy, Alan sheds tears of joy, comparing this moment to a proud father who has successfully raised a sweet, loving son. He feels like a single dad whose kid just won the spelling bee by hospitalizing the competition. Chibi Alan happily wipes away his tears while Deus continues to violently pummel Viran in the background. Alan proudly notes how exceptionally upright and well-behaved his boy has grown up to be. Alan covers his face in emotional bliss, declaring how proud he is. Evan stands next to him, completely deadpan, dryly pointing out that his sweet son is currently committing a brutal public felony. Deus brings his heavy boot down on Viran's bloody face once more. Alan happily plugs his ears, weeping over how unbelievably sweet and thoughtful his adoptive son is for defending his honor. Viran lies completely unconscious and broken in a crater of dirt. Alan finally glances over, internally questioning if this beatdown was perhaps a tiny bit excessive. Deus slowly turns around, adjusting his gauntlets as he walks back toward his master with a calm, serene expression. As Deus towers over them under the bright blue sky, the warm, fuzzy parental feelings in Alan's chest suddenly begin to evaporate. A dark, chilling realization suddenly hits Alan like a freight train. He remembers that Deus is not just his sweet adoptive son, he is officially one of the 5 great sins destined to destroy the entire world. But before Alan can panic, Deus drops his weapons, bending his waist into a perfect, highly respectful 90-degree bow of absolute submission. Deus looks up, flashing a handsome, incredibly cool main character smile as he gently offers to personally escort his beloved master through the city. A funny system stat window pops up, revealing that even Alan's bodyguard, Evan, has quietly reached the prestigious realm of Sword Expert, capable of reading mana flows with extreme precision. It turns out Alan is surrounded by high-level monsters, and his dream of a lazy life is getting more complicated by the second. When the ancient gods decide to play dirty, humans usually end up as the ultimate collateral damage. A massive dark iron spike slams into the frozen earth, signaling that the rules of war are officially out the window. Smoke and ash billow across the snowy northern plains as the barbarian camp burns to the ground, littered with the broken bodies of fallen warriors. Under a fluttering crimson sun banner, a red-caped knight glares over the absolute devastation, utterly convinced he has just secured the perfect clean victory. This arrogant show-off is Delman, the third sword of Caliburn and captain of the Crimson Flame Knight Order, and he is currently screaming at the top of his lungs to celebrate his triumph. His soldiers raise their burning blades to the sky, cheering loudly over a victory that was supposed to cement their glory but is actually about to get them all horribly killed. Delman smugly orders his men to pack up and head back to the forward base for maintenance, completely unaware that his life expectancy has just dropped to about 5 minutes. Staring into the blizzard, Delman sneers as he thinks about Deus, the newly appointed Master Knight. He is determined to prove that a seasoned veteran like himself won't be outdone by a mere teenager. To match Deus's terrifying reputation, Delman resorted to highly underhanded methods, completely defiling the long-standing honorable treaty of duel between Caliburn and the northern tribes. For centuries, both sides respected a sacred code of honor, clashing in formal duels under the watchful eyes of their ancestors. But instead of fighting fair, Delman ambushed the barbarian chief Kulkan with a hidden infiltration force, leaving the massive warrior to cough up blood while cursing his pathetic, cowardly executioner. Since Deus had recently slain the legendary chief Kurga, Delman felt he desperately needed a flashy achievement of his own, though he is slightly annoyed that Kulkan's corpse mysteriously vanished right after the battle. He brushes it off, confident that even if the chief somehow survived the physical blades, the glowing green poison he laced his weapons with would have melted his internal organs by now. Delman struts through the snow with a wicked, self-satisfied grin, fully expecting to be showered in gold and high-ranking titles the moment he reports back to the capital. Suddenly, his boots grind to a halt as a bizarre, suffocating wind sweeps across the icy clearing. His smug expression instantly evaporates into pure horror as he looks down at his forward base, which has been completely pulverized into a smoking crater of blood and crushed wood. Standing amidst the wreckage of the camp is a single, towering muscular silhouette, his back turned to the shivering knights as the blizzard howls around him. The giant slowly turns his head, revealing a glowing crimson eye and black war paint. He speaks Delman's name in a voice that sounds like grinding stone. Delman panics, instantly lighting his sword on fire. Because as we all know, lighting your sword on fire is a highly effective coping mechanism when facing a literal monster. A massive, terrifying blue-clawed demonic presence looms behind the barbarian, demanding to know why a pathetic mortal dared to defile a sacred duel staked on absolute honor. The giant stands wrapped in a swirling, glowing vortex of teal mana, radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated death. Delman's eyes go completely wide with sweat dripping down his face as he realizes the sheer, suffocating pressure in front of him does not belong to a mortal. This is definitely not Kulkan. Kulkan's possessed body leaps through the air with terrifying speed as Delman desperately screams out, demanding to know who this monster is. Their blades clash in a massive, fiery explosion, but the barbarian god merely scoffs, mocking the knight for being foolish enough to trust the word duel on a lawless battlefield. The frozen ground shatters into a massive chasm as the giant looks down with glowing eyes, warning Delman that despite his impressive human strength, this is officially his last warning. Staring down with dead, cold eyes, the god delivers a simple, chilling command: duel me. Terrified but cornered, Delman commands his entire squad of elite knights to draw their flaming weapons and prepare for a desperate, all-out battle. The giant slowly raises his hand, coldly stating that since these mortals possess absolutely zero honor, he will not grant them a clean, honorable death. With a single snap of his fingers, the bones of a nearby knight violently burst through his armor with a sickening crunch, leaving the poor bastard to scream in absolute agony. Delman watches in pure, unbridled terror as his elite knights drop to their knees, clutching their heads and screaming for mercy as their bodies begin to violently mutate. Their eyes turn a demonic, glowing red as their flesh twists and boils, begging their comrades to end their suffering before they completely lose their minds. Before Delman can even process the horror, a mutated knight charges forward in a blur, his claws slashing through the air. Blood sprays across the snow as Delman gets violently slashed across the chest, letting out a desperate scream of agony. The giant slams his fist into the ground, unleashing a shockwave of raw mana that shatters the frozen earth into 1,000 pieces. Knights are tossed around like ragdolls as the entire battlefield turns into a chaotic blender of flying rocks and shattering ice. The possessed chief unleashes a massive high kick, sending a blade of razor-sharp wind slicing through the screaming crowd. A massive explosion of blood-red energy detonates in the center of the camp, vaporizing everything in its path. Crimson bursts light up the dark sky as the knights are systematically torn to shreds, their desperate screams echoing through the freezing wind. The barbarian god punches a knight straight through his heavy steel armor, leaving a gaping, blood-spattered hole in his chest. Delman stumbles backward, bleeding from his mouth as a massive, heavy hand firmly grabs him by the shoulder. He turns around, his voice trembling as he gasps out his final question. He collapses onto the bloody snow, clutching his fatal chest wound while weeping in pure, agonizing regret. Standing over him, the giant's face is cast in deep shadow, his crimson eyes glowing as he declares that every single savage in this place is about to pay for their crimes.
The red, hellish mist swirls around them as the mutated undead rise from the snow, forming a terrifying arena of death. Welcome to the bloody Colosseum. The shadow of the ancient deity looms over the frozen wasteland.
This is Ultultus, the father of duels and the absolute god of all barbarians, and he is personally descended to teach these humans a lesson in pain. Reaching his blood-stained hand out, the deity demands that the surviving knights prove they are not just pathetic, honorless savages. The remaining knights stand paralyzed in the red, glowing mist, realizing their lives are officially forfeit. Back at the capital gates, the blue sky stands in hilarious contrast to the bloodbath up north. Deus calmly guides his master toward his carriage, while a group of knights carries the thoroughly beaten Varan away. The surrounding guards whisper in absolute wide-eyed shock. They can't believe that the legendary ruthless swordless master knight is actually bowing his head to a random foreign count. To put this in perspective, Deus' status in Caliburn is so absurdly high that he didn't receive a single punishment even after slapping the second prince twice for harassing his sister. He is a warrior of absolute pride, a man who would never show a shred of politeness to anyone on earth other than the king himself. That is exactly why the guards are losing their minds watching this terrifying killing machine bow 90 degrees to Alan in the dirt. Alan casually walks past him, trying to look cool while the guards stare in pure, sweaty terror, wondering just what kind of world-destroying demon Count Palacio actually is. Deus gestures toward a ridiculously sparkly, high-end carriage, politely inviting his master to step inside. Alan's sweat drops, realizing this flashy entrance is going to attract way too much attention. Evan whispers that he will follow them behind in their standard carriage to avoid getting caught up in the drama. Alan steps into the carriage, realizing that Deus's lifestyle is on a completely different level of luxury now. He looks up at a massive, cathedral-like white marble palace. He is genuinely impressed by how incredibly successful his adopted orphanage kid has become. They walk down a grand, empty white marble hallway, their footsteps echoing through the silent mansion. Alan feels incredibly awkward, sweat dropping as he stares at Deus's broad back. He begins to panic, wondering if the kid is actually uncomfortable around him. Chibi Alan decides the best move is to skip the awkward small talk and get straight to the point, hoping to show his consideration. He calls out to Deus, causing the tall knight to instantly freeze and turn his head. Standing by a grand arched doorway, Alan calmly explains that the main reason he traveled all the way to Caliburn is because he has a very important request. Deus's purple eyes go completely wide with a mixture of shock and reverence as he repeats the word request. He stares intensely, his mind racing as he repeats the fact that his master used the word request instead of simply giving him a direct order. Alan looks serious, but he is internally sweating bullets, wondering if Deus thinks he is incredibly shameless for asking for a favor after neglecting him for years. Deus quickly turns around, politely suggesting they sit down in the lounge to discuss the details properly. Alan's sweat drops, thinking about standard high society etiquette. Usually, the host is supposed to take the highest, most prestigious seat, but Deus has placed Alan on a literal giant throne-like chair. Chibi Alan decides he actually likes it because it makes him feel like a highly respected father. Alan clears his throat and delivers his first request. He needs to head to the dangerous northern border, and he wants Deus to accompany him. Deus answers instantly with an intense, deadpan stare. Of course. Gladly. Alan is completely stunned by how fast he accepted, completely unaware that Deus was already planning to head north anyway. Chibi Alan celebrates his absolute luck, but his face quickly turns serious as he prepares to deliver his second, much more difficult request. He crosses his legs and leans back like a true mafia boss, looking incredibly cold-blooded. He asks if it would be possible for him to borrow the legendary Ring of Radiance, currently locked away in Caliburn's royal treasury. Back in the courtyard, the vice commander salutes another knight, announcing they have safely returned. Deus casually walks past, stating he will be escorting their guest personally. Suddenly, a sweet little purple-haired girl named Siley runs up, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she realizes a highly important guest is visiting her brother. This reminds the vice commander of the scene from 2 weeks ago, when Deus coldly ordered him to delay their entire military expedition to the north. Back then, Deus had a rare, unbelievably warm smile on his face, gently explaining that his beloved savior would be visiting him soon. The vice commander sweat drops, remembering how terrifyingly out of character that gentle smile was. He turns to Siley, holding a wooden practice sword, and announces that the mysterious Count Palacio has officially arrived. Back in the lounge, Alan sits back in his massive throne-like chair, looking intensely cool as he asks if Deus can help him borrow the royal relic. The silver Ring of Radiance sparkles under the light, a powerful artifact locked deep within the royal vault. Alan sweat drops, internally panicking because he knows asking to borrow a royal family heirloom is an incredibly unreasonable request that could start a political war. Just as the silence gets suffocating, the door opens and Evan steps inside, apologizing for the delay. Chibi Alan is practically weeping with joy, celebrating his bodyguard's perfect timing. Alan immediately plays it cool, asking Evan if he brought them. Evan flashes a thumbs up, confirming that the goods have arrived. Evan dumps a massive, sparkly mountain of beautifully wrapped luxury gift boxes onto the coffee table, instantly blinding everyone with their sheer sparkle. Alan smugly holds up a fancy jewelry box, bragging about how these gifts are extremely popular these days. Chibi Alan is incredibly proud of his flawless, ice-breaking strategy. He showcases a beautiful, sparkly silver necklace with a sapphire gem, politely hoping Deus likes the gifts he chose with so much care. But Deus merely stares at the massive pile of gifts with an absolute deadpan silence, letting out a quiet, "Thank you." Alan's sweat drops, awkwardly asking if he isn't going to open them. Deus politely states that it would be rude to open them in front of his guest, promising to do so when he is alone. Chibi Alan's mind shatters as his gift barrage completely fails, leaving him feeling like a pathetic, broke foreign noble. Suddenly, Deus's eyes glow with an intense, sparkly passion as he swears that he will retrieve the Ring of Radiance for his benefactor immediately, completely unconcerned about the consequences. Chibi Alan freezes, pointing out that the ring is kept in the highly secure royal treasury and usually takes at least a week of official government paperwork to retrieve. Deus closes one eye, falling into deep, highly calculated tactical thoughts. He is likely calculating how many treasonous laws he has to break to get the ring by dinner time. Deus calmly suggests that while the king can be annoying, he thinks simply eliminating about 50 royal guards should be more than enough to secure the ring. Alan and Evan stare at him in pure, jaw-dropped horror, realizing this kid is not joking. Deus's face goes completely dark and terrifying as he deadpans, "Should we leave now?" Alan's eyes turn into tiny dots of pure panic, realizing his adoptive son is a literal psycho. Alan quickly waves his hands, telling him there is absolutely no need to commit high treason, prompting Deus to promise he will retrieve it as quickly as possible through other, slightly less bloody means. Alan stares at him, sweating profusely as he wonders how on earth Deus plans to get it. He is deeply grateful for the devotion, but this is getting ridiculous. Standing in the massive cathedral hallway, Alan internally screams, realizing Deus has absolutely zero moderation when it comes to doing him favors. Suddenly, Siley runs down the marble hall in her pink dress, happily calling out to her big brother. Evan smiles warmly, waving his hand to greet her. Siley's face lights up as she happily runs toward him, calling him her dear friend. Chibi Evan and Chibi Siley hold hands, dancing around in a circle. Alan watches them with a bored expression, remembering that Siley is the precious little sister he ordered Evan to rescue from slave traders years ago. Siley close-up shows her warm purple eyes and sweet, beautiful face. Alan's sweat drops, thinking about how in the original game he only saw her bloody, dead body. Seeing her alive and happy, she is the spitting image of Deus. Suddenly, a large, dark-gloved hand violently reaches out into the frame. Deus grabs Siley by the shoulders and forcefully pulls her away, coldly warning her that Evan is not her friend, he is a creepy old mister. Evan's face instantly darkens with pure, hilarious offense. Deus stands in a dark, terrifying aura, shielding his sister while commanding the old man to stay away from her. Alan snaps his fingers, suddenly realizing that Deus's absolute devotion to him is likely because Alan saved his sister's life all those years ago. Chibi Alan laughs, patting himself on the back. He realizes that at this rate, the terrifying Master Knight will literally do anything on Earth for him. Siley politely steps forward, asking if he is indeed the famous Count Palacio. Alan nods calmly, while Siley explains that Evan told her Alan was the one who ordered her rescue. Alan merely shrugs, playing it cool, though he internally knows that if Siley had died, Deus would have turned into a literal world-destroying blender. Siley gently reaches out, taking Alan's hand into hers. She rests her head against her brother, smiling warmly as she offers her most sincere, heartfelt gratitude. Deus stands behind her, his intense glare softening into a look of quiet respect. Alan stares down at their joined hands, admitting to himself that he didn't save her out of the pure goodness of his heart. But as he looks up, his gaze softens. It still feels incredibly good to be thanked by the people he saved. And so, under a beautiful purple sunset, Alan's temporary stay at Deus's lavish mansion officially begins. The very next day, Deus casually presents a velvet box containing the Ring of Radiance. Alan, who was peacefully sipping his morning tea, instantly spits it out in pure shock, unable to believe it only took a single day. As Alan holds up the sparkling ring, Evan slams the double doors open, looking completely out of breath. Evan is sweating profusely, gasping out that he has just heard some incredibly bizarre and terrifying news from the royal palace. Evan explains that Deus marched straight into the royal palace, demanded the sacred ring, and when the second prince refused, Deus casually slapped the prince twice across the face. Alan's face completely breaks in pure, unbridled shock. 3 days later, under a cold winter sky, the blue flag of Caliburn waves as the knights prepare to embark on their northern expedition. The grand carriages travel through the heavy, freezing blizzard, heading straight toward the chaotic northern border. 2 weeks later, devastating news reaches their convoy from the Vanguard outpost. Delman, the third blade, has been found dead with a massive hole blasted through his chest. The survivors describe a screaming, blood-splattered nightmare that wiped out their entire army. The massive glowing silhouette of the barbarian deity Ultultus stands over the carnage, corrupting the dead into a terrifying army of mutated undead. Inside the heated command tent, the remaining nobles are in an absolute panic, screaming about a retreat. They argue that with their soldiers critically wounded and without their first blade, they don't stand a chance against the god. Suddenly, a loud, heavy handclap echoes through the tent, instantly silencing the bickering nobles. Deus sits at the head of the tactical map table, his dark gaze instantly bringing absolute silence to the room. Fiola, the silver blue-haired fourth blade, steps forward, calmly suggesting they take a moment to analyze the situation before making a final, rushed decision. Outside the tent, the winter wind howls through the snowy camp. Fiola explains that the outer god is sowing absolute chaos at the outpost, resurrecting the dead to fight for him. She reports that Delman is dead, and Kiriana, the second blade, is currently critically wounded and fighting for her life. Fiola looks worriedly at Deus, noting that the horrifying visions of malevolent mana are starting to reach even their current position. Deus calmly agrees, stating he can already see the strange reddish aura in the distance. In the sky above, a terrifying, swirling vortex of red and teal malevolent mana is corrupting the clouds. This chilling spectacle of raw, corrupted energy is so dense that only master-level warriors who have reached awakening can actually see it. Fiola sighs, staring at the snowy plains. She admits this ominous aura is starting to wear her down, suggesting that a strategic retreat might truly be their only safe option. Suddenly, Deus sniffs the air, his brow furrowing as he notices a strange smell. Smoke? He turns around to find Alan and Evan casually roasting sweet potatoes over a portable charcoal grill. Alan holds up a steaming, delicious potato, whispering magical Babylonian phrases to perfectly heat it. Deus stands there completely dumbfounded, wondering where on earth they even got a grill from. To the side, a familiar blue-haired girl is screaming at two knights. It is Phinia, the Magic Tower Vice Master, and she is furiously shouting that she is a magic researcher, not a doctor, and there is nothing more she can do to treat the wounded. Phinia storms off, clutching her magic scrolls as she yells at the knights to monitor the mutation's evolution instead of bothering her. She storms right up to Deus, angrily telling him to get out of her way, before she suddenly freezes mid-step. Phinia's face goes completely pale, her eyes widening in absolute raw primal terror as her voice completely catches in her throat. Sitting calmly on a wooden crate in his dark cloak, Alan casually chews on a sweet potato, looking down at her with a bored, cold-blooded gaze that screams, "Make a sound, and I'll vaporize you." And here is a random high-quality portrait of Deus looking incredibly clean and handsome because the artist knew we needed a nice JPEG before the actual bloodbath begins up north. It is truly remarkable how a single, sleep-deprived gaze from a lazy noble can completely paralyze a high-level magic genius. Fenia Krazen's face has turned completely pale as she stares at Alan, her eyes wide with a primal terror that her magical textbooks definitely didn't prepare her for. Sitting calmly in his dark cloak, Alan casually rests his chin on his hand, looking down at her with a bored, cold-blooded expression. He is actually just trying to figure out if his sweet potato is perfectly cooked, but to Fenia, he looks like a demon lord deciding how to execute her. Alan casually waves his hand, politely greeting the petrified vice master and noting that the rumors of her arrival were indeed true. Fenia lets out a literal squeak of terror, clutching her magic scrolls as she realizes she is standing right next to the terrifying Deus. Shaking like a leaf, Fenia stammers that the medicine Alan needs is currently out of stock and will take a long time to prepare since she is incredibly busy. But the moment Alan lets out a disappointed sigh and acts like he understands, Fenia's brain completely short-circuits in panic, and she frantically screams that she can absolutely get it done immediately. Alan's sweat drops, explaining that his personal finances are a bit tight right now after blowing his life savings on bribing the game's actual protagonist, meaning his payment might be slightly delayed. Fenia frantically waves her hands, insisting that a single miserable gold coin is more than enough to cover the costs. Alan calmly smiles, accepting her incredibly generous offer. Meanwhile, in the background, Fenia's assistants drop their logs in absolute jaw-dropped shock as they watch their prideful boss beg to be scammed. Fenia lets out a nervous, highly forced chuckle while her subordinates clutch their heads in pure disbelief. They are completely stunned that the arrogant vice master is smiling like a servant after being scammed out of hundreds of gold coins, wondering if she has officially lost her mind. Fenia zooms away like a blue blur, clutching her scrolls and screaming that she will whip up the masterclass concoction and serve it piping hot. She has never worked this hard in her entire life, mostly because her survival has never depended on it before. Her assistants watch her run, their eyes practically turning into sparkling stars of pure admiration. They are deeply impressed by their boss's diplomatic genius, completely unaware that Fenia is simply running for her life. With the awkward drama sorted out, Alan happily takes a massive bite of his perfectly roasted sweet potato, surrounded by a hilarious, sparkly aura of pure culinary satisfaction. Meanwhile, inside the main command tent, Fiola suddenly springs to her feet as a massive wave of dark, suffocating energy sweeps through the camp. Deus immediately places his hand on the hilt of his blade, his purple eyes narrowing as he senses a terrifying presence approaching their location. Outside the wooden barricades, a massive army of mutated barbarian undead slowly marches through the blizzard, blanketed by a dark, swirling crimson mist. The camp alarms blare as the Caliburn Knights charge into the snow, their blades clashing against the relentless horde of resurrected corpses. But the Knights quickly realize that standard physical strikes are completely useless, as the mutated barbarians merely growl and continue moving even after being run completely through the chest. Standing at the defensive line, Fenia raises her staff, her face serious as she unleashes her signature spell, Ice Shard. A massive wave of jagged blue ice crystals erupts from the snow, instantly freezing the front line of mutated barbarians in their tracks. The ice shatters with a deafening blast, successfully holding the line and proving that Fenia actually earned her title as a magic prodigy. Meanwhile, Deus spins through the frozen air like a purple hurricane, his glowing magical threads and blade cleanly slicing through multiple undead in a single fluid motion. Deus lands gracefully, while Fenia activates her analytical eye magic to locate the source of the anomalous mana, her eyes widening as she spots the threat approaching from the clouds. In the sky above, a massive, violent bolt of purple lightning tears through the crimson clouds, radiating a suffocating pressure of pure despair. The lightning strike vaporizes the center of the camp in a massive, earth-shattering explosion that leaves a smoking crater in the frozen earth. A massive, blue-skinned footclad in simple barbarian wrap steps through the smoke as a deep, booming voice mockingly calls the human knights a bunch of dishonorable savages. It is Otultus, the barbarian war god, currently possessing the massive corpse of Kulkan the Great. Surrounded by crackling teal lightning and flowing white hair, he looks like a literal demon of wrath. Fiola charges forward with incredible speed, attempting a lethal thrust, but the god casually blocks her sharp steel blade with his bare hands. Fiola stares in pure wide-eyed horror, unable to believe that her legendary quicksword technique didn't even scratch his skin. With a single, casual swipe of his blue-skinned hand, Altultus unleashes a massive blade of pressurized wind that cleanly cuts Fiola down, sending her crashing into the snow. As Fiola lies bleeding and unconscious, the surrounding knights scream in agony as the god's passive curse violently twists their bodies, mutating them into twisted black-winged monsters. A young knight watches his commander fall, tears streaming down his face as he screams in absolute despair, realizing they are all about to be slaughtered. But before the god can finish them off, a shadow falls over the snow. Alan calmly steps past the weeping knight, casually tossing 2 empty potion bottles onto the ground as he calls out to the ancient deity. Standing beneath the red sky, Alan activates his glowing Babylonian ring, gold scriptures swirling around his body as he formally invokes the Oath of Calgunia and demands a turn-based duel of Babylon. Altultus pauses, his eyes widening in surprise before he lets out a booming, hysterical laugh that echoes across the ruined battlefield. The ancient deity looks down with a predatory, excited grin, admitting that finding a mortal who actually knows the sacred rules of their ancient era is an unexpected, highly pleasant surprise. The moment the duel is formally requested, the god's passive curse immediately halts, and the mutated knights collapse onto the snow as the rules of the pact take effect. Altultus welcomes his noble opponent to the bloody Colosseum, a sacred turn-based pocket dimension where the laws of physics are temporarily suspended. A massive dome of swirling, blood-red energy rapidly expands from the god's body, trapping Alan and Altultus inside a private arena where absolutely no one can interfere. Clasping his hands together beneath golden scriptures, Altultus formally accepts the sacred duel of Babylon, matching his opponent's honor. Alan stands tall in his dark cloak, but his heart is pounding like a bass drum. He realized he made a massive, life-threatening calculation error. The barbarian god is already incredibly close to complete manifestation, meaning his raw stats are off the charts. Altultus stretches his neck under the crackling red sky, radiating a power that easily rivals the world-destroying mortal sins. Sweating profusely, Alan admits to himself that if he hadn't chugged Fenia's potion of excellence right before stepping forward, the sheer pressure of the god's aura would have caused him to pass out instantly. This is officially his last chance to survive. Under the lightning-torn sky, the 2 duelists stand opposite each other, quietly agreeing to begin their high-stakes turn-based match. Altultus leaps through the air with a maniacal grin. According to Rule 1 of the Grand Duel of Babylon, the person who was challenged automatically claims the initiative and gets to take the first turn. The god winds up his glowing fist, happily roaring that he is about to play his opponent the ultimate song of ruin. Outside the Crimson Barrier, Fenia's assistants scream for everyone to take cover, while Deus desperately tries to charge forward to save his master, only for Evan to firmly hold him back. Inside the dome, Alan stands perfectly still, unable to move. According to Rule 2, the defender is strictly forbidden from moving or dodging outside of their turn. He literally has to stand there and take a god's full-force punch to the face. Altultus's face twists into an expression of pure ecstatic joy as his fist glows with enough energy to level a mountain. He praises his opponent's absolute, unyielding honor for not running away. A system window pops up explaining Rule 3. A turn consists of exactly 1 attack and 1 defense, and both opponents immediately swap positions once the action is complete. Facing down the world-ending fist, Alan calmly prepares his defense, knowing that standard low-tier magic barrier blocks will be entirely useless against the deity's strike. He rapidly chains together his Babylonian verbal constraints: immobilization, condensation, reinforcement, and deepening, channeling every single drop of his stored mana into a single defensive point. Altultus's fist descends, unleashing a massive blinding beam of crimson destructive energy that completely engulfs Alan's slender figure. Alan grimaces, holding up his glowing hand as his reinforced barrier barely manages to keep the god's raw energy from vaporizing him on the spot. The collision of raw mana creates a deafening, earth-shattering explosion that shatters the surrounding ground into a massive crater. The entire arena is completely engulfed in a blinding white light and crackling teal lightning, leaving nothing but a cloud of pulverized rock. The frozen ground of the northern valley is split cleanly in half, showcasing the absolute ridiculous scale of the god's single standard attack. Outside the dome, the surrounding knights stare into the thick, red-tinged dust, their hearts in their throats as they wait to see what is left of their savior. Deus and Fenia watch the settling dust with serious, incredibly tense expressions, silently praying that the mysterious count somehow survived the blast. As the smoke clears, a massive, beautifully intricate crimson magic circle manifests in the air, revealing Alan still standing on his feet. He heavily coughs up blood, but his dark eyes remain cold and focused. In his hand, his high-tier pendant of reincarnation crumbles into black dust, proving he barely survived the strike by invoking a temporary death nullification. This reminds him of Fenia's terrified face as she explained the effects of her premium potions. Alan clutches the golden bottle, coughing as he notes that her high-tier painkiller potion worked like an absolute charm. Without it, he wouldn't even have the physical strength to stand back up. He looks up with a bloody, confident smirk. Everything has gone exactly according to his high-risk, near-death calculation. Alan casually pours the glowing yellow supreme potion over his head, letting the raw golden magic wash over his injuries and temporarily override his physical limits. His eyes glow with a cold, lifeless light as he declares that he has successfully met all the strict environmental conditions to enter a state of complete magical frenzy. Raising his hand as golden mana whips around his body, Alan prepares to invoke a binding summon, marking the official beginning of his turn to attack. The manhwa basically gives us a turn-based boss battle overlay, showing Alan dragging the barbarian deity straight into his complex web of Babylonian rules to restrict the god's options. Altultus stands with his arms crossed, his blue face splitting into a proud, confident grin as he officially accepts the parameters of the sacred duel. Alan reminds himself of the insane stakes. He barely survived the god's first turn by burning through his legendary death prevention pendant and chugging supreme recovery potions. Now, he has to end this in a single strike, or he is dead. Raising his hand, Alan activates his glowing Babylonian ring, preparing to invoke the ultimate high-risk restriction to amplify his magic. A massive, terrifying blue eye emerges from the shadows of his hand seals. Because he is currently in a near-death state, he has successfully unlocked the absolute god-tier activation conditions for the Ring of the Arrogant. His face serious and covered in dirt, Alan coldly announces that the ultimate restriction has officially been set. Altultus floats back, opening his arms wide with an ecstatic grin. Because he takes the rules of the duel incredibly seriously, he will stand perfectly still and offer absolutely zero defense or evasion during Alan's turn. In typical video game fashion, the boss is politely letting you land a free first hit, but unlike the digital version of the game, there is absolutely no time limit on Alan's current power-up, allowing him to stack his constraints indefinitely. Golden mana threads wrap around Alan's fingers as he prepares his attack. He is about to show this ancient deity the true, terrifying power of a pay-to-win build. A giant, terrifying crimson eye opens in the sky above. Alan invokes his first restriction, declaring that any magic cast upon this frozen wasteland shall violently twist the very laws of the world. Purple lightning arcs across his fingers as golden script circles flash. He invokes his second restriction. Because he is casting this magic in a state of near death, the spell's destructive power is multiplied tenfold. He points his index finger straight at the god, a thin, blindingly bright beam of concentrated purple lightning forming at his fingertip. He stacks his final verbal constraints, compression and annihilation, forcing the massive column of lightning to condense into a hyper-dense purple and white drill of raw energy. The massive spear of lightning crackles with enough raw power to split the heavens. Alan invokes his third restriction. Because this magic is being used to directly slay a god, the laws of the universe must bow to its path. An extreme close-up of Alan's face shows the absolute cold-blooded intensity radiating off him. He is pouring every single drop of his remaining soul into this single strike. He unleashes the spell, a blinding pink and white laser beam ripping through the snowy valley with a deafening roar. This is the legendary Silent Line. He sets his fourth and final restriction. Because this magic is specifically aimed at the god of duels, Altultus, its armor-piercing capabilities are absolute. Altultus watches the blinding spear of light approach, his eyes wide as his blue face splits into an expression of absolute ecstatic shock at the sheer, beautiful scale of the mortal's attack. The Silent Line hits him dead center, unleashing a massive, blinding explosion of pink and purple energy that completely vaporizes the snowy valley and twists the laws of gravity. The dust slowly settles, revealing a heavily panting, bruised Alan standing in the rubble. He desperately prays that his single high-stakes attack was enough to get the job done. But as the smoke clears, Altultus is still standing, his arms wide open under the golden sunset sky. However, there is a giant, perfectly circular hole blasted cleanly through his chest where his heart used to be. The god merely smiles warmly, noting that an outer god doesn't perish just because its physical vessel is somewhat destroyed. Alan internally panics, realizing his ultimate attack failed to get an instant kill. A dark, heavy shadow falls over Alan's face as the backlash of using high-tier restricted magic begins to violently tear at his muscles. He clutches his stomach, gasping for air as he realizes his mana core is completely empty. He doesn't have a single drop of magic left to defend himself if the god takes another turn. Suddenly, Altultus's voice echoes directly inside Alan's mind via telepathy. The god smiles proudly, noting that Alan is carrying on the sacred will of a forgotten era, expressing deep respect for his incredible status. With a heavy thud, the god's massive blue-skinned vessel collapses onto its knees, his body beginning to dissolve into sparkling golden particles of light as he praises the mortal for a magnificent duel. Alan stares in dumbfounded silence, sweat dropping down his face as he realizes the god is actually fading away. Altultus looks up with a gentle, incredibly knowing gaze, noting that it makes perfect sense why the high-level forces of the world are keeping such a close eye on a talent like Alan. As his physical body completely dissolves into golden particles, a glowing purple leather belt floats down into the crater. Altultus announces he is bestowing a legendary gift and his personal authority to his honorable opponent. The god's soul floats up toward the colorful, glowing clouds of the heavens. He praises Alan as the rare mortal who still remembers the sacred hand signs of a forgotten deity. Alan walks over and picks up the glowing purple belt while the god's parting voice echoes through the valley. A terrifying shadow of a giant, red-eyed demonic beast flashes in the clouds. Altultus commands Alan to call upon his true power when the usurpers eventually break free from their ancient chains and crawl out of the abyss. The clouds part to reveal a beautiful, golden-haired true form of the deity. He proudly commands Alan to call him not by his derogatory human-made title, but by his true, ancient name, the anomalous god. With a spectacular flash of light, the deity's presence completely vanishes from the northern sky. With the outer god officially gone, the winter storm clears. The Caliburn expedition team begins gathering their fallen comrades to give them a proper burial, preparing to make their long journey back to the capital. Inside their heated carriage, Fenia is sitting opposite Alan, frantically sweat-dropping as she tries to flatter him. She argues that Alan must be at least a second circle wizard, but Alan politely corrects her, stating he is actually in the third circle. Fenia instantly panics, frantically nodding and apologizing for her terrible mistake. Alan ignores her panic, casually asking if she knows anything about the black ones or the blue ones that Altultus mentioned. Fenia's head shakes back and forth so violently she literally has multiple heads in the panel. She frantically weeps that she has absolutely no idea what he is talking about, begging him to believe her. Alan merely stares at her with a deadpan expression. Fenia violently kicks the carriage door open, screaming thank you for sparing her life as she sprints away into the snow like a track star. Alan watching her with a sigh, internally complaining that being thanked repeatedly for doing nothing makes him feel like a cruel mafia boss. Leaning back on the velvet cushions, Alan lets out an exhausted sigh. He is deeply confused as to why the god vanished from a seemingly failed strike, realizing this dark fantasy world has far too many mysteries. He reaches over and picks up the heavy purple belt that was left behind in the snow. A game item screen pops up for the Belt of the Forgotten. It is a legendary accessory that doubles the damage dealt by the user, but also doubles all incoming damage. Sarcastic, what an absolutely wonderful, totally not suicidal item to carry around. He runs his hand over the ancient script engraved on the back of the leather, which commands the bearer to head to the ancient city of gods, Kahara. Alan wonders if he will actually find some answers there. Suddenly, the carriage door knocks, and Deus steps inside in his spiky armor. He coldly notes that Fenia lacked proper high society manners when greeting his master. Deus's eyes glow with a terrifying purple light as he draws his sword, calmly asking if he should go execute her right now. Alan waves his hands in a chibi panic, frantically telling him there is absolutely no need to murder the staff. In the background, Fenia is running away in the snow, suddenly shivering as a wave of intense, murderous bloodlust washes over her. 2 weeks later, the convoy finally returns to Kirdam, the majestic capital city of Caliburn. Deus submits his formal subjugation report to the palace, while Alan safely returns the borrowed royal ring. Standing outside their luxurious carriage, Alan politely bids farewell to the young master knight, wishing him the best until they meet again. Inside the carriage, Alan literally weeps tears of joy as he looks out at the massive line of supply wagons filled with gold and rare treasures gifted to him by the King of Caliburn. He happily notes that since he blew his entire savings on bribes, this massive royal payout is a lifesaver. Suddenly, Deus stops by the window, looking surprisingly hesitant. He stares intensely at Alan, quietly asking if he can eventually become strong like him too. Alan's face turns into a hilarious, flat-eyed expression of pure confusion. He internally screams, wondering what on earth this kid is talking about. Deus is literally the youngest Master Knight on the entire continent. Did Alan's basic restricted lightning magic look that cool to him? A cool splash art of the 5 sins shows their terrifying world-destroying potential. Alan reminds himself that even before their respective deities descend, these kids possess innate combat abilities that are completely broken. Deus is a literal prodigy whose swordsmanship and thread manipulation are already at a legendary level, meaning his eventual growth is just a simple matter of time. Alan gently pats him on the shoulder, reassuring him with a straight face that he can easily become strong enough to achieve whatever he desires with enough effort. Internally, Alan is crying because he wishes he had even a fraction of the kid's blessed talent. Alan waves goodbye and prepares to step onto his carriage, telling Deus not to worry about his future. But before he can leave, Deus calls out from behind, his face serious as he asks a question that has been bothering him for years. Why does Alan always make polite requests instead of simply giving him direct orders? An extreme close-up of Deus's purple eyes shows his intense anticipation. Alan steps into his luxury carriage, pausing to look back over his shoulder with an incredibly suave high society pose. He asks a simple question: who would ever give direct orders to their own family? Deus stands frozen in the courtyard, his eyes wide in absolute raw emotional shock. Those single gentle words have completely shattered his cold warrior persona. The surrounding knights snap into a crisp, perfectly synchronized salute as the grand carriage convoy begins to roll away down the stone path. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Alan is slumped over his seat, his face completely red as he groans in utter cringe over the incredibly cheesy line he just delivered. Chibi Alan covers his face in absolute embarrassment, weeping over the fact that he only poured his blood-earned money into sponsoring Deus out of pure self-serving survival instinct. He dramatically declares that raising kids is indeed a thankless job. Back inside his quiet mansion, Deus sits alone in his lounge, completely surrounded by the pink and purple gift boxes Alan left behind. He gently touches his silver pendant, deeply moved as he whispers that he originally followed Alan to repay his grace, yet he only ends up receiving more and more warmth in return. He slowly raises his hand, his eyes serious as he whispers the phrase, "silent line." He snaps his fingers, his purple magical threads crackling in the dim room as he attempts to replicate Alan's hand seal spell. Deus blushes slightly, quietly admitting that he wishes he possessed a natural talent for magic like his incredible master. Sarcastic, the kid is trying to copy Alan's spell, completely unaware that Alan's magic talent is actually just a massive, terrifying list of life-threatening constraints. Deus looks up at the ceiling, a beautiful, incredibly warm main character smile on his face as he repeats the word family. And here is a hilarious closing chibi panel of Alan and Evan peacefully roasting sweet potatoes over a tiny campfire, proving that no matter how many ancient gods descend, nothing on earth is more important than a delicious warm snack. After surviving a literal god of war in the frozen north, Alan is finally back at his mansion, ready to dive face first into a comfortable bed and sleep for a business week. But the universe has a hilarious way of reminding him that being a legendary shadow mastermind is a full-time job, greeting him with a stack of paperwork tall enough to have its own gravitational pull. It's a literal mountain of administrative misery, complete with imaginary cartoon monsters cheering for his soul's demise, and Alan can only describe the view with one simple word: disgusting. Realizing that his sanctuary has been converted into a bureaucratic torture chamber, Alan slowly backs away, deciding that running away is a perfectly valid survival strategy. He stops for a brief second to reconsider his life choices, hoping that if he ignores the paperwork long enough, it might magically manifest its own sentience and do itself. Back inside, he's fueled by sheer, unfiltered salaryman spite, furiously scribbling away while promising himself that the moment this backlog is cleared, he's taking a vacation to a place where ink doesn't exist. Flash forward 1 week, and Alan has actually achieved his dream, peacefully frying toast while Evan stands beside him, enjoying a rare moment of domestic bliss that doesn't involve dodging cosmic entities. Sitting in his quiet room, Alan gently taps a tiny, hovering magical snowflake, reflecting on the absolute madness he's managed to survive so far. Even on his break, his brain won't shut off, the lingering stress of his corporate past and his current god-slaying present keeping him from actually relaxing on his sofa. He paces back and forth, his mind a chaotic mess of cosmic jargon, ancient rituals, and mysterious deities that he somehow has to make sense of to keep himself breathing. At the top of his mental list is solving the riddle that Ultultus, the literal war god, left behind before evaporating into holy glitter. The god called him the heir to his will, mentioning forgotten names and ancient gestures, which is highly flattering but also extremely dangerous for someone who just wants to eat sweet potatoes. If one outer god could breach the barrier and descend upon the northern plains, it's only a matter of time before the rest of the celestial pantheon decides to drop by for a visit. Though, to be fair, Alan realizes that gods are actually much easier to deal with than his 5 adopted children, since the gods at least have the common courtesy to give you a warning before they ruin your life. He looks down at his notes, desperately wanting to visit the ancient city of Kahala, but traveling there is an absolute logistical nightmare he can't afford right now. According to his gamer knowledge of psychedelia, the hidden city hasn't even been discovered by explorers yet, meaning if he rushes in now, he'll just completely break the timeline and invite more trouble. Just as he decides to put the notebook away and preserve his remaining brain cells, a sudden voice breaks his train of thought, calling out his title. Evan walks into the room, shivering violently and rubbing his arms because Alan's residual ice magic has turned the entire office into a literal walk-in freezer. Alan looks around the frosted library, realizing his passive training was a bit too effective, but at least his magical research is officially showing some freezing cold results. Evan cuts straight to the chase, dropping a massive bombshell that a legendary hidden city has just been officially discovered in the nation of Colony. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the world, Utia initiates the semi-annual meeting of the Blue Moon Syndicate via a massive glowing crystal ball. Normally, Deus sits in the corner and plays the quiet, brooding knight role, but today, he raises his hand because he actually has something he wants to share. And so, Deus begins his tale, explaining how the Great Moon single-handedly stepped forward to duel a god, completely mesmerizing the rest of his siblings for the next 50 minutes. But Deus isn't even close to finished, his eyes widening with fanatical passion as he prepares to drop the absolute highlight of his master's brilliant battle tactics. He spends another hour describing the final, reality-shattering blow, leaving Xiaolong completely dizzy and Ryan holding her head in absolute exhaustion from the sheer volume of his glazing. Utia, on the other hand, is absolutely loving every single second of it, blushing and smiling as she absorbs the endless praises of their supreme deity while Xiaolong begs for mercy. 2 full hours later, Deus finally wraps up his essay, casually signing off and telling them he'll see them in 6 months, while Utia reviews the meeting notes with pure joy. By the time the crystal ball dims, the meeting has set a brand new syndicate record of over 3 hours, leaving the rest of the world's most terrifying villains completely drained of their life force. Back at the Palacio estate, the sun is shining brightly, and the atmosphere is deceptively peaceful for once. That is, until Alan walks into his living room and finds a mountain of colorful, sparkling gift boxes stacked all the way to the ceiling. Evan is practically drooling, holding up a priceless relic from the deepest floors of the labyrinth, and pointing out that they could easily buy a luxury mansion with just this single item. Alan is completely bewildered, looking at the expensive golden chalice and the stack of letters, realizing he has absolutely no idea who any of these generous noble senders are. He opens a letter from a random baron thanking Count Palacio for his incredible connection to the legendary Master Knight Deus and begging to be remembered in his future conquests. As a former corporate slave, Alan's survival instincts instantly kick in, reminding him that the first rule of any small business is to never, under any circumstances, turn down free money. 1 week later, the summer heat begins to settle over the grand estate, but the deliveries show absolutely no signs of slowing down. Evan walks in carrying yet another heavily decorated treasure box, leaving Alan to marvel at the insane return on investment you get just by having one pocket-sized master knight in your family. Alan places a hand over his heart, shedding a literal tear of proud fatherly joy for Deus, decided to forgive the kid for never actually calling him back after his massive victory. But a month later, the endless tide of tribute has turned into a mild logistical nightmare, leaving Alan staring at the stack of boxes with a look of pure, overworked defeat. He decides he needs to start returning some of the more ridiculously expensive ones, just as summer arrives and he's forced to travel to Teria, the capital of the Asteria Kingdom, for the Grand Assembly. His elegant black shoes clatter rapidly against the stone pavement, his hurried steps echoing through the grand courtyard. Alan is panicking, realized he is late to his very first Grand Assembly, which is the absolute worst-case scenario for a guy whose entire life strategy relies on blending into the background like a piece of furniture. Evan watches his master sprint toward the entrance, wearing a smug grin because he rarely gets to see the cold, calculating shadow ruler look this genuinely stressed out. But as Evan glances at the steps of the assembly hall, his eye catches something highly unusual, causing his smirk to instantly vanish. Right behind Alan, a perfectly ordered line of high-ranking nobles is marching in lockstep, silently following his lead as if he were their chosen revolutionary general. Alan carefully peeks through the massive wooden doors, sweating nervously as he tries to assess the damage inside the grand hall. To his absolute relief, the main seating area is completely empty, meaning he's somehow managed to arrive before the main event actually starts. Remembering his pre-assembly research, he notes that the royalists sit on the left and the aristocrats on the right, which makes the dead center the perfect neutral zone to avoid political drama. He heads straight for the back row to secure his favorite quiet spot, but the moment he turns around, he's greeted by 2 terrified nobles staring at him with wide, bloodshot eyes. Alan is completely frozen, wondering why on earth these people are staring at him like he just insulted their entire lineage, prompting him to slowly back away toward the middle row. But the moment he moves, every single noble in the hall locks their eyes onto him, their gazes filled with an intense, silent pressure that screams, "What are you planning, sir?" With a look of pure deadpan misery, Alan realizes his attempt to sit in the back has somehow offended the entire room, forcing him to keep moving forward. Step by step, the entire crowd of nobles parts like the Red Sea, silently guiding his path all the way down the stairs. Under the glittering light of the grand chandelier, the silence in the massive hall is absolutely deafening, heavy with political tension. Alan finally reaches the very front row and sits down, assuming the only reason they waited for him was because nobody else wanted to sit next to the scary faction leaders. He glances to his side, sweating bullets as he realizes he is now sitting directly next to the most powerful dukes and marquises in the entire kingdom, completely defeating his goal of hiding. The High Speaker takes the central podium, raising his hands to formally begin the Grand Assembly of Asteria. Alan slumps in his chair, praying that the meeting ends quickly so he can escape back to his room, completely unaware of the political landmine he's about to step on. The speaker loudly announces that a brand new, highly influential political faction named Kalpa has officially received voting rights, and its president is none other than Count Alan Palacio. Alan's brain completely short-circuits, and he slowly turns his head around, silently begging someone, anyone, to explain what the hell a Kalpa is. That's when he spots Kalia Zenonia and Duchess Loria Altea sitting right behind him, wearing matching predatory smiles that tell him everything he needs to know. The speaker asks the newly appointed president if he has any words to share, leaving Alan to sweat under the spotlight as he realizes he's just been made the leader of a rebel faction without his consent. His face stretches into a cold, terrifying gaze of sheer panic, which the entire audience of nobles immediately interprets as the silent, menacing threat of a ruthless shadow master. Alan's carriage speeds away from the capital, our guy officially deciding that his political career is over, and it's time to escape to the desert colonies before things get any worse. Meanwhile, far away in a desolate, frozen mountain range, a violent snowstorm howls across the icy peaks. A mysterious, cloaked figure stands at the edge of a massive, glowing blue crevice, his dark robes whipping wildly in the freezing wind. He lifts a gloved hand to his face, letting out a sinister, echoing chuckle that suggests he is definitely not up to any good. Below him, the massive glacier splits completely in half with a deafening rumble, revealing a blinding surge of ancient energy as he muses about how far our protagonist will actually go. Back in the Grand Assembly Hall, we return to the exact moment Alan's soul left his body, with the speaker asking the terrifying leader of Kalpa to share his grand vision. Alan is internally screaming, pointing out the absolute absurdity of becoming the supreme head of a massive mastermind faction overnight without even trying. He stands there with a completely blank, deadpan expression, his soul practically escaping through his mouth as the silence stretches on. Since Alan remains completely silent, the speaker awkwardly moves on, prompting a sudden burst of confetti and congratulations from enthusiastic nobles who think his silence was a power move. Later that evening at the grand banquet, a gentle voice from behind asks Alan if he's thoroughly enjoying his celebratory party. He turns to find Kalia and Loria standing amidst beautiful pink roses, proudly declaring that they created this entire faction exactly the way Count Palacio wanted. Alan is internally clutching his head in pure agony, wondering if he somehow has a split personality that's secretly running a global syndicate behind his own back. Loria beams with innocent joy, clasping her hands and thanking him for saving her life and family, leaving Alan to sweat profusely while wondering what on earth she's talking about. Standing beneath the massive golden chandeliers of the banquet hall, the pieces of the puzzle finally begin to fall into place as they explain their story. It turns out, the birth of the Kalpa faction was entirely triggered by a highly strategic directive Alan supposedly sent to the Zenonia syndicate, and all those random bribes and gifts he accepted over the past month? The nobles believed those were literal entry fees to buy their way into his exclusive new political alliance. Alan is absolutely devastated, clutching his face as he remembers that the brilliant directive he sent was actually just a polite handwritten apology letter. He flashes back to himself writing the letter, where his purely submissive apology for coming off too cold was read by two of the world's finest masterminds as a cold-blooded declaration of war. He also remembers the weird, heart-filled gift cards he couldn't understand, realizing they were actually love letters from corrupt nobles begging for his shadow protection. Alan sighs, realizing there is absolutely no way to clear up this misunderstanding now without looking like a complete fraud or getting immediately executed. If he tried to explain the truth, Kalia and Loria's terrifying mastermind instincts would instantly flip, replacing their sweet smiles with literal daggers and attack dogs. Knowing that the high-level bosses in this game are completely unhinged, Alan decides his best bet is to play along, gather his money, and retire to a safe house in the desert. When they ask what his immediate plans are for Kalpa, Alan panic spits the first cool-sounding line he can think of, "I'll clean up the underworld first." Before they can ask any follow-up questions, Alan turns on his heel and rapidly walks away, praying his legs don't give out before he reaches the exit. He sprints out of the palace gates, his long black coat trailing behind him as he spots his carriage waiting in the quiet courtyard. Evan is surprised to see him return so quickly, but Alan immediately grabs the carriage door, frantically asking if the carriage is ready to move. Alan climbs inside and tells Evan to drive straight to the colony without looking back, officially starting his high-speed escape from his own political success. Back at the banquet, Kalia raises a sparkling glass of champagne, deeply impressed by how her master always delivers a chilling line and instantly vanishes into the night. Loria smiles warmly beside her, clinking her glass as they toast to their brand new era of political dominance. Unifying the entire criminal underworld of the kingdom sounds like an incredibly bloody, chaotic task, but to these two, it's just another fun Tuesday afternoon under the great moon. They toast to the glorious future, completely convinced that Count Palacio is about to lead them to heights the world has never seen before. But as the carriage speeds through the dark forest, a high-level assassin standing on a nearby cliff locks his eyes onto his target. The masked assassin holds up his compass relic, analyzing the situation and noting that while killing the Count is easy, dealing with Deus, the Master Knight, would be highly annoying. However, he pulls out a decorative golden dagger, confident that his leader will completely understand why he had to take this incredibly lucrative contract anyway. The scene shifts south of the Ashtalon Kingdom, where the assassin effortlessly slips through the high glass windows of Duke Kamelan's massive residence. Sitting in the dark corner of the room, Carmine Kamelan, the playboy who was humiliated at the noble gathering, welcomes the assassin with a smug, glowing presence. The assassin turns around slowly, his long white scarf flowing behind him as he prepares to negotiate the terms of his contract. Carmine points out that as an elite member of the legendary Seeker's Family assassin group, the masked killer should easily recognize who his employer is. Suddenly, the assassin moves with blinding speed, his blade flashing through the dark room like a stroke of lightning. With a single fluid slash, he completely liquefies a group of hidden guards, proving that his skills are indeed at the legendary Swordmaster level. Carmine begins to clap slowly, thoroughly impressed by the raw, lethal efficiency of the killer standing before him. With a sinister, wide grin, Carmine demands that the assassin take care of Count Palacio, confident that no one would dare refuse a direct order from the tyrant of Ashtalon. The assassin casually leans against the window frame, chuckling as he reminds Carmine that as long as the payment is exact, the Seeker's family can execute anyone, even royalty. Carmine smiles, holding up a sleek, glowing black cube containing 4 swirling ethereal spheres of pure energy. The assassin's eyes widen beneath his mask, instantly recognizing that these are not standard abyssal jades, but the incredibly rare and highly illegal abyssal substances. These cosmic items grant permanent, reality-warping physical power to anyone who consumes them, making them worth an absolute astronomical fortune on the black market. Swallowing hard, the assassin accepts the payment, promising to return with the Count's head as quickly as humanly possible before vanishing in a gust of wind. Left alone in the room, Carmine squeezes his fist shut, his face twisting into a hideous, narcissistic grin as he promises himself that Alan will pay for humiliating him. Outside the study, the masked assassin meets with his accomplice, who asks if taking this highly dangerous contract is truly going to be okay. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the shadows, calling the assassin by his code name, Seeker. It's Duke Kamelan himself, the silver-haired shadow ruler of the underworld, who asks the assassin what his useless son is plotting behind his back. The assassin sweats, but the Duke casually waves his hand and tells them to get lost, indicating that he is perfectly fine with turning a blind eye to the assassination. The Duke smiles coldly, granting the assassin permission to do as he pleases, treating the entire situation as a convenient way to test the strength of the new Kalpa faction. With the green light from the boss, the assassin leaps out of the window, launching himself high into the dark night sky. Back inside, the Duke's subordinate asks why he's letting his son hire high-level killers to attack a neighboring kingdom's noble. A powerful underworld broker named Sutro kneels before the Duke, pointing out that Count Palacio's new faction is growing at an alarming rate. The Duke narrows his golden eyes, noting that if the Count's influence continues to expand, it would have been highly annoying to deal with him personally, making this the perfect proxy war. Under the bright moonlight, the assassin flies through the air like a bird of prey, rapidly closing the distance on Alan's speeding carriage. He holds up his silver compass, laughing beneath his breath as he imagines the insane power-up he'll receive once he consumes the abyssal substances. He twirls his golden dagger, aiming it directly down at the carriage roof while whispering a sarcastic apology to the sleeping Count. But right before he can launch his strike, a sudden, blinding flash of blue energy erupts from the forest, catching the assassin completely off guard. A massive, towering pillar of holy blue light explodes from the ground, completely obliterating the surrounding trees in a single, devastating impact. The forest falls completely silent under the full moon, save for a sudden, wet cough echoing from the dark grass. The assassin crashes hard onto the dirt, blood spraying from his chest as he struggles to breathe, while a shadow slowly looms over his paralyzed body. A cute, blue-haired boy with glowing blue eyes steps out of the darkness, placing a finger over his lips and gently telling the dying killer to save his remaining energy. With a playful flick of his wrist, the boy casually intercepts the assassin's falling weapon with effortless grace. It's Elaban, the legendary playable protagonist of Psychedelia, looking incredibly cute and completely unbothered after casually neutralizing a high-level swordmaster assassin. Below them on the road, Alan's carriage continues to roll along peacefully, completely unaware of the absolute massacre that just occurred in the trees above. Elaban leaps through the night sky, following the carriage from a distance like a loyal guardian angel. He holds up the golden dagger he just retrieved, his eyes shining with a chilling, fanatical devotion as he whispers that anyone who dares to target his generous savior must die. He tosses the useless weapon into the air, the blade catching the cold light of the moon as our pay-to-win investments officially begin to pay off in the most violent way possible. The world is a burning, dry hell, the desert sun is actively trying to melt his eyeballs, and our guy is already questioning why he didn't just stay home and deal with the paperwork. It has been 5 days of travel, and Alan is practically liquefying in his seat, desperately wishing they had a luxury ice crystal to keep from smelling like a roasted sweet potato. Evan casually suggests that his master practice some of his signature magic, but Alan politely declines, noting that accidentally blowing up their carriage is the last thing they need in this heat. Joining a merchant caravan was technically a smart move, since navigating the uncharted hostile sands of Colonia alone is a fantastic way to end up as vulture feed. As they roll through the dunes, a sharp-eyed passenger in the opposite carriage locks her gaze onto them through the window. Alan notices the intense stare and immediately starts sweating, wondering if he somehow offended another high-level noble just by existing in the same zip code. The passenger is Liana Gulis, the highly prestigious daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master and a certified rank 4 mage who clearly has zero interest in making friendly conversation. She immediately picks a fight, accusing him of having the typical snobbish attitude of the Blue Magic Tower, showing that Magic Tower rivalries are apparently petty no matter where you go. Evan points out that her carriage is literally packed with expensive ice crystals, leading Alan to conclude that her father is a certified lunatic and it's best to keep a very low profile. But before he can take a nap, a sudden metallic clash echoes through the air as a group of masked bandits ambushes the caravan, immediately turning a couple of guards into bloody statistics. The situation goes south instantly when the bandit leader manages to bypass their defenses and hold a glowing blade directly against Lion's neck. The bandit leader laughs mockingly, demanding complete cooperation, while the terrified caravan merchants instantly recognize the notorious symbol of the Blood Sand Bandits. Lion is completely paralyzed, gasping for air as her childhood trauma triggers a severe choking panic attack that keeps her from casting a single counterspell. Suddenly, a freezing gust of wind sweeps across the hot desert sands, leaving the bandit leader completely bewildered as the temperature plummets to absolute zero. Alan steps out of his carriage with a perfectly calm, sleepy expression, raising his hand as if he's just stepping out to check the morning mail. Lion looks up through her tears in absolute shock, recognizing the face of the supposedly useless Count Palacio. With a massive roar of freezing wind, a giant swirling blizzard vortex erupts from the ground, instantly transforming the hot desert battlefield into a frozen polar wasteland. As Lion watches the ice spread, she recalls her brutal upbringing as the Tower Master's daughter, which left her with severe psychological trauma and a literal physical aversion to lies and deception. Because of her trauma, she can easily sense magical energy and knew Alan barely possessed enough mana to reach rank 2, leading her to believe he was a total fraud taking credit for Deus's victories. But seeing him effortlessly manipulate multiple magical elements simultaneously completely shatters her world, proving his raw skill is on a level she can't even comprehend. To pull off combined incantations, a mage has to link multiple distinct chants with 0 errors, a task where the failure rate increases exponentially with every single word. You practically have to be a rank 5 master archmage to even attempt this, making Alan's casual performance look like a literal cheat code. The bandit leader tries to slash at him, but Alan invokes his turn-based constraint rules, instantly freezing the charging warlord into a solid block of blue ice. Snap! Alan clasps his hands together, and with a clean, crackling sound, the frozen bandit leader shatters into a million harmless, glittering ice cubes. Alan calmly drops his hands, advising the remaining bandits to get lost while they still have the physical capacity to walk. Realizing they are dealing with a monster, the remaining bandits immediately scramble and run for the hills, their footsteps scattering across the frozen sand. Leon can only stare at him with a look of pure, unadulterated awe, her mind completely unable to process the sheer scale of the power she just witnessed. Back at the camp, a wooden barrel is opened, pouring out a steady stream of premium, glowing purple wine to celebrate their survival. The merchants treat Alan like a literal savior, stuffing him with delicious roasted ham and thanking him for saving their lives in cargo. As the grateful merchants depart, Alan takes a sip from his wooden cup, pleased that his highly calculated plan went off without a hitch. He reflects on his custom magic, realizing that finding a way to reduce his constraint penalties was easily the smartest thing he's done all week. The custom spell he designed during his vacation, Snowy Lands, simultaneously utilizes space magic, frost magic, and maintenance magic to manipulate the local reality. By artificially creating a snowy terrain, he can trick his ring system into ignoring most of his lifelong casting penalties, bypass the harsh restrictions that usually drain his soul. Unfortunately, combining 3 complex chants just to freeze a guy for 60 seconds is incredibly inefficient, meaning he still has a lot of optimization work to do. He fingers his newly acquired Belt of the Forgotten, noting that his raw power has definitely increased, but finding a permanent solution to his penalties remains his top priority. Suddenly, a nervous voice breaks his train of thought. As Lion approaches him, her previous arrogant demeanor completely vanished. She bows her head in a deep formal apology, admitting she was completely wrong about him, while Evan casually chews on a piece of meat in the background, highly amused by the show. She shyly fidgets with her fingers, asking if they can discuss advanced magic theory, leaving Alan completely baffled by her sudden dramatic attitude adjustment. Deciding to play along, Alan accepts her apology with a smug, self-satisfied grin, prompting a burst of absolute relief and sparkles from the red-haired mage. The rest of their journey to the capital of Cologne is filled with intense magic discussions, leaving poor Evan to fall fast asleep from sheer, unadulterated boredom. Finally, the towering, white-walled city of Cologne rises from the desert sands, surrounded by ancient stone arches and bustling marketplaces. Outside the city gates, Lion thanks Alan for his invaluable lessons, asking if he'll be attending the upcoming Grand Magic Conference. Alan politely explains that since he isn't officially affiliated with any magic tower, he wasn't invited, prompting her to suggest he join her father's Red Magic Tower. She waves goodbye and walks away, which is perfect for Alan since he actually plans to sneak into the conference tower anyway to steal a specific relic he needs. Evan returns after taking care of their carriage, letting out a tired sigh as he prepares to find a nice, quiet inn. Boom. A massive explosion suddenly tears through the street, blowing a group of heavily armed thugs straight through a stone wall in a shower of rubble. A blinding flash of golden lightning crackles through the rising dust cloud, illuminating the chaotic street. Multiple explosive shockwaves rock the courtyard, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere as the local bystanders scream in panic. Standing triumphantly in the center of the destruction is a gorgeous, golden-haired beast girl with fluffy fox ears and a long tail, letting out a smug huff over her defeated opponents. Sling. Evan immediately draws his sword, stepping in front of his master as another shockwave cracks the stone wall behind them. But the golden beast girl completely ignores Evan, leaping forward with blinding speed and launching herself directly into Alan's arms with a massive happy hug. Close up on her sparkling, adorable face as she screams "Godfather" with pure, unbridled joy, completely disregarding the chaos she just caused. Alan is completely frozen in shock, recognizing the hyperactive fox girl as Seo Lang, while Evan can only blink in complete bewilderment. She winks and points a thumb at the bruised thugs, boasting that she easily took care of the idiots who were trying to sneak a peek at his cargo, her identity revealed as one of the 4 legendary Baba Yagas of the city. She grabs Alan by the hand and starts dragging him away, completely thrilled that her beloved godfather actually arrived after receiving her letter. The surrounding crowd of gladiators and mages gossips in absolute shock, wondering who on earth this random noble is to make the city's most feral, terrifying tigress act like a cuddly house cat. Seo Lang happily skips alongside Alan, tightly clinging to his arm as they make their way through the grand streets of the city. Alan looks down at her blood-stained gauntlets and internally sweats, silently praying that she didn't actually murder those street thugs just to clear his path. Our guy has officially reached rank 3, meaning he can now fail his highly complicated Babylonian hand sign spells 5 times a day instead of just once. Seo Lang strikes a dramatic pose, proudly introducing her massive, temple-like beastkin guild headquarters that towers over the city. She skips up the grand stone steps, waving her hands and inviting her guests inside to witness her luxurious desert palace. The moment they step through the doors, the entire guild of beastkin warriors bows in unison, letting out a loud, thunderous greeting to welcome their beloved boss back. Seo Lang asks her trusted assistant Ralga if anything notable happened while she was out, and he assures her that the guild has been perfectly peaceful. Ralga, a handsome blonde lionkin with a friendly smile, steps forward to warmly welcome the honored guest his boss has been talking about for months. Ralga giggles, whispering to Alan that Xiao Lang was so excited about his arrival that she literally sat at the city gates every single day waiting for him, leaving our guy feeling deeply touched. Bam. Xiao Lang slams her hands onto the table, enthusiastically ordering Alan to sit down and make himself completely at home. She is so overflowing with hyperactive energy that she literally starts doing handstands on the furniture, proudly declaring that she keeps her guild in perfect order because they are family. Alan asks a simple question about her definition of family, causing her to instantly lose her balance and freeze in surprise. She blushes and whimpers, wondering if her beloved godfather is comparing her to her rival Yudia, her wild tail twitching with sudden nervousness. Alan is quietly pleased, noting that even though they aren't blood-related and barely talk, he still ranks incredibly high in her personal hierarchy. Deciding it's the perfect time to drop his surprise, Alan turns to his butler and asks, "Evan, are you ready?" Tada. Evan gestures dramatically as a massive, glittering mountain of beautifully wrapped gift boxes appears on the table. Xiao Lang's face explodes into pure glittering joy, her eyes turning into literal stars at the sight of actual presents. Before Alan can even explain that he needs her help to sneak into the ancient ruins, she screams an instant, "Yes, I'll help you," without even asking what the task is. She declares that she would do absolutely anything for him because he is her ultimate benefactor who saved her from a lifetime of abuse. She immediately equips her ancestral relic, the essence of the Golden Mane tribe, which instantly crackles with wild golden lightning. The relic is incredibly powerful, boosting critical hit rate by 20% and historically preventing her from turning into a corrupted monster of pride in the original game lore. Looking at her happy face, Alan lets out a proud, heartwarming sigh, completely convinced that he is the greatest adoptive father in the history of transmigrated salarymen. To show her appreciation, Xiao Lang casually scoops Alan up in a princess carry using her monstrous beastkin strength, sprinting down the hallway to show him to his luxury room. Later that evening, she asks him how he liked his journey through the desert, assuming it was probably incredibly boring and filled with nothing but dry sand. Evan casually chimed in, complaining about the heat and offhandedly mentioning that they were actually attacked on the road, causing Xiao Lang's cheerful smile to instantly vanish. Alan let out a tired sigh, mentioning the blood sand bandits and casually remarking that he hopes he never has to lay eyes on those annoying pests again. A dark, bloodthirsty shadow settles over Xiao Lang's face, her eyes glowing with the terrifying, unhinged rage of the sin of pride. Boom. Cut to a massive underground cavern where a bandit is violently launched through a stone pillar in a shower of blood and broken teeth. This is the secret hideout of the massive blood sand bandits, which has suddenly been converted into a literal slaughterhouse under the weight of Xiao Lang's golden wrath. She charges through the ruins, her body cloaked in golden lightning as she locates the remaining survivors hiding behind a heavy iron door. She punches a bandit leader straight in the face with her golden gauntlet, the sheer impact instantly shattering his jaw and sending him flying. Kaboom! She unleashes a massive, gold-infused explosive shockwave that completely vaporizes the surrounding stone walls and defensive barricades. Her eyes glow with pure, predatory bloodlust as she looks down at the remaining bandits trembling on the floor. The surviving lieutenant holds up his glowing green saber, screaming in terror that he is the younger brother of Kalman, one of the city's strongest Baba Yagas. Xiao Lang's gauntlet crackles with absolute lethal power as she coldly whispers that his brother's status means nothing because they made the fatal mistake of touching her godfather first. Kaboom. A massive, city-shaking explosion completely leveling the entire bandit fortress, turning their hidden canyon into a massive, smoking crater. The next morning, Alan wakes up in his cozy, silk-lined bed, yawning as he reviews the local intelligence reports. Xiao Lang skips into his room with a proud grin, bragging that she completely resolved his bandit problem overnight and demands to be called a genius. She happily dives onto his bed, cuddling against him while Alan is internally screaming, realizing she just wiped out an army of high-level fighters like a simple daily quest. He gently pats her fluffy ears, realizing that while she behaves like an adorable puppy around him, she is still very much the world-destroying sin of pride. Meanwhile, under the blazing desert sun, the massive stone-carved Colosseum of Colony stands as a monument to blood and glory. Inside the sandy arena, gladiators are being brutally slashed and thrown through the air in front of a roaring, bloodthirsty crowd. Standing victoriously in the center of a massive pile of defeated, blood-soaked gladiators is a dark-skinned, gray-haired warrior. The crowd roars his name, celebrating Kalman, one of the 4 legendary Baba Yagas and the longest reigning champion in the Colosseum's history. Kalman smirks coldly, cracking his metallic knuckles as he basking in the endless adoration of the bloodthirsty arena fans. Back in his luxurious private waiting room, Kalman relaxes on his red velvet couch, complaining about how many pathetic idiots still think they can challenge his throne. Suddenly, a voice from the doorway answers his complaint, agreeing with his arrogant assessment. Ralga walks into the room with a polite smile, greeting the champion after his successful match. Ralga drops the news, informing Kalman that his brother's bandit faction was completely wiped out by Seolong last night, to which Kalman simply responds that he already knows. Ralga is surprised by his calm reaction, but Kalman laughs, admitting he only spread the rumor of their brotherhood to use the bandits as a tool to control the city's black market. He explains that a direct, unprovoked duel between Baba Yagas is strictly forbidden by the city laws, meaning he needed a perfect public excuse to legally target Seolang. With a sinister, dark grin, Kalman notes that seeking revenge for his beloved brother's death is the absolute perfect political sob story the public will eat up. Ralga looks at him, realizing that the champion is finally ready to launch his grand campaign to seize absolute control of the city. Kalman slides a heavy metallic briefcase across the table, offering a mysterious prize. Inside the briefcase are glowing, purple abyssal substances and abyssal jades, a forbidden gift from their father, the Seeker, the head of the elite assassin faction. Kalman holds up a glowing reality-warping cube, plotting to consume the power, crack open Seolong's head, and eventually claim the royal throne of the entire kingdom. Ralga smiles darkly, reflecting on the incoming chaos and quietly wondering how long Kalman will actually survive this dangerous power play. 2 days later, under the heavily armed protection of Seolong's beastkin guild, a grand caravan of carriages departs from the city gates. They travel deep into the desolate desert canyons, finally arriving at the towering, majestic entrance of the ancient ruins. Seolang enthusiastically waves goodbye, wishing them luck as Alan and Evan prepare to head into the dark subterranean tunnels alone. Alan and Evan walk through the quiet cavern, Evan holding a glowing brass lantern to illuminate the damp stone path. Suddenly, they spot a warm, ancient golden light radiating from the end of the dark tunnel. They step out of the tunnel and stand in absolute awe, beholding the jaw-dropping subterranean city of Kahara, frozen in time and bathed in a golden, magical glow. A massive, shimmering magic circle appears in the air before them, spelling out the word mage in ancient, glowing letters. Alan stops, touching his ear as a mysterious, echoing voice begins to vibrate directly inside his mind. The voice commands him to ascend the central obelisk tower, the ancient stone structure rumbling as the magical seal activates. Alan tells Evan to wait at the base of the tower while he investigates the anomaly alone, to which his loyal butler politely agrees. Alan climbs the ancient stone steps, reflecting on his gamer knowledge and recalling that in the original RPG, players could never actually bypass the lock to enter this legendary tower. He steps inside a breathtaking, endless library filled with thousands of floating, glowing books, greeted by a dark, smoky silhouette hovering in the center. The shadow entity has razor-sharp glowing eyes and a sinister grin, welcoming Alan and noting that he has at least met the minimum magical requirements to enter. Alan remains completely calm, mentioning that he came after hearing the final words of the Wicked One, referring to the war god Altultus. The Shadow is shocked that Alan actually knows the true name of the anomalous god, deciding that this mysterious young noble might actually be worth taking a gamble on. However, the entity floats upside down in the air, informing Alan that because he currently lacks the proper class, there is absolutely nothing of value he can teach him yet. The floating books swirl violently through the air as the entity explains that a class is the ultimate standard by which the cosmic laws of the world judge your soul. He warns Alan that an outer god is scheduled to descend upon this world very soon, and if Alan manages to survive and deal with it, they can finally have a real conversation. The Shadow leans in close, offering a cryptic hint by explaining that magic is not just some random superpower, but the literal law designated to this world by the original archmage. He explains that true magic operates on a specific sequence. After the spoken phrase comes the principle, which forces the universe to manifest your true nature. Alan is sweating, realized that despite his extensive gamer knowledge of psychedelia, he has absolutely never heard of a magical concept called a principle. The Shadow lets out a wide, unhinged grin, lunging forward with blinding speed to forcefully teach Alan the true principle of magic through a direct, mind-melting soul demonstration. Back inside the glowing, infinite library, the Shadow entity of Kahara looms over our guy, offering to teach him the ultimate magical logic of the principle. It seems Alan's quest for a peaceful, stress-free retirement is going about as well as his plan to avoid cosmic secrets. Meanwhile, out in the blistering desert canyon, the sky is clear, blue, and completely oblivious to the massive betrayal that is about to go down. Seolang paces back and forth, puffing her cheeks and sighing because her beloved godfather is taking his sweet time inside those dusty old ruins. Tata-tap. A sudden rush of heavy footsteps echoes through the dry canyons, kicking up a massive cloud of sand and signaling that their peaceful waiting game is officially over. A sinister, smug grin cuts through the shadows as a voice whispers, "Gotcha." SH-lack. Before anyone can react, a blade slashes through the air, spraying fresh blood as Xiaolong's eyes widen in absolute paralyzed horror. Boom. One of Xiaolong's elite beastkin guards crashes into the dirt, completely lifeless as the rest of the escort is thrown into absolute chaos. Kalman steps out of the dust, casually shaking the blood off his hands while holding up a familiar golden blonde head with a mockingly polite smile. KRZZT. Xiaolong's gauntlet crackles with furious golden lightning as she screams at Kalman, demanding to know how he dares to initiate a lawless battle outside of the sacred Colosseum. Kalman just smirks, casually waving his hand and pointing out that she was the one who started this mess by completely vaporizing his adorable younger brother's bandit guild. He charges forward with blinding speed, shouting that this is just a completely legal, highly justified blood feud to secure revenge for his family. TOU. Xiaolong leaps high into the air, her face twisted in pure, unbridled fury as she commands him to keep his filthy hands off her people. Doom. She crashes down like a meteor, her golden gauntlet unleashing a massive shockwave of electric energy that shatters the stone canyon walls. Boom. Kalman meets her strike head-on with his dark-infused gauntlets, the sheer force of their collision creating a deafening sonic boom that shakes the entire valley. Kalman laughs, casually blocking her lightning strikes while Xiaolong grinds her teeth, demanding to know what exactly he's smiling about. SH-lack. In a split second, a cold blade pierces directly through Xiaolong's back, a sudden spray of blood staining her clothes as her eyes glaze over in pure shock. She lets out a wet cough, staggering forward as her strength rapidly drains from her body. A familiar, unhinged face pops up behind her, wearing a maniacal, fanged grin as he mockingly notes how incredibly predictable their little boss is. Xiaolong slowly turns her head, tears welling in her eyes as she gasps out Ralga, unable to believe her most trusted assistant is holding the bloody dagger. The tragedy of Xiaolong is that she has always held a deep, fanatical affection for her beastkin siblings, always treating them with absolute kindness. In her mind, she was just a simple girl who wanted to keep her precious family safe, smiling happily whenever they praised her leadership. Ever since she escaped the horrific slave trading rings and left the orphanage, she clutched on to the warm, distant memories of her ancient tribe. She dreamed of gathering her remaining kin, rising as a supreme sovereign to reclaim their lost happiness and protect them from the cruel world. She believed that because she possessed the legendary essence of the Golden Mane tribe, she could easily carry the heavy burden of being their protector. Ralga just sneers, telling her to stop with the pathetic happy family charade because nobody actually cared about her stupid childhood dreams. Kalman yells at Ralga to stop chatting and just finish her off, launching himself forward to crush the weakened fox girl once and for all. Ba-boom. A massive, black-infused explosive blast tears through the dirt where Xiaolong was standing just a millisecond ago. Xiaolong barely dodges, rolling across the hot sand while cursing Ralga for being a treacherous, backstabbing snake. But Kalman is already in her face, his dark aura flaring wildly because his physical parameters have been multiplied tenfold by consuming the abyssal substances. TCH? Xiaolong's gauntlet crackles weakly, the dark poison from Ralga's blade actively paralyzing her mana circuits and making her movements incredibly sluggish. Zoom. She is violently thrown across the desert sands, her golden lightning trailing weakly behind her as she crashes into the rocky terrain. Boom. Kalman pursues her like a rabid beast, landing a heavy, bone-shattering blow that sends a massive shockwave of dust and debris high into the air. Ralga watches the one-sided beatdown with a smug grin, confidently shouting that their victory is officially guaranteed today. He prepares to deliver a finishing strike, waving goodbye to his former boss with a look of pure, unadulterated malice. Bomb. Xiaolong is brutally kicked through the air, her body limp as Kalman laughs, mocking her for trying to hold out against their combined might. Xiaom. Ralga charges in from her blind spot, aiming his poisoned dagger directly at her throat. TADA. A rapid series of golden lightning bursts and dark impacts collide in the sky, creating a dazzling fireworks show of absolute destruction. Xiaolong's survival instincts keep her moving, but she is clearly reaching her absolute physical limit, coughing up blood as she parries their relentless strikes. Bam, bam. A massive explosion sends her crashing back down to the earth, leaving her pinned against the stone wall in a state of complete defeat. Ralga clicks his tongue, slightly frustrated that even with their massive power-ups, they still can't easily overpower a poisoned, weakened sin of pride. Kalman staggers back, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip while cursing the stubborn little brat for refusing to just die quietly. Suddenly, Kalman's eyes narrow as he spots two figures calmly walking out of the dark ruins of the ancient fortress. He instantly recognizes the slender, tired-looking noble as the benefactor Xiaolong was constantly whispering about, Zio. Kalman's face stretches into a sinister, predatory grin, deciding that using this weak-looking noble as a hostage is the perfect shortcut to end this annoying battle. He pivots and lunges directly toward Alan with his dark gauntlet raised, aiming to crush the Count's skull in a single fluid motion. Stop. Xiaolong screams, her face pale as she desperately throws herself in front of Kalman, forcing their gauntlets to collide once more. Kalman just laughs, pointing out that his blade was coated in highly lethal Kamanasa's poison, meaning her body will be completely paralyzed within the next few minutes anyway. He leans in close, his fangs bared as he asks her if she truly believed all the descendants were thrilled to play her stupid happy family game. He mocks her for flaunting a strength that she only obtained by pure, unadulterated luck, claiming the essence of the Golden Mane tribe belongs to a real warrior like him. Xiaolong's head drops, tears streaming down her face as she remembers how happy they all looked when they were eating and laughing together. In her heart, she truly believed they had become a real family, a perfect sanctuary just like the old times she cherished. Vouch. Ralga points his finger, and a group of cloaked beastkin traders steps out of the shadows, their weapons drawn and ready to end her dreams. Cling. They look down at her with cold, mocking sneers, proving that her beautiful dream of family was nothing but a complete, one-sided delusion. A dark, silent chill settles over Xiaolong's purple eyes, her heart completely shattering as she realizes the people she loved were all traitors from the very beginning. Kalman raises his dark blade, thanking her for the generous gift of the Golden Mane essence as he prepares to carve it directly out of her chest. B-A-B-A, boo-oom. A sudden, massive wave of chilling blue energy explodes across the battlefield, throwing Kalman and Ralga back in a shower of frost. Kalman staggers back, sweating nervously as the temperature in the desert drops to an impossible freezing level. Heishling. Evan stands firmly beside Alan, his sword drawn and his eye patch gleaming, ready to turn these backstabbing thugs into frozen statues. Zayum. Alan slowly steps forward, his gray eyes completely cold and lifeless as a massive, black and blue magical circle begins to rotate beneath his feet. Esbam. The sheer pressure of his magical presence cracks the desert ground, instantly freezing the hot sand into a solid sheet of ice. Kalman grinds his teeth, looking at the freezing fog and wondering what kind of monster noble has just entered their battlefield. Tap tap. Alan continues his slow walk, surrounded by a terrifying, crimson cosmic eye that hovers silently in the freezing blue mist behind him. Alan is internally analyzing the situation, recognizing the black magical smoke as the distinct signature of the abyssal entities, though he has no idea how these minor villains obtained it. According to his walkthrough knowledge of psychedelia, the abyssal substance is a high-level item meant to drastically spike the game's difficulty by transforming standard bosses into minor gods. Because of its vague, mysterious description in the game lore, the player base had endless speculations about its true origins and limits. SP Lash. Alan calmly walks over to Xiaolong and pours a high-grade recovery potion directly onto her wound, reassuring her that her body will be able to move very soon. Xiaolong looks up at him with a trembling face, asking if he truly believes that those cloaked cowards were the only traitors in her guild. Alan offers a warm, gentle smile, telling her that the beastkin she introduced to him earlier looked genuinely happy, meaning her dream was never a complete lie. Close-up on Xiaolong's sparkling, tear-filled golden eyes as his comforting words completely heal the deep bleeding wound in her shattered heart. She sniffs, wiping her nose as her sadness is rapidly replaced by a surging, hot wave of absolute fanatical devotion for her godfather. She stands up, her body crackling with renewed golden energy as Alan asks her to hold the traitors off for a few seconds while he prepares his final ultimate spell. KRZZZT. She smiles, her fangs bared as she declares that her real family is waiting for her, ready to turn Kalman's army into absolute mincemeat. Bam. She charges back into the fray, her golden claws flashing as she effortlessly parries and dismantles the traitors, while Alan begins his complex hand signs. Alan activates his ring, noting that due to his microscopic mana hole, he can only cast magic one more time today before his soul is completely drained. He closes his eyes, focusing entirely on the complex Babylonian syntax rules as his hands move in a blur of perfect gestures. Foe. The magical circle expands exponentially, a brilliant blue pillar of frost energy shooting straight up into the desert sky. He recalls the words of the shadow entity, explaining that while standard incantations allow you to bend the rules of magic, understanding the logical principle is the key to mastering them. POPCRAAC. The ambient moisture in the hot desert air rapidly condenses into massive floating ice crystals that hum with overwhelming magical energy. Boom. A colossal, beautifully intricate ice snowflake manifests in the sky, casting a giant, freezing shadow over the entire battlefield. CRAAC. Alan points his finger, directing the massive solid beam of concentrated frost magic straight toward the charging enemy army. The shadow entity of Kahara laughs in his mind, noting that the basic ice spear spell has a much grander forgotten true name among the ancient mages. SH-AA. Alan glares at his opponents, his bracelet glowing as he unleashes the ancient legendary logic of the ice crystal spear. BOU boom. A massive, towering forest of sharp, glittering ice pillars erupts from the desert sands, completely swallowing the traitorous beastkin in a single devastating impact. Here's a quick promo panel showing Seolong's early guild days with Ralga, highlighting the tragic fact that the snake was secretly plotting to overthrow her from the very beginning. The colossal, glittering ice crystal spear towers over the canyon, completely freezing the hot desert air and turning a massive squad of elite traders into simple, high-end ice sculptures. Kalman staggers back in absolute panic, shouting that he needs to block the strike, while Seolong pursues him with a feral roar, furious that he dared to target her beloved benefactor. Alan stands firmly in the center of his massive magic circle, his gray eyes cold as he continues to channel the crushing weight of his Babylonian frost magic. Whoosh! He stacks his parallel magic paths, unleashing the ice crystal halberd to completely lock down the remaining escape routes. Kang. Kalman uses the last of his abyssal strength to kick Seolang back, their gauntlets colliding in a massive shower of gold and purple sparks. GAH. The freezing energy of Alan's halberd pierces through Kalman's defensive aura, shattering his metallic gauntlets and sending him crashing into the frozen ground. GAAH. The remaining traders are swept away by the freezing shockwave, their bodies completely frozen solid as Evan watches the absolute devastation with a look of quiet professional approval. The icy forest hums with immense power, completely silencing the noisy, chaotic battle in a single beautiful stroke of magical supremacy. Under the bright desert sun, the frozen canyon looks like a peaceful polar wonderland, completely erasing any trace of the blood sand bandits. CRAAC. The frozen bodies of the traders crumble into harmless, glittering ice dust, officially ending Kalman's grand campaign to seize the city. Alan lets out a tired sigh, ready to finally take his nap, when a sudden, desperate shadow lunges out of the frozen mist. It's Kalman, his face twisted in a hideous, fanged grin of pure madness as he prepares to stab Alan's neck with his remaining hidden dagger to steal the essence and start his life over. Crack. He lunges forward, but his blade only manages to slightly graze Alan's side, a sudden splash of crimson staining the Count's white shirt. Alan looks down at the blood with a blank, deadpan expression, while Seolang freezes in absolute primal horror at the sight of her godfather's blood. Cough. Alan covers his mouth, letting out a dramatic wet cough to make sure his loyal butler and adoptive daughter realize just how much he is suffering for their sake. A dark, terrifying aura of absolute, unhinged wrath explodes from Seolong, her eyes turning into literal slits as she glares at the trembling Kalman. Boom. With a single city-shaking kick, she completely vaporizes Kalman's entire body, launching his remains straight through the canyon wall in a massive shower of stone. The dust slowly settles, revealing a massive smoking crater where the champion of the Colosseum once stood, officially reducing him to a historical footnote. Evan rushes over, asking his master if he's alright, while Alan casually sits on the dirt, assuring them that the wound is actually just a minor graze. He pulls back his cloak, showing that the dark blade barely managed to tear his shirt thanks to his high-level defensive artifacts. Evan lets out a sigh of relief, helping his master stand up while Seolang stands nearby, her ears drooping with immense guilt. Alan is secretly thrilled, realizing that because Kalman had absorbed the abyssal substance, the system officially classified him as a minor deity. This triggered the third restriction of his ring. When facing a god using magic, the user is rewarded with permanent, reality-warping power-ups. By surviving the strike, Alan's magical soul has officially progressed, making his future Babylonian hand signs significantly easier to execute. He looks over at the silent Seolong, wondering if he should offer her some classic, heartwarming corporate comfort to keep her from turning into a world-destroying villain. Seolong looks down, her voice trembling as she asks why he didn't dodge, blaming herself because Kalman's army was ultimately aiming for her. Alan calmly looks at her, explaining that since she said she would stop the enemy, he trusted her completely, leaving her completely stunned. She clutches her hands over her heart, asking why he risked his life to save her eyes wide with a mixture of pain and hope. Alan pats her head, delivering his signature cheesy line, "There is absolutely no reason needed to save family." Xialong's face explodes into a bright red blush, her wild tail wagging rapidly as she shyly asks if she can officially become his real family. Alan is internally shedding a tear of proud, adoptive fatherly joy, imagining himself as a legendary, beloved parent who has finally earned his daughter's respect. But Xialong's expression suddenly turns highly serious, pointing out that since she is a beastkin and he is a human, their current status is slightly inconvenient. She grabs him by the shoulders, her face inches from his as she loudly declares, "So, let's get married!" Alan's brain completely short-circuits, and Evan's mouth hangs open so wide he looks like he's trying to catch flies, the absolute absurdity of the situation leaving them both completely speechless. 5 days later, the news of Kalman's treachery and cowardice spreads like wildfire throughout the desert nation, completely ruining his family's reputation. Meanwhile, Xialong's popularity skyrockets, earning her the official title of the first Baba Yaga of the city, while she continues to pester Alan with her adorable marriage proposals. Sitting in his luxury carriage, Alan is sweating bullets as she clings to his arm, wishing he had a simple skip dialogue button like in his favorite video games. He recalls her childhood tantrums, realizing that while her fanged, hyperactive charm is highly adorable, actually marrying his adopted daughter is a one-way ticket to a lifetime of corporate HR violations. He gently pushes her hand away, explaining that he already considers her family, but she insists that a marriage certificate is the only way to make it legally binding. She boasts that she is fully confident she can make him the happiest man in the world, while Alan internally groans, noting that his definition of happiness only requires sweet potatoes and naps. He promises to give her an answer next time, climbing into his carriage and sighing in absolute relief as they finally prepare to head back to Asteria. Xialong happily waves goodbye from the temple steps, surrounded by her loyal beastkin warriors who are now completely fanatical supporters of her godfather. As the carriage rolls away, her happy expression slowly fades, her eyes narrowing as she reflects on the harsh lessons of the recent battle. She realizes that simply gathering a large clan doesn't automatically equate to happiness, and that true family requires absolute, unbreakable trust. Standing in the falling autumn leaves, the Sin of Pride decides she needs to build her new empire much more carefully. She turns and walks back into her temple, resolving to establish an elite, highly disciplined royal guard whose sole fanatical purpose is to protect her beloved benefactor at all costs. She looks back over her shoulder with a sweet, dangerous smile, promising herself that they will eventually become a happy, perfect family forever. Inside the speeding carriage, Evan reviews the latest intelligence briefings, informing his master that the local guilds are completely secure under Xialong's new administration. Alan nods, quietly pleased that his adopted children are growing up so pure and peaceful, completely oblivious to the trail of bodies they are leaving behind. He closes his eyes, reflecting on his meeting with the Kahara shadow entity, who told him to deal with the outer gods for the sake of his magical status. He rubs his temples, realizing that despite his extensive walkthrough knowledge, the number of mysteries and ancient deities piling up is starting to give him a massive headache. He opens a stone tablet replica he retrieved from the Kahara fortress, hoping to find some clues about the timeline. The ancient stone slab is engraved with thousands of tiny glowing red letters representing the ancient records of the world. Alan is shocked to realize he can easily decipher the ancient Babylonian language, reading metaphorical titles like the one with many hands and one who harbors greed and jealousy. He realizes these are the exact metaphorical titles used to describe the 5 world-destroying sins in the original psychedelia game lore. But what completely baffles him is that the ancient tablet has written the roles of the outer gods and the 5 great sins in complete reverse. In the original game, the sins were born from human malice, but this ancient record classifies them as primordial cosmic entities, leaving our guy with a highly uncomfortable feeling in his stomach. To break his train of thought, Evan casually drops some updates about the other kids, mentioning that Deus has just casually defeated the legendary First Sword of Caliburn. He also mentions that Radahn's pirate bounty has officially reached the millions, transforming him into the legendary, terrifying Pirate King of Somalia. And Utia is currently busy building her holy moon cult, screaming about marrying the Great Moon while Alan clutches his head in absolute overworked defeat. Here's a final cute promo panel showing Xialong teaching a younger beastkin how to focus her golden lightning, reminding us that under the Great Moon, even the most feral beasts are learning how to behave. We start with Xialong, who has officially decided that cooking up a storm is the best way to secure her future husband. She happily chirps through the communication crystal about her plans to marry the Great Moon. Across the line, Deus, Rhine, and Radahn stare into the blue glow in absolute, horrified silence. They know exactly who is listening to this conversation, and they know it is not going to end well. Utia is on the screen, and while her mouth is smiling, her eyes are absolutely screaming murder. She politely notes that Xialong has a massive tendency to exaggerate, though her twitching veins say otherwise. Xialong continues her delusional rant about how she will make the perfect wife, completely oblivious to the doom she is invoking. Behind the screen, Utia is literally cracking her knuckles so hard you can hear the bones pop, while the rest of the chibi squad watches in sheer terror. Utia manages to keep her voice level, pointing out that such a union is completely impossible. After all, they are meant to exist in the shadows, not walk in the light next to their deity. Seolong tilts her head with the blank, empty gaze of a golden retriever. She asks if shadows are legally banned from getting married, which is honestly a solid legal question. Utia completely loses her temper, her face warping into a terrifying, red-eyed demonic glare that cuts the feed with sheer, dark energy. She flatly reminds the Beast Girl that none of them are worthy of standing by his side. Seolong snaps right back, refusing to let her dream of a white wedding die. She yells that the Great Moon's personal choice is what actually matters, daring to ask Utia if she honestly thinks he would ever choose her instead. Seolong flashes back to the moment Alan held her in the desert, blushing as she remembers him telling her that he did not hate her. In her head, this was basically a binding marriage proposal. Utia is physically frozen in shock and jealousy, while Deus quickly tries to de-escalate the situation. He demands to know exactly what happened out there in the desert. Seolong sits back on her table, casually waving her hand as she finishes recounting her wild, romanticized version of the desert battle. Deus nods solemnly, immediately turning the story into another religious sermon about Alan's absolute majesty. He claims Alan's calm face looked like a man who had casually strolled through the depths of hell multiple times. Deus goes full fanboy, clenching his fist as he remembers doubting his master's strength before Alan saved him. He resolves to train harder to become the ultimate sword for his lord, leaving Seolong cheering in total agreement. 2 hours of intense, exhausting debate later, the screen has calmed down, but the argument has not. Utia rubs her temples and delivers the final executive decision: marriage is absolutely off the table. The call quickly devolves into a childish screaming match inside the crystal ball. It is a legendary clash of cosmic entities, reduced to screaming yes and no at each other like toddlers. Meanwhile, Ryan is quietly sitting in her office, writing down the official minutes of the Blue Moon meeting. Rule number 1. Never ask Deus about the Great Moon unless you want a 3-hour lecture. Deus is still in the background trying to raise his hand to add more praise, but he is completely ignored. Rule number 2. If Utia says no, it means no, or she will start acting like a petulant child. Ryan records this absolute gold with a completely straight face. Radon clutches his head in absolute misery. He joined a shadow syndicate to take over the world, not to listen to his coworkers argue about their adoptive father's love life. Meanwhile, deep in the dark, shady back alleys of the capital city of Asteria, a very different meeting is taking place. Inside a dimly lit tavern, 2 high-ranking nobles are sharing a drink, discussing a potential alliance to crush a very specific threat. They are talking about taking down the Cal faction, which they describe as a literal circus of dangerous maniacs. The aristocratic faction leader, Marquise Philboyd, taking a slow sip of his whiskey. He agrees that the rising influence of this new faction is incredibly unsettling for everyone involved. The royalist faction leader, Duke Rimgrave, leans in with a smug, devious grin. He reveals his master plan: they will bring in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario and make them issue a Reformation letter. For those who do not know, the Reformation letter is basically the medieval equivalent of a holy cancellation. If the Holy Kingdom suspects anyone of heresy, this letter allows them to bypass international law and drag them away. Philboyd smiles, realizing this is the ultimate political weapon to bury Alan Palacio once and for all. He agrees to split the heavy bribe needed to get at least 2 cardinals on their payroll. They clink their glasses together in a toast, entirely convinced they have just secured a flawless victory over the Shadow Mastermind. The toast lands perfectly, assuming their goal was to speedrun their own funerals. We cut to a grand sunlit cathedral where the sunlight filters through stained glass windows. Sitting quietly in the pews is a rather sketchy-looking priest, wearing a smug smile that practically screams corrupt politician. It is Cardinal Sergius, and he warmly greets the figure walking up to him. He calls her Cardinal Utia, completely unaware that he is currently talking to the literal Sin of Wrath. Sergius gets straight to business, asking Utia to sign her name to the Reformation letter against Count Alan Palacio. He flashes a greasy grin, confident that she will play along. He casually waves his hand, telling her not to worry about the details because fabricating a fake heresy charge against a minor noble is incredibly easy. He stands tall in the cathedral, looking down on her as if he has already won. Suddenly, the bright cathedral light shifts into a deep, ominous blood red. Utia stands before him. her crimson eyes glowing through her black veil as she slowly repeats his request to bury her beloved master. Sergius, completely oblivious to the sudden drop in room temperature, continues rambling about using the suspicious death of a previous cardinal to frame Alan. He smirks, imagining how he will pocket the entire bribe for himself and spend the rest of his days surrounded by wealth and beautiful women. It is a truly lovely dream that is about to be violently shattered. Bam! Out of nowhere, a massive pillar of dark, crushing energy slams Sergius face first into the cold stone floor, breaking his nose and spraying blood everywhere. Sergius screams in agony as black shadow tendrils erupt from the floor, wrapping around his limbs and slowly tearing him apart. Utia stands over him, surrounded by an aura of absolute death. She looks down on him with cold, dead eyes, asking him if he truly thought he could convince her to execute the very man she worships. Outside the heavy cathedral doors, a horrific, echoing shriek of pure agony rips through the quiet halls. The holy guards standing outside freeze, their faces turning completely pale as they listen to the muffled sounds of their boss being systematically dismantled. Utia slowly raises her finger, her voice dripping with absolute malice. She calmly tells him to scream as much as he wants, because absolutely no one is coming to save him. Massive, pitch-black wings of pure shadow energy spread across the entire cathedral ceiling, completely blocking out the holy light. Sergius is left twitching on the floor in a puddle of cold sweat and blood, weeping and begging for the sweet release of death. Utia just looks at him and notes that she has already told him a dozen times that a quick death is far too good for him. She snaps her fingers, sending a surge of black, agonizing lightning straight through his central nervous system. The screen distorts into a chaotic, psychedelic rainbow of absolute mental and physical torture as Sergius experiences a pain worse than death itself. By the time the magic fades, the proud cardinal is reduced to a sniveling, broken mess on his knees, begging for mercy. He presses his forehead against the stone floor, weeping and begging her to just end his life. Utia's eyes narrow behind her veil. She tells him she won't kill him because she still has a very important job for him to do, but first, he must pay the price for trying to harm her master. She declares that his punishment has only just begun, unleashing another wave of agonizing shadows that makes him scream all over again. The shadows drag him deep into the dark void as Utia tells him to recognize his sins so that he may eventually find forgiveness. It is a very thorough, very violent holy purification. We cut back to Alan's luxurious mansion 1 month after he successfully survived his vacation to the western desert. A servant politely informs him that all the travel arrangements are finally ready. Our boy Alan looks incredibly tired as he reviews his paperwork. He has been forced to pack his bags once again to attend the upcoming Grand Magic Conference. Alan's face collapses into a hilarious, grumpy pout. Normally, he would be complaining about having to leave his warm bed to do actual work, especially since he still needs to investigate those creepy outer gods. But this time, his mood is completely different. He proudly whips out a sparkling silver envelope, holding it up like a trophy while Evan watches with a deadpan expression. Inside the envelope is an official certificate confirming his high-status position as the legitimate leader of the prestigious Kalpa faction. And more importantly, it includes an absolute mountain of sparkly, beautiful gold coins. It turns out being a high-ranking political mastermind pays incredibly well. Before the deposit, Alan was basically a rotting corpse on the floor, destroyed by the sheer weight of existence. After the deposit, he is posing like a supermodel with a shiny faction sash, suddenly discovering a deep, profound sense of civic responsibility. He hugs the money tightly to his chest like a cartoon villain, whispering about his precious gold while Evan carries their luggage in the background. With his territory's terrible financial state, this bribe is a literal lifesaver. Alan sighs with absolute bliss, clenching his pocket and declaring that money is the ultimate cure for the modern man's soul. He wonders if this incredible feeling is the true ultimate form of capitalism magic. Shortly after, their carriage arrives at the Vrishan Marquisate, the official hosting ground for the massive conference. Alan and Evan stroll through the opulent palace halls, taking in the incredibly diverse crowd of powerful warriors, wealthy merchants, and high-circle mages. Before Alan can slip into the background, he is immediately spotted by Kalia and Loria, who are elegantly holding wine glasses and smiling warmly at him. Loria asks him if he has been resting well, her sweet smile hiding the fact that her syndicate recently cleared out a few dozen political rivals to make his life easier. Alan's face immediately breaks into a nervous sweat as he swallows hard and squeaks out a polite yes. He slowly backsteps away from them, mentally screaming about how terrified he is to be allied with 2 actual underworld bosses who keep mistaking him for a ruthless tyrant. Suddenly, Evan walks up to him carrying a massive, towering plate of delicious pastries, looking incredibly excited. He tells Alan he just overheard some incredibly spicy political gossip. Evan whispers that the arrogant leader of the royalist faction was suddenly slapped with a holy heresy charge and dragged away by the church. Alan casually stuffs his face with a pastry, relieved that he won't have to deal with that guy anymore. Before they can finish their snacks, a pair of expensive leather boots stops right in front of them. Kalia and Loria look over in surprise. Kalia narrows her eyes, coldly asking the newcomer what business he has with their master, while Alan is still aggressively chewing on his pastry in the background. A close-up reveals a pair of trembling, sweaty lips trying to squeeze out a coherent word. It is Marquise Filboid, the incredibly powerful leader of the aristocratic faction. He grabs Alan's sleeve with a face full of absolute pathetic terror, sobbing about how he is completely lost. To the absolute shock of everyone in the room, the proud Marquise drops to his knees and bows deeply, begging Alan to spare his miserable life. Alan just stands there holding his half-eaten pastry, completely bewildered. The entire ballroom of noble guests gasps in unison, whispering frantically as they watch one of the most powerful politicians in the kingdom humiliate himself. Loria and Kalia stare in absolute shock. They cannot believe that a man at the absolute peak of the political world is willingly bowing his head in public. Because in high society, bowing like this is not just an apology, it is a literal declaration of absolute surrender, handed over on a silver platter. Kalia's eyes sparkle with fanatical admiration. She assumes Alan planned this entire political collapse from the very beginning, marveling at how calm and mysterious he looks, while Alan is actually just trying to figure out how to finish his snack without looking awkward. Meanwhile, far away, Xiao Long is training to be the perfect wife by aggressively cooking a meal, which has naturally resulted in the entire kitchen exploding into a massive tower of flame. Returning to the grand ballroom, Marquise Filboid is still crying on the floor, begging Count Palacio for absolute mercy. The whispers in the crowd grow louder as everyone watches the supreme leader of the aristocrats grovel like a common beggar. We flash back to a few days ago, showing Filboid looking incredibly stressed in his private study. He remembers receiving a highly mysterious, unmarked black letter that looks suspiciously like a Holy Reformation letter, accompanied by a glowing magic projection orb. When he activated the orb, a horrifying bloody projection of Duke Rimgrave appeared, screaming in absolute agony about looking up at the sacred moon and begging for forgiveness. The projection showed the Duke's face completely warping in terror as he screamed about making a terrible mistake by targeting the Palacio family. The orb cracked open, leaving a simple, chilling message written on the parchment, "You're next." Filboid fell backward in terror, realizing their little plan to end Alan's career had backfired spectacularly. Normally, a Reformation letter only targets actual heretics, meaning regular politicians should be completely safe from the church's wrath. But since the completely innocent Duke was still violently dragged away, Filboid realized Alan must have connections deep within the Holy Kingdom that are far more terrifying than anything they can imagine. And the absolute worst part of his realization was that his own name was definitely next on the execution list. Slam. We return to the present as Filboid's knees hit the polished floor with a heavy thud. He presses his forehead against the ground, sobbing that he just wants to retire from politics and live the rest of his life in peace. He begs Alan to let the matter drop now that he has officially resigned. Alan's face remains completely blank, but internally he is screaming in absolute confusion, wondering why this random old man is crying about church letters to him. Alan glances over at Loria and Kalia, sweating profusely as he wonders what kind of terrifying shadow scheme those two cooked up behind his back this time. Loria and Kalia exchange a smug, knowing look, completely convinced that their brilliant lord has executed another flawless victory without even lifting a finger. And just like that, any lingering suspicion that the two women were using Alan as a puppet is completely wiped out, leaving the entire assembly convinced that Count Palacio is the undisputed ruler of the kingdom's underworld. 3 days after the chaotic opening of the assembly, Alan's carriage finally sets out for the Eastern Territories to attend the actual magic conference. As they walk through the quiet streets, Evan casually notes that Filboid has officially fled the capital for the Holy Kingdom, praising Alan for sending such a terrifying warning letter. Alan stops dead in his tracks, asking how on earth he could have sent a holy letter when he was literally asleep. Evan gasps in surprise, pointing a finger and reminding Alan of the time he cryptically said he would try to be lenient with his enemies. Alan clenches his fists, yelling at his butler for turning a simple polite phrase into a literal death threat. Alan sighs in absolute defeat, explaining that he only said those words to escape a very awkward social conversation, not to trigger a massive political purge. We shift our focus to Lartania, the city of labyrinths, a massive sprawling metropolis built around an infinite dungeon and ruled by the 5 greatest guilds in the world. Down in the city streets, an excited young adventurer is listening to his senior talk about a legendary guild leader who supposedly wiped out 1,000 monsters all by himself. The senior adventurer is revealed to be Alderic, the highly confident and incredibly strong leader of the famous Iron Blood Guild. Alderic leads his elite party down into the dungeon, explaining that they have been hired for a massive sum to capture a specific monster on the 20th floor. He notes that 20th floors are usually completely safe zones, making this quest highly unusual, but he is confident it will be a walk in the park. The party steps onto the 20th floor of the labyrinth, finding themselves in a massive, ancient ruined cathedral frozen in silent dust. Suddenly, the female mage points into the shadows, asking the boss what that strange figure standing on the stone pillar is. They look closer and spot a tall, muscular green goblin wearing elegant, high-class Eastern robes. Alderic laughs, declaring that they have run into the weakest possible monster in the entire dungeon. He jokes about the goblin's fancy outfit, calling it a golden egg goblin that will secure them a massive fortune. The goblin slowly turns his head, his cold, glowing blue eyes narrowing as he notes that the humans are making far too much noise. The goblin calls them simple cockroaches, casually raising his finger and letting out a sharp flick. Ouch. A massive wave of highly compressed wind pressure tears through the cathedral, instantly slicing 3 of the elite adventurers in half before they can even draw their weapons. Alderic's face contorts into absolute sweating horror as he realizes his entire front line was just vaporized by a single finger flick. Desperate to survive, he leaps high into the air, channeling all his physical strength into a devastating downward strike with his massive battle axe. He screams as he swings the glowing weapon straight at the goblin's head. Shylock. The goblin does not even bother to dodge, casually raising a single finger to block the giant heavy axe, completely shattering the steel blade into a million pieces. He looks down on the terrified guild leader with a gaze of absolute superiority. The text reveals his true, terrifying identity, the arrogant king of hungry specters, who has officially begun his climb up from the deep dungeon to reclaim the earth. Back on the surface, Alan's carriage finally arrives at the central tower of the Magic Conference. Evan looks up at the massive white building, completely blown away by its sheer size. Alan rubs his neck, wondering if this fantasy tower is actually taller than the Eiffel Tower, thinking about how bizarre it is to see the game's high-end graphics rendered in real life. Before they can enter, the beautiful red-haired magic princess, Lion Agulas, approaches them with her personal guard, warmly welcoming the count to the conference. Lion tells him to feel free to explore before the official program starts tomorrow. Alan asks her to guide him to the Grand Library, while Evan is happily sent off to the break room to enjoy some free snacks. As they walk inside, they hear a loud, angry argument echoing down the hall. Alan tilts his head in curiosity while Lion lets out a heavy sigh, explaining that the Vice Master of the Blue Magic Tower is currently picking another fight with the guest mages. Alan repeats the title, and Lion flatly confirms that the Vice Master is an incredibly arrogant genius whose attitude knows absolutely no bounds. Around the corner, we see a familiar blue-haired girl shouting at a group of mages. It is Finia Krazin, and she is confidently declaring that even if 20 high-level mages showed up, they still wouldn't stand a single chance against her. Finia spots Lion and immediately turns her sharp tongue on her, mocking her for being a rookie mage who got crushed last year before asking if she brought a friend to hold her hand. Finia turns her gaze to Lion's companion, and her cocky smile instantly freezes. She finds herself staring straight into the cold, dark, and terrifying shadow face of Count Alan Palacio. Her arrogant attitude evaporates into thin air as she quickly bows 90 degrees, her voice trembling as she squeaks out a polite greeting. Alan smiles gently, asking her how she has been over the past 6 months. Alan tells her there is no need to be so incredibly formal, but Fenya is literally shaking like a wet dog. She stutters, asking if she is actually allowed to speak casually to a literal god-tier Babylonian sorcerer, quickly thanking him for his immense mercy. The mages she was just bullying rub their eyes in absolute disbelief, wondering if they are caught inside a high-level illusion spell since their counterspells are doing absolutely nothing to break the illusion of the arrogant genius bowing to a minor noble. Alan casually notes that mages should try to get along with each other. Finia takes this as a direct, terrifying command, immediately sprinting back to the mages she was just insulting and screaming an apology while begging to be friends. Alan let out a confused smile, telling her he will see her later at the presentation. Finia lets out a rigid military salute, confirming his order. She immediately activates her lightning flash step magic, vanishing down the hallway at supersonic speed. Alan rubs his chin, wondering why her mental state seems to get significantly worse every single time they meet. The 3 bullied mages stand frozen in place like stone statues, while Alan looks back with a blank face, wondering if he accidentally did something wrong. Lion walks beside him, completely amazed that the notorious crazy woman of the Magic Tower actually knows how to show basic politeness to another human being. Suddenly, a loud ding echoes as a pair of grand doors swing open, and a flashy blonde guy draped in a purple cloak struts out. The blonde guy calls out to Lion with a greasy, narcissistic grin, asking if she came all this way just to see him. Lion replies with a flat, instant, certainly not, her tiny chibi face showing absolute disgust. The guy glares at Alan, rudely pointing a hand and asking who this unfamiliar extra is. Lian quickly steps in front of him, coldly warning him to watch his tongue because he is currently speaking to Count Palacio. The blonde guy lets out a mock bow, introducing himself as Baruch, the proud son of the legendary Purple Tower Master, claiming it is an honor to meet the famous rumor maker. Alan polite bows back, though internally, his gamer brain is completely blank because he has absolutely no memory of this character from the original game lore. Baruch ignores Lion's cold shoulder, touching her shoulder and whispering that he will eventually grow on her before walking away with his guards. Leon tells Alan to ignore him, explaining that Baruch is only a rank 4 mage who is notorious for stealing other people's research and magic theories to claim them as his own. Alan looks over his shoulder, feeling a deep surge of jealousy. He thinks about how incredible it must be to reach rank 4 at such a young age, especially since his own microscopic mana hole makes high circle magic a nightmare. Lion points him toward the grand library on the 38th floor, telling him she will see him later at the official presentation. Alan steps onto the 38th floor, finding himself inside a massive, gravity-defying library filled with millions of floating glowing books. He smiles, remembering that he has two very important things to accomplish here. First, our boy reaches up and manually sets the hands of the library's ancient clock to exactly 12, ensuring that the hidden mechanism will activate tomorrow night when the full moon rises. Next, he scans the massive, swirling storm of floating books. He leaps into the air, grabbing a thick, dusty black book that has absolutely no title or author written on its cover. He slides his hand straight into the book's pages, activating a hidden spatial portal inside. He reaches deep into the hidden compartment, his eyes widening as his fingers close around the legendary cosmic artifact, the Ring of Radiance. The next day, after the official presentations conclude, a massive crowd gathers around the castle's friendly duel grounds. A knight approaches Alan, informing him that Sir Baruch has officially issued a public challenge to a magic duel. Alan's face falls into a weary, annoyed expression as he realizes his quiet retirement is about to be interrupted once again. Our boy screams internally about this sudden development, while the transmigrator's tip reveals that Baruch has a special ring that allows him to gauge his opponent's magical levels, setting up what he thinks is going to be an easy victory over our low-circle protagonist. Our guy Alan is internally facepalming so hard he might give himself a concussion. He immediately wonders if this sudden, unnecessary drama is somehow Lion's fault, because trouble seems to follow her like a bad smell. Lion immediately rushes to his side, looking incredibly apologetic. She confesses that Baruch has been aggressively hitting on her and bringing up marriage, making this duel a classic case of a fragile male ego trying to mark its territory. The heavy footsteps of our soon-to-be humbled challenger echo across the stone steps of the arena. Baruch makes a grand show of bowing, politely asking the great mage who helped defeat an outer god for a few pointers. It's a very polite gesture, assuming you ignore the smug, punchable smirk plastered across his face. Internally, Baruch is practically drooling at the thought of his own genius plan. He figures he needs some massive political influence to outshine his father, and exposing a hyped-up noble extra like Alan is his golden ticket to the top. He glances at Alan, mentally running through the sheer amount of ridiculous rumors surrounding this guy. Between vaporizing monsters, taming underworld rulers, and making elite tower masters cry, Alan's reputation is basically a mythological legend at this point. But Baruch has a secret weapon, a special ring that allows him to gauge his opponent's magical capacity. He smirks as the ring confirms Alan is only rank 3, concluding that the entire world is just being fooled by a massive fabricated hype train. He starts laughing out loud, mockingly asking Alan if he's getting cold feet over a simple, friendly duel. Alan's face flatlines into an expression of pure, unadulterated exhaustion. He has officially run out of patience for cheap, disposable antagonists. Alan calmly steps forward and accepts the challenge, his cold eyes locked onto the loudmouth. He silently notes that if someone is actively begging for a beatdown with no valid reason, it is only polite to deliver one. The referee steps between them, raising his staff and loudly reminding both participants that lethal magic is strictly prohibited. The duel begins, and Baruch immediately channels his purple mana, aiming to end the fight in a single strike. He wants to crush Alan before our boy can even realize how badly he messed up. But before the spell can leave his staff, a sudden unnatural chill sweeps across the entire arena. Baruch's eyes widen in genuine confusion as his breath instantly turns to mist. He tries to step forward, only to realize his legs are completely frozen solid in a thick block of crystal clear ice. He screams internally, wondering how on earth his feet became so heavy in a fraction of a second. The entire arena is suddenly swallowed by a massive, breathtaking blizzard. A towering crown of jagged ice spikes erupts from the ground, framing Alan like a literal king of the north. Baruch is suspended in mid-air, completely paralyzed and looking like a very expensive purple-cloaked popsicle. Alan stands calmly amidst the swirling frost, slowly raising his hand to activate his custom magic. He softly whispers the activation phrase, "Glory of the Snowy Mountains." Meanwhile, just outside the arena, a veteran mage is aggressively shaking his young disciple by the collar. He demands to know if the kid has lost his mind, because there is no physical way a high-circle genius like Fenia would ever bow to a minor noble. The young disciple is practically sweating through his robes, swearing on his life that it's true. The older mage crosses his arms, deeply intrigued by the wild rumors surrounding this mysterious Count Palacio. He decides he has to see this legendary figure with his own eyes, squinting down at the arena floor. He notes that judging by Alan's relaxed presence, his raw magical capacity actually doesn't seem that impressive. He mutters that Alan's biological mana hole seems microscopic, which is usually a massive death sentence for any aspiring mage. His companion laughs, claiming that Alan must have spread those false rumors himself to hide his pathetic talent. He smirks, fully expecting the young count to be thoroughly exposed and humiliated within the next 10 seconds. But contrary to all their smug doubts and prejudices, a massive deafening shockwave of absolute zero wind rips through the stadium. The two gossiping mages freeze, their jaws dropping so low they might actually hit the floor. The sheer, overwhelming pressure of the frost magic leaves them completely speechless. Alan stands in the center of the frozen wasteland looking incredibly cool and completely unbothered. The veteran mage clutches his pipe, sweat pouring down his face as he realizes Alan just executed a flawless, triple combined magic spell. He stammers that even as a seasoned rank 5 mage, he wouldn't dare attempt such a highly complex manifestation. He screams in his head, desperately trying to comprehend how a supposedly low-ranking noble could bypass the fundamental laws of magic so casually. Alan slowly lowers his hand, his expression as calm and tranquil as a quiet winter night. The massive swirling vortex of ice slowly begins to disperse, leaving behind a perfectly preserved, shivering noble. Baruch is coughing and wheezing, desperately trying to summon his mana to break the ice. He realizes his entire reputation is about to go down the drain if he doesn't do something fast. Suddenly, a spectator in the crowd lets out a horrified shriek. He points at the frozen arena, asking if that incredibly rare, ancient ice structure is actually the legendary Camelon array. Another mage gasps, recognizing the spell structure as a highly classified forbidden killing technique from the Violet Tower itself. Baruch's teeth chatter in absolute terror as he realizes he is completely outclassed. The surrounding mages stand up in pure shock, their faces turning completely pale as they witness the sheer scale of the spell. Baruch stands frozen in a solid pillar of ice, looking like a defeated video game boss. The referee's voice trembles as he loudly declares the winner of the duel. The crowd erupts into cheers as Alan strikes a dramatic model-like pose, looking like he casually planned this entire spectacular victory. Immediately after the duel, a group of high-circle elder mages swarms him, their eyes sparkling with fanatical admiration as they beg to know how he arranged such a flawless array. One elder quickly apologizes for asking about a proprietary, family-owned spell, but notes that he saw those exact hand-based catalysts written in ancient forbidden texts. Alan's face sweat drops. He knew his Babylonian hand signs looked a bit old school, but he didn't expect them to be treated like a lost mythical heritage. He tries to downplay it, nervously reminding them that he is only a humble rank 3 mage. The elders burst into hearty laughter, telling him there is absolutely no need to be so incredibly humble. They wave his comment off, claiming that a rank 3 executing a triple combined spell is a physical impossibility, assuming he's just playing a clever mental game with them. Realizing that his attempts to explain the truth are only making him look like a terrifyingly arrogant genius, Alan decides it is officially time to bolt. He vanishes down the corridor at supersonic speed, leaving the bewildered elders behind. He leans against a stone pillar in a quiet hallway, letting out a massive sigh of relief as he finally enjoys some peace and quiet. He looks down at his new ring, the memory of the black eye, noting that it was actually incredibly useful. As an enhanced memorizer, it allows him to store a highly complex spell and instantly manifest it with massive amplification. He analyzes his system window, which explains the mechanics of his custom magic. Normally, casting Glory of the Snowy Mountains to offset his casting constraints consumes a whopping 3 out of his 5 daily magic slots. But by combining his special ring with his black box artifact, he receives an absolute cheat code level of amplification, allowing him to bypass his daily limits and cast all 5 slots completely as he pleases. He walks down the empty corridor, a small, proud smile on his face as he finally grasps the true underlying structure of his frost magic. It's not just a simple ice spell, it's a reality-bending phenomenon that instantly freezes the surrounding molecular air at the exact moment of manifestation. He recalls the words of the mysterious shadow entity from the subterranean library who explained that spoken sentences are the literal keys to accessing the fundamental laws of the universe. He touches his chin, realizing that instead of just using magic like a standard mana booster, he can actually interfere with the universal laws themselves to rewrite properties. The more he learns, the more his inner gamer wants to min-max this system. He heads back to his room, deciding to get some quality rest so he can easily retrieve the legendary item he prepared for tonight. A few hours later, the clock strikes midnight, and Alan successfully sneaks onto the quiet, moonlit 38th floor of the Grand Library. A mysterious, echoing voice chimes through the dark room, noting that he has arrived exactly on time. Alan looks around the towering bookshelves, calmly stating that he has come to solve the next riddle. The mysterious voice giggles, highly fascinated that a simple human hasn't fallen into a state of absolute screaming panic upon hearing her voice. The system window pops up, revealing her terrifying lore. She is known among mages as the Cup of the Primordial, an entity who inspired absolute fear and worship in those who dared to disturb the ancient world. She was the very first human to achieve the legendary rank 8 status since the ancient age of the Forgotten Gods. A spectacular flash of blue light erupts from the center of the room, revealing the grand, elegant figure of Archmage Heinkel floating amidst a storm of glowing spellbooks. Alan swallows hard, his face turning incredibly serious. He knows that in this high-difficulty game world, a single wrong move or a bad dialogue choice during this encounter will result in his instant death. He recalls that players of Psychedelia affectionately named her the Retry Witch because of how many times they had to reload their saves to survive her encounters. The game's dialogue options appear before him in a glowing red window. Choosing option 1 makes her ask if he's starting to get cocky, while option 2 results in an instant, bloody curse. The next set of options is even worse, with one of them literally telling her to go drink some milk because of her childlike appearance. In the game lore, she was also known as the Messy Milk Witch because she would instantly vaporize any player brave or stupid enough to choose that specific option. Alan slowly reaches behind his back, preparing his defensive spells just in case things go south. He can feel an absolute crushing physical pressure radiating from her tiny form. Heinkel slowly tilts her hat up, her face hidden in deep shadow as she prepares to ask the very first riddle. Suddenly, two massive, terrifying cosmic eyes, one glowing crimson and the other brilliant blue, open in the dark void right behind Alan, staring directly down at her. Heinkel's smug expression instantly vanishes. She lets out a pathetic, high-pitched squeak and freezes in midair, her tiny limbs shaking like a leaf. Alan rubs his eyes in complete confusion, wondering if the game developers patched some weird, undocumented glitch into this live-action version. He looks at her, silently noting that without her giant, gravity-defying witch hat, she is actually incredibly short and looks about as threatening as a wet kitten. Heinkel begins to weep, desperately waving her hands and screaming that she will give him whatever he wants if he just promises not to devour her soul. She violently hurls a beautiful, gold-trimmed wooden treasure chest straight at his head. Alan casually catches it in mid-air, his mind completely blank. With a loud poof, she vanishes into a cloud of white smoke, screaming that she is leaving forever. Alan just blinks, wondering if his non-existent social skills are truly that terrifying. He looks down at his hand, which was fully charged with high-level defensive magic just in case she attacked. He looks over his shoulder, wondering if she was actually staring at some terrifying invisible monster standing right behind him. He waves his hand through the empty air, finding absolutely nothing there. He shrugs it off, deciding that he definitely won't complain about securing a legendary high-tier artifact with zero physical effort. Meanwhile, in the chibi spirit world, the two massive cosmic eyes are happily floating around a sniveling, traumatized Heinkel who is curled up in a ball and crying for her mother. The next day, the magic conference continues, and Alan makes sure to attend as many advanced magic roundtables as physically possible. He diligently takes notes, realizing that listening to these top-tier academic debates is infinitely more efficient than trying to decipher ancient, dusty grimoires all by himself. He shares a desk with Lion, who is an absolute genius at arranging complex magic sequences. However, she looks at him with wide, suspicious eyes, asking for the 15th time if he is honestly only rank 3. Alan lets out a weary sigh, confirming his rank yet again. Lion pouts, muttering that she should probably start practicing rank 4 magic herself, even though her current mana capacity isn't quite ready for it. On the 4th day of the conference, their peaceful studies are shattered. A messenger bursts into the room, gasping that a terrifying outer god anomaly has suddenly appeared inside the Lartania labyrinth. He reveals that a strange purple crystal mutation has been rapidly spreading through the dungeon for the past week, corrupting both the monsters and the adventurers. Alan's face hardens. He hands a sealed letter to Evan, commanding him to send it immediately as they prepare to head out to Lartania to investigate. As they rush out to their carriage, a sweet, blue-haired girl approaches them. It's Fenia, and she timidly asks the Count if he is already leaving the conference. Alan confirms his departure, and Fenia lets out a massive, joyful cheer. She chirps that she was absolutely certain a brilliant, godlike mastermind like him wouldn't waste his precious time here. She bows deeply and wishes him a safe trip, her face literally sparkling with happiness as his carriage pulls away. Alan's sweat drops, realizing she's just incredibly glad she doesn't have to share a building with him anymore. A few days of hard travel later, their carriage finally passes through the grand stone arches of Lartania, the legendary Labyrinth City. The heavy wooden wheels of their carriage click against the polished cobblestone streets. Alan and Evan step down from the carriage, taking in the towering Gothic-style architecture of the city. Evan looks up at a massive white marble palace decorated with golden statues, his jaw dropping in surprise. He mutters that while he knew Ryan was doing well for herself, this level of sheer wealth is absolutely ridiculous. Alan stares at the massive estate, realizing a profound, universal truth that transcends all dimensions: money is the ultimate absolute form of power. They walk up to the grand iron gates of the estate, where a polite receptionist clad in a green suit steps forward to ask if they have an official appointment. Alan rubs his neck, realizing that to meet his own adopted daughter, he apparently needs to go through a rigorous corporate booking system. He politely asks the guard to announce that Count Palacio has arrived. The receptionist's face instantly twitches with immense polite rage. He recalls that this is the 325th time today some random noble has claimed to be a close personal friend of his boss just to skip the line. He plasters on a greasy, professional smile, informing them that without a pre-booked reservation, the immediate meeting fee is a whopping 3,000 gold coins, enough money to buy a literal mansion. Alan nervously asks when the next free opening is. The guard holds up a single finger, calmly stating that he can squeeze them in about 10 months. Both Alan and Evan let out a unified comedic shriek of pure, unadulterated disbelief. Before they can argue, the grand iron gates are violently kicked open. The guard is nearly knocked over as a heavy purple bag filled with clinking gold coins is thrown at his feet. A round, arrogant noble youth wearing an expensive purple coat struts out, flanked by two burly mercenaries. He sneers at Alan, rudely asking what a pair of broke beggars is doing loitering around the entrance. The receptionist's face flatlines into absolute disgust. He mutters that this arrogant piece of trash is back again. He silently notes that the youth is Labard Claystone, the incredibly spoiled and useless son of the local lord of Lartania, who spends his days acting like a king solely because of his father's title. Labard chuckles, calling Alan and Evan a bunch of pathetic peasants as he proudly climbs the stone steps. Both Alan and Evan stand there with twitching veins, their faces darkened in irritation as they are officially classified as beggars for the second time this week. Suddenly, a beautiful, green-haired girl with a matching ribbon steps out of the mansion. Labard's eyes light up as he greedily calls out her name, assuming she came out to personally welcome him. Without a single word or a change in her cold expression, Ryan delivers a devastating, bone-shattering punch straight to his face, sending the arrogant noble flying backward in a spectacular arc of blood and teeth. She completely ignores his screaming body, stepping forward and elegantly curtsying before Alan, softly apologizing for keeping her beloved patron waiting. The receptionist stands frozen in absolute, paralyzed shock, clutching his bag of gold. He recalls that his boss is normally famous for being completely fair and polite to everyone, whether they are a prince or a common beggar. Labarde clutches his broken nose, screaming in agony as his guards hold him up. He yells at her, demanding to know how a simple merchant dares to strike a high-ranking noble. Ryan just looks at him with dead, empty eyes, calmly telling him to get lost before she loses her patience. Labarde continues to screech, threatening her with his close connections to the prestigious Council of Three. Ryan's expression remains completely blank, looking as bothered as a person staring at a slightly annoying mosquito. Labarde is violently dragged away by his panicked guards, screaming that she will deeply regret choosing a pair of bums over him. Ryan casually turns her back on the drama, politely inviting Alan and Evan inside. As they walk through the grand foyer, Alan leans in and nervously asks if this is truly going to be okay, considering Labarde's father is the literal ruler of the city. Ryan calmly tells him not to worry, because they definitely won't be seeing that guy ever again. She notes that she received his letter, and Alan silently marvels at how incredibly mature and reassuring she has become over the past year. They sit down in her private, gold-decorated drawing room. Alan sinks into the plush velvet sofa, realizing he is once again sitting in the literal master's chair of a world-spanning shadow organization. He takes a sip of his high-end tea, politely asking Ryan why she chose to call him patron, while the other children usually call him godfather or benefactor. He notes that patron feels incredibly formal and businesslike, while Evan is happily stuffing his face with sweet pastries in the background. Ryan tilts her head, simply stating that it is the title that suits his majestic presence best. Alan just blinks, realizing there is absolutely no winning an argument against her. He looks down at his tea, feeling a deep, warm surge of adoptive fatherly pride. He thinks about how hard she has worked to build this successful business all on her own. He sets his cup down, getting straight to business as he explains that he has a very important favor to ask of her. He explains that to investigate the Outer God anomaly properly, he needs to secure a spot in the elite joint strike force currently being assembled by the city's guilds. He trails off, worrying if his little altercation with the Lord's son outside might make things politically complicated. Ryan looks up, her eyes narrowing slightly as she asks if he is truly worried about a pathetic insect like Labard. Alan stammers that he just doesn't want to cause her any unnecessary trouble. Ryan flashes a tiny, rare smile, telling him to leave everything to her because she can easily make his request happen. Alan lets out a relieved sigh, thanking her. Ryan stands up, politely advising him to get some quality rest after his incredibly long and exhausting journey. Once the doors close, Evan leans in and whispers that Ryan really acts like a fully grown adult now, though she still has that signature, slightly sour expression on her face. Alan nods in agreement, noting that she definitely carries herself with the absolute confidence of a top-of-the-class genius. That night, Alan lies awake on his comfortable bed, staring at the ceiling. He thinks about how chaotic his life has been since the Northern Border crisis, deciding to use this brief moment of quiet to meticulously review his survival plans. The next thing he knows, a bright ray of morning sunlight hits his face as Evan violently shakes him awake, loudly asking if he wants to join them for lunch. Alan sits up in absolute shock, realizing he just slept through an entire day. He walks into the grand dining room, finding Ryan already seated at a massive banquet table covered in high-end dishes. Ryan elegantly takes a bite of her food, calmly informing him that she has already completely taken care of his request from yesterday. She notes that the Joint Strike Force is meeting today, so they should head over immediately after lunch. Alan's fork freezes halfway to his mouth. He asks how she managed to secure a spot so incredibly fast and if the Lord of Lartania is currently hunting them down for the gate incident. Ryan casually tells him not to worry about Labard Claystone because she cleanly and permanently assassinated him last night. Alan calmly nods, casually repeating her words, before his brain actually registers the absolute insanity of what she just said. His eyes nearly pop out of his head as he freezes, his mind screaming in absolute sweating terror as he tries to process the fact that his adopted daughter just casually executed a major political figure over a minor insult. Ryan continues eating, explaining that Labarde was a literal cancer to the city, listing out his secret crimes like human experimentation, chimera creation, and the massacre of a mercenary group. Alan clenches his hands, his face turning incredibly dark. He stammers, pointing out that even if Labard was a massive villain, assassinating the Lord's son is the political equivalent of declaring war on the entire kingdom. Ryan looks up with a completely blank expression, simply stating that Labard made her patron feel slightly uncomfortable, and leaving him alive would have only prolonged that discomfort. She adds that he doesn't need to worry about the Council of Three either, because they are already under her complete control. Alan's face sweat drops. He knew Ryan was destined to become the sin of greed, but he didn't expect her to have an absolute terrifying disregard for human life and political boundaries. Ryan looks at him, her eyes softening as she asks if there is a problem, noting that if a single assassination wasn't enough, she can easily clean up the rest of the Claystone family tree tonight. Alan quickly waves his hands, sweat pouring down his face, as he assures her that he is only worried about her personal safety. Ryan's eyes sparkle with absolute fanatical joy upon hearing her master's concern. Alan let out a nervous chuckle, realizing their moral compasses are literally light years apart. He quickly thanks her for her hard work, pleading with her not to get upset. Ryan lets out a tiny, adorable pout, flatly denying that she was ever upset. Alan's smirk drops, teasing her that her face was literally screaming disappointment a second ago. He takes a bite of his food, gently advising her to avoid putting herself in such dangerous, high-risk situations in the future. He notes that it would be an absolute shame to lose the beautiful business empire she has worked so hard to build. Ryan looks down, her face hidden in deep shadow. She softly mutters that she finally understands exactly what her patron expects from her. She stands up, her eyes glowing with a cold, sharp light. She asks him to follow her into the private artifact vault so she can proudly show him the true power of her tracker eye. She activates the artifact, and a massive glowing blue compass with a sharp reptilian eye in the center manifests in the middle of the room. Ryan explains that the number of magical marks stored within the artifact is steadily increasing without a single issue. Alan's face pales as he looks at the glowing marks. He recalls the game lore, realizing that the black mark system, which permanently boosts an artifact's power by sacrificing low mana items, was actually unlocked because of this very relic. The system window confirms the stats of the tracker eye, explaining that it allows the user to identify weak mana relics to assist in their appraisal. Alan's jaw drops. He finally understands why her shop is so insanely successful and why she is being so incredibly nice to him. She is literally using her meta cheat to fuel their shadow syndicate. He quickly composes himself, acting completely natural as he praises her for putting the relic to such fantastic use. Ryan notes that once the sacrifice count passed 400, the progress slowed down, but she is confident they can collect them all within a few years. Alan nods along, though internally he is screaming in absolute confusion, wondering what on earth she is planning to do once she finishes collecting all those forbidden artifacts. Ryan elegantly gestures toward the grand mahogany doors of the mansion's strategic meeting room. Alan steps inside, only to be instantly greeted by a loud, incredibly hostile voice demanding to know why a pathetic loser is being allowed to join their elite group. A sharp close-up reveals Meown, the highly aggressive leader of the Antiquity Tracker Guild, who is scoffing at Alan's presence. Next to her is Maverick, the stern, muscular leader of the Nomad Lands Guild. Standing in the back are the two strongest mercenary leaders in the city, Himan, the quiet leader of the Acadia Guild, and Argonia, the powerful, horned leader of the top-ranking Kalamadra Guild. Without a single warning, Meown leaps forward, her feline daggers flashing in a dangerous arc as she swipes straight at Alan's face. Alan effortlessly tilts his head back, dodging the blade while silently noting that these cutthroats aren't even trying to hide their hostility. Alan's hand slowly slips into his pocket, his fingers closing around his casting ring as a cold frost begins to gather around his fingertips. He looks at the hostile guild leaders with a cold, unyielding glare, realizing that to secure their cooperation, he is going to have to violently prove his worth. The system chimes, revealing that his unbreakable artifact is ready to unleash absolute frozen hell upon anyone foolish enough to stand in his way. Our guy is mentally running through his tactical checklist, calculating his exact odds of survival. There are two main reasons he agreed to join this dangerous expedition instead of hiding in his comfortable bed. First, standard high circle magic is completely useless against an outer god anomaly. Second, he desperately needs a front row seat to see which of these local mercenary leaders are actually worth recruiting. A sudden, heavy pressure drops in the room as Maverick clenches his sword, demanding to know if this silent display of raw, freezing power is Alan's way of testing their resolve. Alan slowly looks back at them with cold, dead eyes, casually asking if they weren't the ones who aggressively demanded to see his credentials in the first place. Internally, however, Alan's chibi self is sweating a literal ocean, desperately hoping his heart doesn't stop from the sheer stress of trying to look cool. He takes a slow, dramatic step forward, making sure his boots click loudly against the frozen stone floor as the mercenaries flinch in anticipation. With a lazy wave of his hand, a beautiful high-back ice throne manifests behind him, and he sits down like a bored king waiting for his tea. He dryly asks if they are finally ready to have a civilized conversation. Alan analyzes the room, realizing this high-stakes situation is identical to a legendary high-difficulty raid mission from the original game. He glances at the horned beauty Argonia, knowing that if the strongest leader of the Kalamadra Guild acknowledges his strength, the rest of these cutthroats will fall in line without a fight. Argonia's vertical slit pupil dilates in absolute instinctual terror as she looks at him. She quickly steps forward, her hand raised as she loudly commands her men to drop their weapons immediately. Maverick looks back in absolute disbelief, but Argonia flatly points out that they were the ones who foolishly initiated the hostility. Alan lets out a quiet hum, acting completely unbothered as he asks when they plan to finally descend into the dungeon. Argonia politely bows her head, stating that they will officially begin the raid in 2 days once their preparations are finalized. Alan stands up and slowly exits the room, giving them a dramatic backshot as he leaves them to contemplate their life choices. The moment the heavy wooden doors slam shut, Alan clutches his chest in absolute agony, wheezing and promising himself he will never try to pull off a cool entrance ever again. Back in the meeting room, Maverick is practically vibrating with rage, demanding to know why Argonia let a snobby, arrogant young noble walk away so easily. Himan steps up, adjusting his glasses and quietly informing Maverick that he should probably thank her instead of complaining. He notes that if Argonia hadn't intervened at that exact split second, Maverick's head would currently be frozen solid on the floor. Argonia stands in silent shock, her mind flashing back to her childhood in the ancient beastkin forests. She vividly remembers her mother, a legendary dragonkin, gently stroking her head and giving her a single chilling warning. Her mother warned her to never, under any circumstances, look directly into the eyes of he who devours categories. It was the only warning her mother left behind before she passed away hundreds of years ago. And when she looked at Alan Palacio, she saw that exact, terrifying cosmic eye hovering in the dark void right behind his shoulder. She sweats profusely, wondering what kind of primordial, world-ending demon she just narrowly avoided fighting. The next day, the strategy meeting concludes in a record-breaking 5 minutes as everyone enthusiastically agrees to Alan's plan. Meown happily waves her hand from her chair, confirming she has absolutely no objections. Alan sits back, completely surprised by how smoothly everything went, realizing his strategic game knowledge is basically a cheat code for medieval warfare. Even the chaotic feline beast girl, Meown, is sitting quietly and licking her paw, which is honestly a miracle in itself. With the final tactical plan successfully finalized, the Grand Joint Strike Force officially begins their descent into the dark labyrinth. The heavy boots of dozens of elite mercenaries echo through the damp stone-arched hallways. A massive mutated blue Gryphon screeches as it charges their front line, only to be instantly sliced apart by a flurry of high-level skills. Alan watches from the back, realizing that attempting to solo this high-circle dungeon without these high-level meat shields would have been an absolute nightmare. As they walk through a torchlit corridor, Alan senses a sudden presence approaching his side. Meown skips up next to him with a playful grin, asking if the Great Count feels a deep, noble disgust toward beastmen. Alan calmly replies that he has absolutely no interest in discrimination. Meown's eyes sparkle with absolute predatory delight. She leans in close, her tail twitching as she cheerfully asks if he wants to make a few cute kittens with her. Alan's chibi brain instantly freezes into a block of solid ice. He realizes she is suggesting a literal political marriage as casually as if she were asking for a snack. He recalls that her tribe operates on a strict survival of the fittest mentality, meaning they naturally try to breed with anyone who displays dominant physical or magical power. Alan flatly rejects her proposal, but Meown just laughs it off, stretching her arms and calling him incredibly charming. Rhine suddenly manifests from the shadows behind them, holding her appraisal book and quietly asking if she should silently eliminate the noisy cat girl. Alan quickly tells her that is absolutely not necessary. By the second day of the expedition, the deeper levels of the labyrinth are met with a series of massive, ear-splitting explosions. Meown sits on a pile of rubble, complaining about how annoying it is to manually search every single corner of the ruins. Maverick grumbles in agreement, pointing out that they are still only on the 4th floor despite walking for hours. Alan crosses his arms, silently thinking about how much easier this was in the actual game, where clearing a floor automatically teleported you to the next. In reality, the physical layout of the dungeon is a massive, confusing maze that takes a half day of walking just to find a single staircase. Suddenly, Argonia's voice echoes from down the corridor, calling everyone over. She stands before a swirling, glowing blue portal, announcing that the entrance to the 5th floor is officially open. They step through the portal, finding themselves in a breathtaking, sunlit grassy plain dotted with ancient white pillars. Alan looks around the beautiful scenery, realizing this level represents one of the game's rare designated safe zones. Argonia commands the troops to regroup and set up camp, noting that the outer god anomaly shouldn't be active until they reach the 12th floor. The peaceful, bright blue sky stretches over the white ruins. Alan sits down on a stone brick, letting out a heavy pant as he tries to catch his breath. Maverick glances over, letting out a quiet huff as he mockingly notes that the great mastermind is already out of breath after a short stroll. Before he can finish his insult, a cold, dark shadow sweeps across the bright meadow. Slashed. A sudden invisible arc of energy tears through the scouts in the back, instantly dissolving their bodies into fine red dust. A brilliant green flash of light cuts the screen as a dozen elite mercenaries scream in agony, their bodies cleanly sliced in half before they can even draw their swords. Standing on top of a towering white pillar is a sleek green-skinned humanoid wearing high-class Eastern silk robes. Maverick is frozen in shock, stammers out a confused question about what a simple goblin is doing in a safe zone. The green entity slowly raises his hand, his long, dark fingernails releasing a trail of thin blue smoke. He looks down on them with a gaze of absolute cold superiority, asking who gave them permission to make eye contact with a god. Bam! A massive shockwave of pressure drops from the sky, but Alan reacts instantly, summoning a giant shield of ice to block the impact. The ice shield cracks under the immense force, sending freezing shards flying across the field. Alan quickly yells at Maverick to snap out of it and focus on the battle. The green deity looks at Alan's ice magic, letting out an amused chuckle and calling him an interesting little creature. Alan glares back, calmly speaking his true legendary name, Kailus. The system confirms his identity. He is the legendary king of all aberrations, an anomaly who bypassed the traditional laws of magic to claim godhood all by himself. Kailus tilts his head, highly fascinated that a simple human extra actually knows his name. Alan's face sweat drops. He knows that according to his game data, Kailus wasn't supposed to manifest for another 3 days. He wonders what kind of massive butterfly effect he triggered to cause this early boss spawn. Kailus smiles, stating that since he is in a rather pleasant mood, he will grant them mercy if they surrender the divine artifacts in their possession. Alan ignores the offer, quietly advising his team to prepare themselves for the fight of their lives. Argonia draws her massive greatsword, her face contorted in determination as she yells for the guards to prepare for combat. Alan steps forward, analyzing the opponent's current stats. He notes that unlike the war god Ultultus, Kylus hasn't fully integrated his divine authority yet, giving them a tiny fighting chance. Kylus lets out a dark laugh, stating that if they truly wish to receive a divine punishment, he will gladly deliver it. He leaps down from his pillar, his hand releasing a massive, twisting vortex of green and black energy. FWOOSH. The devastating energy blast tears through the ground, splitting the entire meadow in half in a spectacular explosion of dirt and light. The massive energy strike splits the green field, throwing rocks and debris high into the air. Maverick and Argonia immediately launch a coordinated counterattack, their weapons flashing as they leap through the dust. They swing their blades with all their might, but Kylus casually dodges their strikes with a series of effortless floating backflips. He smirks, mockingly asking if that weak, disappointing sword is the best the human race has to offer. Alan watches closely, analyzing his movement patterns. He notes that since the outer god is still in his unstable early manifestation stage, physical weapons can still occasionally disrupt his mana flow. Behind him, Himon is channeling a massive magic circle to bind the boss. Kylus floats back, his robes fluttering in the wind as he prepares to unleash his next spell. Suddenly, a horde of mutated purple crystal goblins erupts from the ground, shrieking as they rush forward to block the mercenaries' path. Alan raises his hand, realizing they are rapidly running out of time and must seize the initiative before the main boss fully recovers his strength. He begins his Babylonian hand signs, stacking his custom constraints to cast his signature combined magic spell, Snowflake Formation, Glory of the Snowy Mountains. Beside him, Rhine opens her massive glowing grimoire, chanting the activation key to unleash her spatial magic. A dozen massive pitch-black iron chains erupt from the floating magic circles behind her, wrapping around the entire field. The heavy chains slam into Kylus, binding his limbs and pinning his physical vessel straight to the ground. With the target successfully locked down, Alan manifests his massive, towering ice crystal halberd above his head. The mercenary leaders watch in absolute breathless anticipation as the colossal weapon of frost takes shape. Alan commands the giant spear to descend, aiming to end the fight in a single decisive blow. He stares down at the bound deity with a cold, unyielding expression, confident that this strike will at least buy them enough time to escape. But just as the tip of the ice spear is about to pierce his chest, Kylus slowly raises a single green finger. Shatter. With a simple, casual tap of his fingernail, the massive god-tier ice spear instantly shatters into a million harmless snowflakes. Kylus smiles through the falling frost, mockingly calling him a useless, pathetic insect. Alan's face turns completely pale, his eyes wide and genuine, sweating horror as he tries to comprehend how his strongest spell was shattered like cheap glass. Kylus chuckles, stating that while he appreciates the effort, the difference in their universal caliber is simply too vast to overcome. He lets out a low whisper. Release. A massive wave of dark green energy erupts from his body, shattering Rhine's chains like paper. Maverick and Argonia are instantly blown backward by the sheer wind pressure, their armor cracking under the force. Meown is sent rolling across the grass, while Himon desperately tries to maintain his defensive barrier. Kylus vanishes from his spot, reappearing in front of Maverick in a fraction of a second. Expansion. A blinding flash of green light fills the screen as he unleashes a direct physical strike. Maverick is violently thrown across the ruins, his sword shattered, and his body coughing up blood. Kylus flashes a predatory fanged grin, declaring his next technique, the Way of the Anonymous. A massive white-hot sphere of pure energy manifests in his hand, threatening to vaporize the entire safe zone. The ground beneath them collapses into a deep, jagged crater as the sheer pressure of his magic turns the stone to dust. Himon screams in agony as the energy blast clips his shoulder, completely destroying his defense. Kylus floats above the chaos, looking as calm and relaxed as a man taking a casual walk in his private garden. He swings his hand, sending another devastating arc of wind pressure straight at Alan. Alan barely dodges the strike, the wind pressure grazing his cheek and leaving a bloody cut. Meown stands in the dust, her face filled with absolute paralyzed fear as she looks at the massive dark shadow of the god looming over her. She screams Hemon's name as he is thrown into a pile of rubble. A massive explosion of dust and debris covers the entire field as Kylus continues his effortless rampage. He smiles warmly, telling Alan he has incredibly high hopes for him, asking if he has any more amusing tricks left to show. Alan's mind is racing. He has never seen magic of this caliber in the game, realizing Kylus is using direct principles instead of standard chanted incantations. He looks around the ruined plain, realizing that without some massive cheat code level interference, they are all going to die here. He reaches into his pocket, pulling out his last two premium handcrafted mana potions. He drinks them both in a single gulp, his eyes narrowing in determination as he prepares to push his physical magic past its absolute biological limits. He begins his Babylonian hand signs again, his fingers moving so fast they are basically a blur. His veins begin to glow with a bright, unstable blue light as the massive amount of external mana floods his system. He looks over at Rein, calling out her name and asking for her support one last time. They launch another joint attack, but Kailus simply watches them with a sick sense of pleasure. He looks like a bored cat observing the desperate, futile struggles of a mouse trapped in its claws. Alan lets out a painful cough as he maintains the spell, his body physically breaking down from the strain. The empty glass potion vials fall onto the grass, clinking softly against each other. Alan clutches his trembling hand, his face covered in cold sweat. Having downed 5 consecutive mana potions, he is starting to experience the severe, agonizing symptoms of mana toxicity, but he refuses to stop. He commands Rein to hold the boss's attention for just 10 more seconds. Rein quickly throws out her black chains again, wrapping them around Kailus's arms to slow down his approach. She glares at the god, her eyes glowing with a cold, protective fury. Alan begins his final chant, speaking the forbidden Babylonian syntax words to prepare his ultimate frost spell. The massive, glowing blue ice crystal halberd manifests once again, its surface covered in intricate, ancient ruins. The system window pops up, showing his current constraint status. He has only one remaining constraint left to twist, the universal laws of the world. Alan spits out a mouthful of blood, his teeth stained crimson. He knows that even this massive spell won't be enough to pierce Kailus's divine defense. He desperately searches his memories of the subterranean library, trying to find a single clue to reach the next stage of magic. He recalls the words of the shadow entity, explaining the difference between standard incantations and the true principles of the universe. The gears of his mind click together, realizing that to defeat a god, he must stop trying to shape mana and instead rewrite the physical properties of the world itself. He clutches his head, his mind practically burning as he pushes his comprehension to its absolute limits. A massive, glowing red eye opens in his mind, and a mysterious voice whispers, "It's a mudra." Confusion and awakening are intrinsically one and the same. If you open your eyes, you will receive the key. Suddenly, Kailus lets out an annoyed huff, raising his hand to cast a lethal, sharp wind spear straight at Rein to end her annoying chains. Rein stands her ground, her face completely pale as the wind spear approaches. Alan moves instinctively, throwing his body directly in front of his adopted daughter. X-splash. The sharp wind spear tears through his shoulder, spraying blood across the grass. Rein lets out a horrified gasp, her eyes wide in absolute shock as her beloved patron takes the lethal hit for her. Alan stands tall, his hands successfully forming the complex ancient mudra of the wisdom fist despite his bleeding arm. The moment his fingers lock into the mudra, the massive ice halberd hovering above them begins to warp and change shape. Kailus's eyes widen in genuine shock as he looks up at the sky. The giant spear has completely transformed into a colossal, beautiful, and highly intricate glowing blue key. The key slowly descends, fitting perfectly into an invisible, giant keyhole manifested in the center of the magical crystal space. Alan turns his hand, and the key rotates within the crystal space with a deep, echoing click. He looks at Kailus with a bloody, satisfied smirk, quietly whispering the activation word. A blinding, spectacular wave of absolute zero blue light erupts from the key, instantly freezing the entire atmospheric molecular structure of the labyrinth. A series of massive, towering glacier spikes erupts from the ground, freezing the outer god solid in a matter of seconds. The entire sunlit plain is completely transformed into a massive, quiet glacier, leaving the defeated god sealed beneath 100 feet of solid ice. The universe runs on rules, and magic is just a fancy way of telling those rules to shut up and sit down. But doing that with a giant block of frozen water takes a lot of mental heavy lifting. Alan stares at his frozen, ruined arm, wondering if this counts as artistic self-expression. His body is currently screaming at him in 3 different ancient languages. The massive ice structures crash down, shattering the quiet of the subterranean plain. It looks incredibly cool, which is great, because Alan paid for it with his literal lifespan. He coughs up a worrying amount of blood, realizing he only held that god-tier spell active for a grand total of 6 seconds. Pushing his limits was a fantastic idea, assuming his goal was to speedrun a cardiac arrest. The self-made god Kailus floats in the air, partially iced over but still looking annoyingly handsome. He complains about his vessel being weak, which is a classic villain excuse for getting hit. He flashes a smug green grin, bragging that if he had fully manifested, this little freezer burn wouldn't have even scratched him. Sure, buddy, keep talking while you are literally turning into a popsicle. Alan just glares at him with his classic "I am way too tired for this" face. Hypotheticals are completely useless when you are currently trapped inside a giant cube of ice. Kylus admits defeat and slowly dissolves into glowing magical dust, smiling like he knows something we don't. He always has to get the last word in, even when he is exploding. The ice settles as Alan and Ryan stand together on the ruined battlefield. It is a very dramatic scene, ruined only by the fact that Alan's internal organs are currently liquid. The remaining remnants of the outer god drift up into the sky like glowing blue fireflies. The threat is officially gone, and so is Alan's desire to ever stand up again. Our guy takes one step, but his knees immediately opt out of the conversation. His back arches as gravity begins to make a very compelling argument, and down he goes, face first into the dirt like a falling tree. Ryan rushes forward in a panic, realizing her god might have just broke his nose. Alan's consciousness slowly drifts back, starting with a very blurry, very annoying white notification box. Even in his dreams, the system refuses to let him sleep in. A mysterious glowing female figure appears in his vision, telling him the world is fine and that she will do something. He really wishes she would just hand him some painkillers instead of being cryptic. He wakes up with a miserable groan, clutching his heavily bandaged head. It feels like a giant is using his skull as a drum kit. He sits up in a dimly lit tent, realizing he is currently resting in the suppression unit's medical camp. At least he didn't wake up in a ditch this time. He tries to move his arms, but his body has completely muted its notifications. Nerve palsy has entered the chat, leaving him completely paralyzed. He stares blankly, rationalizing that a total lack of feeling is actually a great excuse to avoid doing chores. It will take time to heal, but hey, zero physical labor for the foreseeable future. A neat little diagram explains that abusing high-grade mana potions can cause permanent mana sclerosis. Basically, Alan turned his magical pathways into a clogged highway during rush hour. Ryan parts the tent curtain, carrying a jar of medicine and looking relieved to see her favorite immortal deity actually breathing. She asks how he is holding up, and Alan tries to act cool despite having the physical strength of a wet paper towel. He immediately asks how the rest of the team survived. Ryan explains that the cat girl Meown is recovering fast, but Argonia barely managed to keep her soul inside her body. In the background, Meown is drinking bitter medicine and pulling a face. Alan wonders if Argonia is actually a dragon hybrid to survive a direct hit like that. Before he can ponder further, Ryan drops a heavy, serious question on him. She asks why he saved her, staring with those deep, intense eyes. She wants to know if her life is actually worth risking the entire mission for. Alan flinches and tries to sit up, immediately regretting it as his bandaged torso reminds him of the concept of physical pain. He asks why she is bringing up such weird questions out of nowhere. Ryan remembers the exact moment Alan threw his own body in front of her to block a lethal spike of energy. It was incredibly heroic, and also incredibly bad for his ribcage. She looks down, stating that risking his life was mathematically inefficient and highly irrational. It seems she is trying to solve the concept of human love using a spreadsheet. Alan sighs, waving his bandaged hand and clarifying that he didn't adopt all these orphans just to use them as meat shields. Internally, he is screaming. Why does every single child he raises grow up thinking he is a cold-blooded sociopath? He starts to wonder if his face is just naturally evil. He takes a deep breath, trying to summon the most wholesome, non-threatening expression his exhausted face can manage. He tells her straight up, he thinks of all of them as his genuine family. Ryan freezes, her green eyes widening as the words hit her like a truck. He explains that their bond isn't some business transaction or a mutual exploitation pact. He actually cares about them, which is apparently a shocking concept to her. Chibi Allen points out that if she really wants to pay him back, she can just buy him a birthday cake next year. Even just licking the leftover icing off the cardboard would be fine. Ryan stares at her hands, her heart melting. She really believes she was just a tool raised to slaughter monsters, but her godfather actually has a heart. Her face turns a lovely shade of red, and she flashes a rare, beautiful smile. She softly tells him she finally understands. Alan nods, thinking he successfully delivered a wholesome fatherly lecture. He has absolutely no idea that he just unlocked her maximum yandere mode. 5 days pass, and Alan is finally able to walk around without his legs collapsing. He steps outside under the bright, artificial sky of the labyrinth. Argonia stands nearby, looking bandaged but functional. She asks if he can actually walk, and he says he is doing okay, all things considered. 3 days later, the group finally packs up and exits the massive labyrinth tower, stepping back into the real world. The moment they arrive, Evan is absolutely screaming at them for leaving him behind. He starts shaking a heavily bandaged Alan, who is politely reminding him that he is still a medical patient. Evan grumbles while pouring tea, completely offended. Alan drinks his tea quietly, knowing he couldn't bring Evan because it would have broken the original game's timeline. Meanwhile, the city of Lartania is absolutely buzzing with rumors. Everyone is praising the legendary suppression unit for sealing a literal god. The time comes for Alan to leave Ryan's territory. He stands by his incredibly fancy royal carriage, bidding her a polite farewell. Right before he climbs in, Ryan stops him and asks when his actual birthday is. He casually tells her it was last month, on September 20th. She looks at him with intense, borderline terrifying focus. September 20th. I will make sure to remember that. Inside the carriage, Evan asks if he is excited for his birthday next year. Alan shrugs, saying he already gets way too many useless political gifts from terrified nobles. Evan smiles, saying it hits different when the kids celebrate it. Alan sighs, leaning his head on his hand and keeping his expectations extremely low. He secretly hopes Ryan might send him a cool little magic artifact. Meanwhile, Ryan stands in the courtyard, realizing she finally has a real family to protect. She thinks back to her training. She always believed the Great Moon was a god above all, and his victories were just a natural law of the universe. But now, she realizes he wants to be something much closer. He wants to be her family. The word Godfather isn't just a title of respect anymore. It means they are closer than anyone else in this world. Ryan looks at herself in the mirror, her face flushing as she lets out a highly unstable, intensely joyful laugh. Oh no, she is completely unhinged now. She grins like a classic anime villain, wondering what kind of birthday gift would be appropriate for the man who acknowledged her as family. She looks out the window at the massive lord's castle towering over the city. I think the entire city's castle should make a decent first gift. Yes, she is literally going to overthrow the local government as a birthday present. Months fly by and summer quickly fades into a freezing, snow-covered winter over the Palacio estate. Inside his warm mansion, Alan is fully recovered and caught up on his favorite hobby, doing endless amounts of annoying administrative paperwork. Evan walks in with snow piled on his head, carrying a wooden chest. He says a parcel just arrived from Duke Altia's estate, and it contains a high-end communication crystal. The crystal glows, displaying Duchess Loria Altia, who politely asks if the Count is doing well and says she is ready to make her scheduled report. Alan sits back, thinking about how he will never get used to a high-ranking Duchess bowing to a minor Count like him. Loria smiles, proudly reporting that the entire underworld of the Asteria Kingdom is now officially under the complete control of the Cal faction. Alan's brain completely short-circuits. He stares at the crystal in utter disbelief, wondering when on earth he ever ordered her to conquer the Mafia. Then he remembers. During the noble banquet, he casually said, "We'll clean up the underworld first," just to escape a conversation. He did not expect them to take it literally. He sweats profusely, knowing the underworld has dozens of massive syndicates. It should have been physically impossible to conquer. He was literally just talking out of his ass, but his followers are apparently built different. He awkwardly clears his throat and says, "Good work." Loria beams, thanking him for making it easy by already crippling the major noble factions beforehand. Alan is crying internally. He asks what the next step is, and Loria casually asks if they should target the king next. Alan immediately screams at her to just maintain the status quo. Loria bows and cuts the feed, leaving Alan alone with his thoughts. Our guy facepalms, wondering how he went from a simple shadow mastermind to the literal kingpin of the entire nation's criminal underworld in a single afternoon. He glances over and notices a suspicious red envelope with a gold seal sitting on the table. It is a formal invitation to the Grand Royal Ball. The king himself has specifically ordered Count Palacio to attend. A royal messenger is shown presenting the formal letter on a silver platter. The stakes just got raised, and Alan's vacation is officially cancelled. Alan clutches his face, screaming into the void. All he wanted was a nice, lazy retirement with warm blankets, but the universe keeps forcing him to be successful. In the daily life comic strip, Chibi Alan is happily munching on roasted sweet potatoes with Chibi Evan, completely ignoring the cosmic eye floating behind him. At least the food is good. Back on the 5th floor of the labyrinth, the dust is still settling over the shattered craters and broken stone. A mysterious hooded figure in black robes slowly walks away from the site of the battle, looking incredibly suspicious. He looks down at a massive green magic circle carved into the grass. An ominous, dark voice whispers from the sky, praising his progress. The hooded man flashes a sinister smirk under his hood, wondering if the heroes will be able to survive the next trap he has prepared for them. Back in the cozy study, Alan is staring at the Red Royal invitation with a heavy, miserable sigh. He chews on his thumb, wondering why the king is suddenly summoning him. He highly suspects it has something to do with his massive rebel faction, Kalpa. The portrait of the 8th king of Asteria, Sion Cretenia, is shown. She is stunning, but she has the sharp slit eyes of a golden snake, representing her royal bloodline. Her unique skill is called succession, which literally allows her to pass down absolute power to her heirs like transferring game files. She is basically a walking cheat code. In the original game, she briefly joins the player's team during the Descent of the Five Sins, showing off some absolutely ridiculous fire magic. Alan looks up from the paper, sweating. He wonders if the king is actually planning to execute him for taking over the underworld. But then he remembers the internet memes. In the game community, Sion was called the Guardian Dragon because she was hilariously lazy and literally slept through her own kingdom collapsing. He lies back on his velvet couch, realizing this might actually be a golden opportunity. If the king tries to suppress Kalpa, it will trigger a perfect political tug-of-war. A funny chibi drawing shows Alan happily playing tug-of-war against Sion, while Kalia and Loria look on in absolute confusion. If the two massive factions fight, Alan can just sit in the middle and do nothing. He rubs his neck, feeling confident. Sion is fundamentally a bystander, so as long as he plays along, he should be able to get through this meeting smoothly. It's not like I'm actually trying to rebel against the crown anyway, he thinks. The scene cuts to a dark, quiet forest under a cloudy night sky. A defeated assassin from the Seeker family is lying face down in the dirt, a heavy boot firmly planted on his back. A massive, bald assassin with facial tattoos stares down at the corpse, completely baffled. Wait, he's already dead? Flashback to the flamboyant noble Carmine Camelon screaming his lungs out, demanding to know why Count Palacio hasn't been assassinated yet. The bald assassin bows, promising to handle it. Internally, he is cursing, knowing he is going to take the entire fall for this mission failure. He kicks the corpse over, revealing that the body is covered in a weird, bubbling black decay. A burst of blue spiritual energy flares up from the body. It is high-level anti-decay magic, left specifically as a warning to anyone who tries to investigate. The bald assassin gets nervous. If his boss finds out their perfect 100% mission success rate is broken, heads are going to roll. He starts to think the rumors about the Count being a god-level mage are actually true. He smirks, realizing he doesn't need to fight the Count directly to get answers. With a massive leap, he vanishes into the night sky, deciding to just beat the information out of one of the Count's associates instead. The scene shifts to the dark Gothic spires of Caliburn. Deus Macalian is quietly walking down a massive, empty cathedral hallway bathed in purple moonlight. He suddenly stops, his back turning to the shadow. He doesn't even look back, but his posture is completely alert. The bald assassin drops from the ceiling, swinging his massive scythe. Deus easily dodges, prompting the assassin to praise his sharp reflexes. The assassin points his blade, demanding all information regarding Count Palacio. He warns Deus that even the most loyal followers change their minds when a blade is at their throat. Before he can even finish his threat, he freezes. A thin line of blood trickles down his neck. Wait, threads? The shadows around them stretch, and a creepy clicking sound echoes through the empty hall. The bald assassin's eyes widen in pure terror as he realizes he didn't corner a prey, he just walked straight into a spider's web. A massive, glowing purple web of razor-sharp magical threads fills the entire cathedral. Deus hovers in the air like a demonic puppet master. Who did you call a demon? A chilling close-up of Deus's glowing purple eyes. He looks completely detached from humanity right now. The purple threads tighten, instantly binding the assassin's limbs and locking his scythe in place. He gasps, realizing he is completely paralyzed. The threads slice into his skin, and he coughs up blood, struggling to breathe as the magical pressure crushes his lungs. Deus glares down at him, his fingers twitching as he manipulates the strings. To dare speak his holy name with such a filthy mouth, you deserve to be shredded. Meanwhile, in the Blue Moon group chat, Radon is holding his head in pure agony. Seolong is screaming about marrying Alan, while Yutia and Ryan are having a passive-aggressive argument in the background. Ryan tells Seolong to shut up and listen, while Yutia smiles with a terrifying cold gaze. Radon is sweating, shocked that even the emotionless Ryan is getting heated. Ryan calmly turns to Yutia, offering a highly strategic suggestion regarding their master. The chat log displays their argument. Ryan wants to send a physical report letter regarding the pursuer's eye relic, but Yutia insists she is already handling all communications. Ryan pushes back, smiling politely but firmly, stating she wants to deliver this specific report to her godfather in person. Ryan flashes an incredibly sweet, blushing smile that looks highly out of character. Behind her, Radon, Seolong, and Yutia look absolutely horrified by her sudden display of emotion. Chibi, Radon, and Seolang are completely stunned, their brains melting from the sheer shock of Ryan acting cute. Suddenly, Deus enters the chat room, adjusting his collar. He is covered in blood splatters. Sorry I'm late. Radon points out he is actually 5 minutes early, which is rare for him. Deus, looking incredibly calm, announces that he has some urgent news to share before they start the formal meeting. He calmly states that an assassination group called the Agents is actively targeting their beloved godfather. Yutia's eyes instantly turn blood red with absolute rage. Deus explains that there were 15 assassins in total. He already dismantled 3 of them, leaving 12. The group's faces turn completely demonic. Should we tear them to pieces or just rip their heads off? Raden tries to act like the only sane person in the room, suggesting they should assess the enemy's strength and make a careful plan first. The entire group glares at Radan through the crystals with dead, murderous eyes, asking if he is secretly a traitor. Radan is flabbergasted by their leaps in logic. Radan tries to defend himself, but under the weight of 4 terrifying glares, he immediately folds. Fine. My bad. Let's just go murder them all first. Utia smiles warmly, concluding that they will resume the meeting once they have completely wiped the Assassin Guild off the map. The crystal turns off, and Radan sighs deeply in his pirate cabin. He thinks calling him a traitor is a bit dramatic. He looks out the window at the bright moon. His loyalty to the man who saved him and gave him his power is absolute and unbreakable. He runs his hand through his silver hair with a smirk. It's just that you guys are downright fanatical. The scene shifts to the grand royal capital of Asteria, Teria. The royal castle stands tall under a clear sky. Alan's carriage arrives, and he steps out. Evan salutes, promising to wait right here for his return. As soon as Alan walks onto the castle grounds, a massive crowd of nobles starts sprinting in his direction. Evan's sweat drops, noting that the leader of Kalpa is basically a rock star now. Alan walks through the lobby, and the crowd of nobles literally dives out of his way to clear a path. Evan smiles, saying the days of being an outcast are long gone. Alan's face is a complete mask of absolute horror. He is sweating bullets, wondering why everyone is treating him like a walking plague. Why are they running away from me? At this rate, it looks like I'm making a frontal assault to overthrow the king. He panics internally. He tries to calm his racing heart. If Xian gives him a massive lecture and he bows politely, it will actually help his plan to create a political balance. He steps into the majestic, golden-lit royal court, feeling completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the palace. He notices the royalist and aristocratic factions whispering in the balcony, looking extremely smug. They are clearly here to watch him get executed by the king. Alan walks down the red carpet, looking incredibly cool and majestic on the outside, while his soul is currently screaming for help on the inside. He kneels before the throne, delivering a polite greeting. Xian Crytenia sits above, commanding him to raise his head. Xian looks absolutely stunning, sitting cross-legged on her golden throne, wearing white high heels and a royal blue gown. "Are you the current Count Palacio?" "Yes," Alan replies simply. In the background, the nobles are snickering behind their fans, waiting for the execution order. Xian rests her beautiful chin on her hand, looking down with a smug, relaxed expression. "Very well, Count Palacio." She raises her hand and casually announces, "To you, I shall bestow the title of Marquise." Alan's brain completely stops working. Wait, what? He got a promotion? In the Chibi Daily Life comic, Alan is sitting at his desk, wondering if Deus still practices his puppetry hobby. Evan smiles, suggesting he should ask for a performance next time. Yes, a very educational performance. Xian Crytenia rests her chin on her hand, looking absolutely majestic on her golden throne as she delivers her final dramatic verdict. Alan stands bowing in a neat suit, his jaw hitting the floor as the king casually announces his promotion to the rank of Marquise. Our guy instantly turns a lovely shade of frozen blue. He worked so hard to get scolded, and instead the universe rewarded him with a massive promotion he did not want. Xian explains she is rewarding him for cleansing the kingdom's underworld, leaving Alan screaming internally about how this completely ruins his plan to lay low and reduce Kalpa's influence. The king commands him to raise his head, and Alan has to use every ounce of his corporate willpower to prevent his face from twitching. Xian floats down the stairs in her luxurious blue gown, stepping right up to our completely petrified protagonist. She casually boops him on the cheek, leaving him utterly bewildered and wondering if this is some kind of high-class royal threat. She flashes a surprisingly sweet smile, telling him that smiling suits him much better than his usual exhausted look. With her royal duties finished, she turns back and tells everyone to enjoy the rest of the banquet, leaving the room in a state of stunned silence. The massive doors slam shut behind the king, leaving Alan sweating as he realizes a notoriously lazy monarch just went out of her way to be nice to him. The surrounding nobles immediately swarm Alan, shaking his hands and offering their congratulations to the brand new Marquise. Kalia and Loria look on from the side, completely in awe of how their master somehow managed to charm the most indifferent ruler in the kingdom's history. But up on the balcony, Marquis Filboid is practically chewing through his own tongue in pure rage, wondering what kind of dark sorcery Alan used to manipulate the king. Determined to take a massive gamble, Filboid slips away from the palace and sneaks into the dark, gloomy slums of the Ashtalon kingdom. He remembers his humiliating past, getting tortured in a solitary cell for a month and losing all his political power. He has nothing left to lose. He grits his teeth in pure envy, unable to accept that the rebel faction Kalpa now has the absolute approval of the crown. He knocks on a suspicious wooden door, presenting a secret scroll of symbols to the assassin peering through the peephole. The guard opens the creaky door, dryly informing him that the boss is waiting all the way in the back of the establishment. Filboid steps inside and instantly freezes as he sees a golden blonde fox girl casually standing on top of a pile of bleeding corpses. He is utterly disgusted by the brutal scene, realizing this cute beast girl is actually a ruthless monster who enjoys decorating the floor with her enemies. Trying to maintain his noble dignity, Filboid steps forward and asks to commission the immediate assassination of Alan Palatio. He promises to pay whatever astronomical price they want, prompting Seolang to turn around with a very amused smile. She casually kicks a decapitated head right into his face, cheerfully announcing that the original boss of this establishment is already very dead. Filboid lets out a high-pitched scream, tripping over his own boots as he frantically tries to escape the blood-soaked hallway. Seolang stretches and lets out a massive yawn, complaining that the previous boss's office is currently a complete mess. Golden lightning crackles around her as she walks through the ruined room, showing absolutely zero mercy to the remaining guards. Filboid falls to his knees, crying and begging for his life while offering to give her whatever rewards she wants if she spares him. Seolang leans in close, her golden eyes flashing with a terrifying light as she questions his sudden offer. She proudly declares that she is going to marry her godfather anyway, leaving the old noble completely baffled by her bizarre relationship goals. With a single lightning-fast swipe, she cleanly puts an end to his miserable life. The plan was simple, and the execution was even simpler. The scene shifts back to the banquet where Alan has managed to survive an entire week of stressful noble parties by tasting every single cake on the table. The royal festivities are finally over, and Alan's carriage slowly rumbles down a winding mountain path. Alan stretches out on the plush cushions, enjoying the absolute peace while still deeply confused by the king's bizarrely friendly attitude. Evan pokes his head in, calling him Marquise, which prompts Alan to grumble that the official ceremony hasn't even happened yet. They arrive at Atla, a beautiful green forest located right on the border of the plains in the scorching desert. Alan pinches his nose, feeling the massive weight of his ever-growing to-do list pressing down on his temples. He reviews his mental quest log. He has to return to the ruins of Kahara and then travel to Roxas to activate the chest Heinkel left behind. Looking at the small wooden chest floating in his hand, he realizes being a Marquise means he needs to be twice as prepared for the coming chaos. In his cute chibi notebook, he lists the main threats in the game, focusing heavily on a mysterious group known as the Bone Eater. His hand-drawn map displays the continent of Ampelin, split cleanly into the Western Empire and the Eastern United Kingdoms. He ponders the potential butterfly effect his actions might have on the Western protagonist, Erevan, hoping the kid is doing his job properly. Stepping out of the carriage, Alan declares that they will walk from here, hoping to bait the nearest member of the agency into an ambush. They approach a dark, mossy cave entrance, and Alan prepares to recite the secret game incantation required to summon the boss. His face turns pale as he remembers the head of the agency is a legendary killer nicknamed the Spine Cutter, but he forces himself to stay calm. He stands before the ruins, loudly chanting the name Alchemage to initiate the boss battle sequence. A massive rumble echoes through the cave, but instead of an assassin, the temple doors simply slide open, leaving Evan looking very unimpressed. The scene cuts to a few hours earlier, showing Alchemage standing proudly at the top of a grand dark staircase. He looks down at a dark silhouette that suddenly appeared in his inner sanctum, deeply offended by her lack of manners. The camera reveals Utia standing quietly, her long silver-white hair draped under an elegant black veil. She turns around, her glowing crimson eyes radiating a level of pure, murderous intent that would make a demon sweat. Alchemage laughs in disbelief, drawing his blade and bragging about his 300-year streak of decapitating high-level mages. Utia doesn't say a word, instantly closing the distance with a smooth, silent dash. Red magical light flashes through the darkness as she swings her staff with absolute precision. A single strike cuts right through his defenses, forcing the legendary assassin to cough up a worrying amount of blood. Alchemage clutches his head as black fluid leaks from his eyes, realizing his very mind is being shattered from the inside out. He falls to his knees, trapped in a horrific loop of pure fear, guilt, and absolute dread as his consciousness is dragged into a void. Giant red eyes and monstrous fangs manifest in the shadows around him as Utia declares that attempting to harm her master is a capital offense. She unleashes a swarm of giant dark tentacles that wrap around his limbs, lifting him into the air. Alchemy screams in pure agony as the dark physical forces begin to cleanly dismantle his body. Blood splatters across the pristine white walls of his palace as his 300-year legend is violently brought to an end. His physical form is completely devoured by a massive shadow beast, while Utia sighingly complains that his death was far too quick and merciful. She pulls out a letter from Alan, reading that he is heading to Colony with Seo Long soon. She flashes a beautiful, deeply unsettling yandere smile, deciding she needs to wrap up her business in Rosario immediately so she can join him. And that is how the legendary assassin guild vanished overnight. Back in the present, Alan and Evan stand in the completely silent, abandoned ruins, wondering where all the bad guys went. Evan spots a massive chest of gold and jewelry, immediately scooping it up with sparkling eyes. Alan pinches his chin, deeply confused because these items should have been locked away by the owner's magical signature. A giant text box confirms the obvious. Something catastrophic has clearly happened to the boss Alchemy. Alan suddenly flashes a creepy, deadpan face, suggesting they just robbed the entire place clean since the owner is clearly not using it anymore. Chibi Alan dreams of gold coins as they pile the carriage high with expensive loot. Hey, free money is always the right answer. They arrive at the hot desert, where Seo Long immediately leaps onto Alan's back with a massive, joyful hug. The convoy sets off across the Golden Dunes under the protection of the Golden Mane clan, and Seo Long asks Alan for a quick favor. She pokes her head through the window, handing him a rolled-up document with a very serious expression. Alan looks at her, remembering the painful trauma of Larka's betrayal and determining to take extra good care of her. He takes the paper, looking down at it with a quiet, fatherly curiosity. He unrolls it, highly confused by the detailed formatting and the presence of official witness signatures. His face instantly turns pale as his eyes land on the bold text at the top, Marriage Certificate. A close-up of the document confirms she has already signed her name under the wife section, with pink hearts practically floating off the page. Seo Long looks back at him with a heavily blushing face and sparkling eyes, holding out a pen with her heart pounding in pure excitement. In the Chibi Daily Life comic, Alan is shown sweating profusely, relieved that his mana poisoning is finally healed, but highly stressed by his new marital situation. Under the bright, cold moonlight, the Kamlan Duchy in the Ashkelon Kingdom stands quiet and peaceful. Dr. Near sits in his luxurious, dimly lit study, swirling a glass of wine while reading a highly concerning report. An assistant kneels in the center of the room, reporting that every single underworld organization they gifted an abyssal body to has completely vanished. The assistant sweats profusely, explaining that the rebel faction Culpa has expanded its power at a speed that defies all logical boundaries. Nire tells him there is no need to apologize, and with a single elegant wave of his hand, a swarm of dark tentacles erupts from the shadows. The assistant doesn't even have time to scream as the physical force cleanly tears through his body. The room goes quiet as the unfortunate messenger is completely consumed by the darkness, leaving only a faint cracking sound behind. Nire looks up at the balcony, calling for his blue-skinned elf assistant Ingela, who politely bows in response. He commands her to clean up the mess as he slowly walks down the grand spiral staircase. Ingela follows behind, reporting that Lord Carmine is currently locked inside the heavily secured isolation chamber. Inside the green, sterile laboratory, Carmine Kamelan is thrashing violently like a wild beast, his mind completely shattered by the unstable abyssal energy. Nier stares through the glass with absolute disappointment, muttering that Carmine was far too weak to serve as a proper vessel. He walks past several glowing green tanks, lamenting that his results have been highly disappointing ever after losing his best specimen in Colony. He remembers Kalman, who was a masterpiece of biological engineering and easily absorbed the abyssal jades. A flashback shows Kalman sitting comfortably with his broker, confidently declaring that conquering the desert city was a simple matter of time. The broker warned him that a highly dangerous noble was heading their way, asking if Kalman could handle him. Kalman scoffed, looking at a wanted poster of Alan Palacio and promising to crush him like a bug. Nier sighs, realizing he severely underestimated the sheer scale of the Count's hidden magical power. He remembers the report of Alan casually freezing Kalman's entire elite army in a single second. He commands Ingela to keep a close eye on the Colony black market, prompting her to ask about their plans for Asteria. Neri looks up, his eyes flashing with a cold, predatory light as he decides it is time to put an end to this annoying noble. He orders her to send their condolences to Alan, planning to use the corrupt Asterian nobles as an excuse to expand their research. He smiles warmly, declaring that their grand plan must be carried out at all costs for the ultimate good of the world. The scene cuts back to Xialong's highly aggressive marriage proposal, her heart thumping in pure excitement. Alan stares blankly, realizing his cute adoptive daughter has upgraded her family project into a full-blown legal contract. He knows he can't just sign it, but he also can't offend a literal underworld boss, so he has to find a clever way to talk her out of it. He gently tells her to think about it when she is older, promising to discuss it again in 2 years when she is a bit more mature. Xiaolong's face instantly brightens up. He pats her fluffy head, telling her she should only marry someone she truly loves, completely unaware that she already loves him. They arrive at the entrance of the Forgotten Ruins, and Alan asks if she is fine waiting outside with Evan. He bids them farewell and steps into the dark, rocky cavern, preparing to meet the mysterious guide. Deep underground, a massive ancient obelisk towers over the beautifully preserved stone city of Kahara. Alan steps onto a glowing gold teleportation pad inside the central tower, and a mysterious voice echoes through the silent chamber. He looks up as golden magical fire swirls through the air, illuminating the ancient library. A beautiful, pitch-black holographic silhouette of a girl with dragon horns and a tail appears before him. She floats down, noting that his magic caliber has significantly increased since his battle with the outer god. She admits she was completely convinced he would fail, staring at him with glowing blue eyes. Alan looks back with a tired, dry expression, admitting that he almost did die. The dragon girl laughs, pointing out that a mere human shouldn't expect an easy fight against a deity, and asks how he managed to survive. Alan says he used essence manifestation. The dragon girl's jaw drops, and she immediately bursts into a fit of mocking laughter, accusing him of lying about high-level magic. Alan's face goes completely blank as she continues to laugh, highly annoyed that she thinks he is just a loud-mouthed fraud. She smugly promises to call him master if he can actually prove his claims, prompting Alan to prepare his magic circles. He begins the complex Babylonian hand signs, chanting, "Snow Flake, Formadian, Glory off the Snowy Mountains, Blind Man's Fatality." A massive glowing blue snowflake pattern rapidly expands across the stone floor, freezing the air instantly. The dragon girl's eyes widen in absolute horror as a massive spear of pure ancient ice begins to manifest in front of her. "Ice Crystal Halberd," Alan commands, and a colossal, highly detailed frozen polearm forms with a loud metallic clang. A massive glacier pillar erupts from the floor, shattering the stone arches and filling the chamber with freezing white mist. The dragon girl stands completely frozen, her mouth wide open in utter, absolute shock. Alan lets out a cold breath, calmly looking at her and demanding she keep her promise. She immediately throws a massive tantrum, screaming that he cheated and that his demonstration doesn't count because he clearly already knew how to do it. She pouts, demanding to know how on earth he manifested the true essence of magic without knowing what spirit projection is. Alan explains that he simply structured his incantations according to the core principles and memorized the names just like she told him to. She explains that magic isn't some superficial trick, it is about accessing and manifesting the absolute laws engraved by the original mage. She explains that if you understand the incantations and gestures, you can warp the magic to your will, which Alan realizes is exactly what he has been doing. To truly manifest the absolute essence, however, one must call upon the ancient technique of spirit projection. A detailed diagram shows the magical path, explaining that the projection allows the caster to tap into the very first memory of when the law was engraved. Alan nods, realizing the ancient sentences have two completely different, highly versatile uses. She states that sentences are the absolute key to understanding the laws of the universe. She wonders if Alan managed to decipher all of this just from the few clues she accidentally let slip during their first meeting. Alan sweats, staring at her and realizing their entire magical logic is completely misaligned. A neat diagram shows the difference. Her logic, you must comprehend the magic to cast it. Alan's logic, you cast the spell first, and the system gradually explains the meaning to you later. Alan's sweat drops, realizing his game system cheat completely breaks the laws of traditional magic. The dragon girl clutches her head, screaming in pure disbelief that he managed to master all of this through self-study. Suddenly, the teleport pad begins to glow brightly, and she gasps, warning him that her projection time is up, and she won't be back for several days. Before she vanishes, she commands him to find a sentient weapon named Sparrow's Staff, to help him learn the ultimate sentences. Alan complains that the owner of the staff will never agree to hand it over to him. She smiles warmly, promising that if he succeeds, he will be able to wield the magic of any mage in history. With a massive flash of golden light, she disappears, leaving Alan standing alone in the ancient ruins. The carriage rumbles across the burning golden sands of the desert, heading toward their next destination. Inside, Chibi Xiaolong is happily begging for head pats, while Alan is deeply locked in thought about the Colosseum. He pats her head, remembering the staff is locked inside the royal treasury of the Colosseum, meaning he has to sign up as a gladiator to win it. A grand silhouette displays the bloody arena, where victors of the great tournament are rewarded with legendary artifacts. Alan sweats, remembering he always ignored the staff in the game because it was completely useless, but now he has no other choice. Evan knocks on the door, letting him know the streets are packed with people, and Seolong immediately hops out to stretch her legs. Alan steps out onto the busy streets, hearing the citizens gossiping excitedly about the arrival of the holy paladins of Rosario. He looks at a giant, glowing golden paladin carriage passing through the square, wondering why the Holy Kingdom is suddenly here. Suddenly, a soft, familiar voice calls out his name from behind, leaving Alan and Seolong completely shocked. A stunning splash art reveals Yutia standing in a high-slit black dress, smiling brightly. It has been a very long time. Alan looks at her, dazed, as she gently takes his hands in hers. A close-up of Yutia's blushing face and glowing crimson eyes shows she is absolutely thrilled to be reunited with her master. The two stand hand in hand in the middle of the crowded square, creating a beautiful, highly dramatic scene. In the Chibi Daily Life comic, Alan is shown looking completely empty inside, crying over his empty manicore after surviving a literal god. At least he is still alive. Alan stands frozen in the middle of the crowded street, staring at the beautiful girl who just grabbed his hands out of nowhere. Those deep crimson eyes are unmistakable, the signature look of a world-ending boss who is currently blushing like a schoolgirl. He tentatively whispers her name, completely overwhelmed by the sudden, intense romantic tension in the middle of a public road. Our guy stares at her in absolute shock, realizing that seeing a game's final boss in 4K resolution is significantly different from looking at pixel art. A passing noble kid points at Yutia, loudly cheering that a pretty saintess has descended from the sky. Yutia flashes a beautiful, saintly smile at the crowd, playfully telling the kid he can call her Cardinun instead. The kid runs up and hands her a flower, completely charmed by the adorable white-robed nun who is secretly a walking magical nuke. Yutia suggests they find a much quieter place to catch up, while the kid's embarrassed father frantically drags him away in the background. Seolong sweat drops and forces a thumbs up, nervously agreeing that gathering at the local mercenary guild is probably a fantastic idea. The royal carriage rumbles down the street, escorted by armed guards under the blazing desert sun. Inside the carriage, Seolong is curled up in a corner in absolute silent terror, while Alan casually asks Evan about the political structure of the Holy Kingdom. Evan explains that a cardinal is a terrifyingly high-ranking position right beneath the Pope, capable of literally starting a holy war. When Alan calmly mentions that Yutia is the new cardinal, Evan's face turns into an absolute masterpiece of pure shock and disbelief. Alan sits back with a deadpan face, realizing that having a literal cardinal as his fanatical follower is actually a great cheat code for asking favors. They arrive at the lavishly decorated guild parlor, where Yutia warmly welcomes her master and tells him to make himself completely at home. Seolong happily leaps onto the sofa, cheerfully declaring that she is going to sit right next to her beloved godfather. Yutia's eyes instantly turn blood red as she glares at Seolong with a level of pure murderous pressure that could stop a man's heart. Seolong immediately shrinks into her collar, sweating profusely as Yutia politely asks if she also arrived in the city on official business. Yutia leans her head on her hand, sweetly stating she wanted to personally deliver the news of her promotion because she missed him so much. Alan stares at her, thinking that she smiles so kindly, anyone would easily mistake her for an actual angel instead of a cold-blooded killer. He remembers the original game's lore, where Yutia's final form was a bloodthirsty, fanged nightmare that tore players to shreds. Looking at her now, he smiles warmly, feeling like a proud adoptive father whose eldest daughter has finally succeeded in her career. Seolong leans over and whispers to Yutia, asking if she fabricated her official church business just to sneak out and see their master. Yutia's face instantly goes pitch black as she leans over Seolong, her voice dropping into a terrifying whisper about respecting the Great Moon's guidelines. Alan watches them, completely unaware of the terrifying death threats being exchanged, and politely asks if they are getting along well. Yutia instantly hugs Seolong with a giant fake sweet smile, while Seolong's face contorts into a grimace of pure, unfiltered panic. Seolong glances sideways, her yellow eyes twitching as she tries to figure out how to escape the literal snake coiled around her shoulder. Desperate to win, Seolong suddenly blabs that Alan promised to seriously consider her marriage proposal in 2 years. Seolong smugly points her finger, while Alan flinches and Yutia's smile completely freezes into a dark void. Alan frantically tries to explain that he was just humoring her, while Seolong proudly puffs out her chest like a victorious puppy. She stands tall with a smug grin, completely unaware that she has just signed her own immediate eviction notice from the physical plane. Yutia chuckles softly, stating, "It is natural for a mature adult to humor a childish, unreasonable beast girl's demands." But Yutia's inner thoughts are a terrifying, swirling vortex of red-eyed yandere logic, concluding that Alan only lied to protect Seolong's fragile feelings. Yutia lectures her, pointing out that she is far too young to even think about marriage. Seolong protests, claiming the local guildmaster said the age gap is fine. Seolong yells that Yutia is just jealous because she is old, bragging that Rin estimated Yutia's actual age to be over 1,000 years. A localized shockwave instantly blasts Seolong straight through the floorboards, leaving a neat, steaming crater in the center of the room. Yutia cheerfully announces she will go retrieve Seolong from the basement, while Alan sweats profusely, reminding himself that she is indeed a world-ending boss. After a minor, building-shattering commotion, they manage to sit down and share a perfectly normal, quiet cup of tea. Yutia prepares to leave in her holy carriage, promising to drop by frequently during her stay in the city. She asks about his Colosseum matches, and Alan mentions he is aiming for a useless, low-stat artifact called Sparrow's Staff. She flashes a beautiful, mysterious smile, telling him she understands and wishing him a safe journey. Alan walks down the street with Seolang, muttering that he needs to hurry up and register for the gladiator matches before the lines get too long. The next day, they stand before the massive Golden Colosseum, and Seolang brags that her underworld status made the registration process a breeze. Alan stares at his standard F-rank fighter badge, realizing that having a Baba Yaga as a companion is basically a skip-the-line pass for bureaucracy. He looks at the badge, knowing he has to rise through the ranks to gain access to the royal treasury where the staff is kept. 2 days later, the stadium is packed with shouting fans as the fierce F-rank battle royale is officially announced. The announcer shouts through his horn, revealing that the entire arena has decided to target the rumored powerhouse, Count Palacio, first. A horde of heavily armored gladiators charges onto the sand, wielding spears and swords with hungry, greedy expressions. Alan walks onto the sand, calmly adjusting his cuffs as he realizes he needs a massive area of effect spell to end this annoying match instantly. The gates open, and the gladiators scream as they sprint toward our completely stationary protagonist. Alan raises his hand, determined to show these low-level fighters the absolute difference in their magical caliber. The warriors leap forward, their weapons raised as they attempt to bring him down in a single coordinated strike. Alan slowly brings his hand down, initiating the complex verbal syntax chain of his Babylonian spell. Massive magic circles erupt in the sky. Extreme cold, ice, crystal. A colossal, towering glacier instantly erupts in the center of the arena, freezing the sand and leaving the gladiators completely paralyzed with fear. Reinforcement. Compression. Alan chants, compressing the freezing moisture into a dense, glowing blue sphere of pure ice. Vacuum. The sphere begins to spin violently, creating a massive, howling blizzard vortex that drags everything toward the center. Return to the A origin. Our boy leans forward, unleashing the concentrated, absolute freezing point of his magic. The ice sphere explodes into a massive, jagged shockwave of freezing blue spikes, shattering the stone barriers. A blinding frozen blast waves across the entire arena floor, turning the scorching desert air into a freezing winter storm. The ground shakes violently as the sheer force of the explosion echoes through the massive stone corridors of the Colosseum. The gladiators are blown back like bowling pins, their armor shattered as they crash hard onto the frozen sand. The audience lets out a collective gasp, completely stunned by the absolute instantaneous annihilation of the entire roster. The dust clears, revealing dozens of frozen, unconscious bodies scattered across the sand, while Alan stands perfectly fine in the center. The announcer screams through his horn, declaring Alan Palacio the undisputed winner and promoting him straight to D rank. Alan walks back through the dark, quiet stone exit, his cape billowing behind him. He slips into his private waiting room, safely out of sight of the cheering crowds. Our guy immediately collapses against the wall, panting heavily as cold sweat pours down his face. That was way too close. He slides down to the floor, realized he overextended his spell's range and completely emptied his microscopic mana hole in a single shot. Evan sprints down the corridor, happily greeting his exhausted master and praising his spectacular performance. Evan holds out a polished purple velvet box, cheerfully announcing that Yudia sent him a congratulations gift. Alan opens the box and completely freezes as he sees the Sparrow's staff resting inside. Wait, she literally just broke into the royal vault? Chibi Alan happily clutches the staff, deeply moved by Yutia's absolute efficiency in resolving his problems through casual burglary. He smiles, thinking that receiving a surprise act of filial piety from his eldest daughter is indeed a very unique kind of joy. The next day, Alan infuses his newly replenished mana into the staff, causing dark purple magical energy to swirl around the room. The gemstone clutched in the miniature skull's teeth begins to glow with a brilliant, ancient crimson light. The tiny skull lets out a massive yawn, opening its jaws and complaining about being woken up from its beautiful nap. Alan politely introduces himself and mentions he was sent by the Dragonkin, prompting the skull to give him a highly unimpressed look. Sparrow scoffs, calling the Dragonkin imbeciles and asking Alan if he honestly believes a low-level mage like him can master his legendary phrases. The skull flies around in a rage, screaming that his magical secrets cannot be passed down to an idiot and telling him to get lost. A knock on the door interrupts the tiny skull's tantrum, and Evan steps inside the study. Evan holds up a bright red challenge letter from Pilshin, a legendary A-rank gladiator who wants to fight Alan. Alan smirks, realizing that defeating an A-rank gladiator in a direct challenge means he can skip the entire ranking grind in a single day. He turns to the hovering skull staff, proposing a high-stakes bet to prove his worthiness. The skull smiles with its fanged jaw, finding our protagonist's absolute confidence highly amusing. Alan looks back with his classic, cold mastermind glare, deciding this upcoming match will make for some excellent entertainment. The sentient skull staff agrees to the bet, laughing that he was getting bored anyway and wants to see if Alan can actually survive his magic. The next day, the Colosseum is packed to the brim as the announcer hypes up the crowd for a historic gladiator duel. Alan steps onto the sand facing the massive, muscular A-rank combatant Pilshin, who is waving smugly to his cheering fans. Pilshin grins, telling the crowd to shout louder so that even the king on his throne can hear their excitement. Pilshin charges up his inner power, determined to crush the famous count to boost his own underworld notoriety. The match begins, and Pilshin charges forward, analyzing that Alan's frost magic is powerful but requires a long casting time. He unleashes a massive swirling vortex of flame, bragging that manipulating fire is his absolute specialty as a fire beastkin. A massive wall of fire shoots up, engulfing the center of the arena in a scorching golden light. Pilshin smiles smugly through the flames, fully convinced he has already secured a flawless victory. He yells that fire is the absolute counter to Alan's ice magic, celebrating what he believes is an incredibly easy matchup. Leaping into the air with his twin swords, he prepares to end the duel in the most spectacular, flashy way possible. But Alan stands perfectly calm, blue lightning crackling around his arm as he initiates his syntax, lightning alignment. Dissociation. The blue energy explodes outward, shattering the ground beneath his boots. Pilshin's smile instantly vanishes as he sees the massive crackling electrical currents swirling around the arena. Pilshin gets nervous, realizing Alan has completely abandoned his ice magic to cast a lightning spell he cannot predict. Pilshin swings his flaming blades down with all his might, desperate to strike before the spell is complete. Fusion! Alan whispers, his gray eyes flashing with a brilliant, blinding blue light. A massive explosion of raw electrical energy engulfs our protagonist, completely vaporizing the surrounding fire. Panta Rhei! Lightning God form! Alan has completely transformed, his hair turned platinum white and his body crackling with raw lightning. Pilshin's blades smash into the empty sand, while Alan easily dodges at near speed of light, leaving a trail of blue sparks behind. Pilshin slides across the sand, completely bewildered. Did I miss? Alan floats silently behind him, his finger raised with a cold, glowing expression as massive electrical currents surge through his body. In a fraction of a second, Alan vanishes from sight, leaving Pilshin staring at empty air in pure panic. A colossal bolt of lightning strikes Pilshin directly from the sky, shattering his armor and sending him flying. The electrical currents wrap around the gladiator, paralyzing his muscles as he groans in absolute agony. Multiple consecutive bolts of lightning rain down from the sky, turning the arena floor into a blinding, flashing storm of raw power. A massive final strike slams down, creating a massive crater on the sand and throwing up clouds of dirt. Pilshin lies smoking and unconscious on the ground, while the announcer screams that the winner of the duel is Alon Palacio. Alan stands victoriously in his lightning god form, looking incredibly cool, but his physical systems are currently experiencing a complete meltdown. He falls back into his human form, blood dripping from his mouth as his veins crackle with unstable electricity. This is absolute madness. His hand is heavily bandaged and trembling as he realizes the sheer danger of the spell. Converting one's physical body into pure energy is incredibly suicidal. A diagram explains that the spell replaces the human body with a stream of pure, element-aligned magic. The following incantations fuse the user's mind with the magical element, unlocking the legendary lightning god form. But the caster is literally transforming their physical cells into lightning, meaning the slightest mistake will permanently erase them from existence. Alan realizes the spell Sparrow taught him was a double-edged sword designed to disintegrate any average mage who tried to use it. He looks at his hand, realizing he only survived because his meta-knowledge allowed him to understand the exact alignment of the magic. If he had lacked the raw mana capacity, his physical body would have literally exploded in the sky like a cheap firework. He slowly walks down the corridor, sweating as he realizes he should consider himself incredibly lucky to still be breathing. He had to urgently stop his movement to manually piece his cells back together, which was a very painful experience. His face is heavily scratched and he admits that the alignment process hurts like absolute hell. The next day, Seo Long is crying at the top of her lungs inside the carriage, completely terrified that her godfather almost got vaporized. Chibi Seo Long clings to heavily bandaged Alan, offering him a mountain of expensive recovery potions, while Evan points out he is already mostly healed. Alan looks at the skull staff, wondering if the old mage deliberately gave him a suicidal spell just to trap him. He flashes a smug chibi smirk, reminding the skull that he officially won the bet anyway. The carriage rumbles toward the Grand Royal Palace. Seo Long cheerfully announces they are almost at the castle, and Alan realizes her underworld influence allowed him to skip a week-long waiting list. She sits close and winks, claiming it is no big deal for the first Baba Yaga of the city. Alan establishes a telepathic link with the staff, asking the grumbling skull if he has prepared his payment. The skull immediately turns into a cute pink chibi, begging Alan to sign the contract and become his official heir so they can rule the magic world. Alan shuts him down, dryly pointing out that the loser shouldn't speak so casually to the winner. The staff continues to babble about crushing other mages, while Alan ignores him, remembering the Dragon Woman's warning about the staff being a lunatic. Alan declares he has to discuss the deal with the Dragon Woman first, leaving the tiny skull bouncing around the carriage in a massive fuming rage. The carriage pulls up to the massive golden dome of the royal castle of Colony. Seo Lang drags Alan through the gates while Evan waves, and the skull staff grumbles inside the bag about our protagonist being way too vindictive. They enter the grand gold-decorated throne room, and Alan kneels before the king. This gladiator greets the king of Colony. The king tells him to raise his head, praising him for proving his absolute worth in the arena. King Carmaxes III laughs heartily, admitting he was deeply impressed by Alan's spectacular victory against Pilsion. The king asks if he wishes to access the royal treasury, and Alan confirms that is his singular goal. Carmaxes agrees, stating that according to ancient tradition, only a legendary champion is allowed to touch the kingdom's treasures. But then the king leans over with a sly smile, mentioning that he has a beautiful daughter. Alan thinks he is just a proud father bragging about his kid. The king asks if he wants to marry her, and Chibi Alan's face instantly turns into a mask of pure, unadulterated deadpan. Excuse me? The king laughs, telling him to think about it carefully as he signals his guard. Maxime, escort the count to the treasury. The heavily armored guard bows and leads the way. The massive golden decorated double doors of the royal treasury slowly open with a heavy creak. Maxime warns him that he is strictly allowed to take only a single item, hoping there won't be any regrettable incidents. Alan walks through the rows of glittering treasures, casually scanning the shelves for his true target. 20 minutes later, he spots a small silver dagger key resting on a wooden stand. The blind man's inevitability. Fortunately, it was still here. Alan picks up the keyblade and turns around, letting the guard know he has made his choice. He walks back to the throne room, eager to leave before the king tries to force him into a royal wedding. But when he enters, he sees King Carmaxes sweating profusely and shaking like a leaf, while Seo Long is smiling next to him. Wait, why do they look so weird? Alan bows, thanking the king for his generosity, and the king frantically waving his hands, screaming that his marriage offer was just a joke and wishing them a safe trip. Seo Long grabs Alan and instantly leaps out of the palace windows, leaving the court behind. Alan is completely baffled by their hasty exit. He asks why she didn't even greet the king, and she cheerfully replies that as the first Baba Yaga, she is legally exempt from royal manners. He asks what they discussed while he was in the vault, and she happily skips away, claiming they just talked about food and minor details. She walks down the sunny path, flashing a beautiful, incredibly sweet smile that makes Alan's spider sense tingle. Back in the palace, the sun is setting over the golden domes, and King Carmaxes is sitting on his throne, clutching his head in pure terror. He remembers the exact moment Alan's back was turned. Seo Long's sweet smile instantly vanished. Her face turned completely cold and dead as she released a level of regicide-level murderous intent that literally stopped the king's breathing. Hey, that's enough. The king sweats, realizing her loyalty to Alan is completely insane. Suddenly, a messenger interrupts his panic attack, announcing the arrival of the cardinal. Utia Blutia steps into the hall, her black lace veil and dark gown flowing behind her as she approaches the throne. The king welcomes her, but his eyes widen in pure terror as he notices her expression is completely different from her usual saintly mask. He remembers her always smiling like a kind, adorable nun at church. But now, Utia stands before him with glowing, cold, crimson eyes and a dark aura of pure death.